Well, welcome everybody to the first Connect show of Sunday of the DC Leadership Conference. I am Cindy Hollis and
I'm Colby Garrison.
we are so delighted to be able to facilitate these conversations with leaders in our ACB community. Today, really excited to have our boss with us. That's always good. So hopefully we are doing you proud, Eric. Here, we are excited really to have you with us. And Eric Bridges is Executive Director for the American Council of the Blind. And I know you have a busy day ahead of you and family and ACB and life and all of that. So I think what we'll do is just let you say any opening remarks you want to those that are joining us and getting ready for the conference today. And then maybe Colby and I have some questions we'd like to just throw your way.
Sure. Well, it's great to be with the two of you. It is. You guys are giggling. This is so fun. So yeah, it has been, I think, a very good start to our leadership meetings. 4 days of fun, packing lots and lots of content into every day. And one of the things that we're really focusing on for these leadership meetings is the work that ACB as an organization is doing and has been doing with regard to just a slew of different initiatives, and frankly introducing our advisory board to the membership. And I've been really happy to be able to put together interviews that highlight the good work and frankly the really good people that we have that sit on our advisory board.
Truly, I've been impressed. Yeah, I've been impressed listening to those interviews.
It's amazing.
And I didn't know that Bill Reeder had been a professional opera singer. So that was pretty, isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
He, a professional opera singer for 25 years is all.
Amazing. Amazing. And he is just a beautiful human being. Really. That was really cool to hear, you know?
Yeah, I mean, where else could you get in an interview talking about training hunting dogs, as well as a reference to Maslow's hierarchy of needs,
triangle,
right?
Yeah. Just amazing. You know, the other thing, Eric, that I got to enjoy, and you and I have been working with Brett Humphrey for over a year now around membership, data collection, just some really good stuff that we had a hard time grappling with, just seeing it through a different lens with Brett. And yesterday he participated in a breakout session that ended up being pretty amazing. And so it's been fun to get to hear his interview, then to get to have him participate in a breakout, and coming off of really getting to work with him so closely. And he's only one of, is it 12 advisory board members that we have? Is that what it is?
It feels like 12, but there are 7.
Okay.
And
7.
They do a lot of work with us. Yeah.
They do. They're multifaceted.
Well, they do. I mean, Brett has worked with us on our IT needs, and has interfaced with Jeff Bishop and Rick Moran on certain things. And and even advisory board members have worked together on projects. Brett and Aaron Patera have helped to facilitate several discussions with a group of us dealing with our current IT infrastructure and the future of it and the future needs that we're going to have as we continue to grow. And, what I took away from yesterday's breakout that Brett was a part of is that we've really hit on something. We've hit a nerve. We've touched a nerve inside the membership, within the leadership, but also the general membership of things that frankly, we as a staff, certain pain points for us that also wind up rolling over to the membership. And how do we begin to deal with those things? How do we begin to have good discussions where we're being transparent with the membership about the needs of the organization, to be able to to do more, learn more, but also just how to make things easier for somebody that just wants to be a member
And
or that
wants to
has been
know
a
that
member
they're a member, right?
and
And
wants to
wants to
know that they're a member
verify.
reliably.
Yes. Yeah.
These are things that sound sort of, I don't know,
Basic.
silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yet it's not. No, it was good because what I heard is a lot of people thinking kind of the way we've been thinking, right? We kind of known we have to get there somehow, some way, shape or form. And what I heard was people want us to get there too. So that was pretty, I don't know, refreshing for me.
I would agree. I mean, we heard from people that have been longtime members. We've heard from people that
were new.
have been members for a few years, and then new people. And
Brand new. Yeah.
it was a great cross section of folks that either asked questions or commented on the panel yesterday.
So, Eric, how would you answer the question? What is the purpose of the advisory board?
It's to provide subject matter expertise and an outside perspective on projects or initiatives that we don't currently have the capacity or even the expertise necessarily to complete or to initiate, right? So they're there to help guide us and advise us. And the board of directors is there to really set the tone for the organization and to have fiduciary responsibility and oversight. The advisory board is there off to the side to frankly ask questions like why.
Yes, and
Why do you do it
sometimes those
this
are
way?
hard to answer.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of times it's because this is the way we've been doing it.
The answers aren't the greatest initially.
It's a lame answer.
Yeah.
Oh man. So the other thing that I wanted us to, well, first back up, Cindy. I wanted to say that besides that expertise and the capacity to provide that to us, what I'm noticing is that the advisory board also has a passion for what they are providing us and for our organization, and that is coming through in the work they're offering to us. So but I thought it would be fun for us now to maybe ask you some I don't know, questions. So Colby, think about something you'd like to know about Eric that you just think on it. I'm not going to throw it at you right yet because
it's
going to be like a newlywed game.
So, and if anybody wants to just have fun and
into the fetal position,
Eric and Rebecca did participate on the newlywed game since he brought it up on, I think it was July 30th of 2020. And it is on acbmedia.org. So if you get a chance, go to acbmedia.org. And in the search field, just put newlywed game and it will come up and you can listen to a 90-minute game with the Bridges, the Spoons, and the Charlesons, and you'll find out who won. And but you'll also laugh, so be ready. Use the bathroom before you start listening. It's great fun. But no, that's not the kind of question I was going to ask you, Eric, actually.
All
right. So I know you grew up in Iowa, right?
I did.
Okay. So did you attend a school for the blind or public schools? What was your schooling like through high school?
So I attended public school, kindergarten through my senior year of high school, and I gradually lost my vision over that period of time. And there was a time when the school district wanted to have me go to the school for the blind because they claimed that they could not provide me the requisite services that I needed in order to continue in public school and at the same pace as my peers. So learning Braille, learning how to use a white
Yeah.
cane, things of that nature. And my parents wound up filing a lawsuit against the school district because at that time, number one, they wanted me to stay in public school. That's where my friends were. I was going to be entering junior high when the school district attempted to do this. And secondly, and it's unfortunate, but the School for the Blind at the time in the state of Iowa wasn't going to be a good place for me academically or socially because the majority of the student body had additional disabilities,
Right.
most of which were folks with intellectual disabilities.
Right. So, Colby, do you have a question?
Been trying to come up with one.
I have more.
Something I don't know. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep thinking.
All right. I really think it could just be fun. Eric, what's your favorite dessert?
Oh man, so I like flourless chocolate cake. You know, like the
Oh, you
lava
just
cake.
hit it. You
Yeah.
just hit a nerve there. I mean,
Yeah,
not a nerve,
with
a
some
happy nerve.
raspberries and with some raspberries. Yeah,
Yes.
so good.
Oh, Eric, you and me in Omaha. Let's do it.
All right.
That's one of my
Eric,
favorites.
You and I can go out for a drink, and you and Colby can go out for flourless chocolate cake.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. And why don't you just share just a little bit about your family? Because I mean, all of us that work with you, we know about your family because, there's times that we're talking on the phone in a meeting or whatever, and you never know what's going to be said behind the scenes, right? So share with everybody that's listening about your precious family.
Was it with you or Nancy within the last couple of weeks? I was changing a diaper, talking.
I think it was Nancy, but I did hear
Oh,
about
okay.
it from you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm married. My wife Rebecca and we've been married. It'll be 15 years in July, and we have 2 kids, 2 boys. Tyler is 7 years old and in 2nd grade, and we've got Noah. Noah is 2, and so and he's entering into potty training time. And 2 guide dogs. We are a circus. We are a full-blown traveling circus when we roll into your town.
And you just got to smile, right? I mean, what a blessing. And
I love my family.
I seriously, you have a beautiful family.
Thank you.
So we appreciate you taking time, Eric, to join us, and welcome to stick around. Kenneth is here as well. Before we go to Kenneth, Eric, any final thoughts before you head into your full busy day?
Well, just would love to have people join us this evening for the fireside chat. We're going to have.
I'm excited
to learn more about
this.
you. Yes, me too.
Well, you'll learn about me, but
and others.
3 other colleagues. Ken Fernald, who's the CEO of an agency for the blind in Binghamton, New York, AVRE. Cindy Watson, who's the CEO of the San Antonio Lighthouse.
I'm anxious to hear Cindy and Kirk. They're both people I've worked with.
Yeah, and Kirk Adams, the CEO of AFB. And
that's great.
The interesting thing is all of us know one another, and we're all blind. And there aren't enough of us out there that are leading organizations day to day. But the intent is to have a good discussion. Dan really wants to tease out, is there a secret sauce, which I don't believe there is. But how did these folks get to where they are today? What sorts of experiences did they have? And what prepared them to do what it is they're doing today? Because a lot of it isn't rocket science, but it is a lot of work. And some of it is having people that believe in you, that will mentor or show you the way along the way. So
for sure,
I'm looking forward to this evening.
Well, I'm looking forward to it too. I always love learning more about folks, and again, 3 out of the 4 are people I know personally. So I'm really looking forward to learning things I don't already know. But that'll be great. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, ladies.
All
Have a good one.
right. Yeah, you too. Before we go to Kenneth, I was thinking, Colby, could you go into those reminders and maybe we could share with people how they can check out products with the mini mall? I know they're
Absolutely.
selling things. So if people want to email and find out how to get on the list so that they can receive a product list, or if they want to call and place an order for ACB products, what do they do?
So I've got 2 phone numbers and an email address.
Why don't we
So
just give out just one number? Let's not confuse things.
Oh,
Let's just do
okay.
one.
So
Yeah.
we've got, you can contact the mini mall at 877-630-7190. And you can also email by sending an email to mall, so just MALL at acb.org.
All right. Thank you so much for that. And we'll come back with some other reminders, but let's go to Kenneth. So Kenneth Semien from Texas is the chair of the Durward K. McDaniel Awards Committee and or first timer committee. I guess that's what it is, right? DKM committee. What's the official name of the committee, Kenneth?
Durward K. McDaniel Fund Committee. We call
Fund.
it DKM.
Okay, yeah.
Fund, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I knew when I said awards, you guys give out awards, but
Yeah.
fund committee. Thank you. So Kenneth, tell us about I know there's 2 main awards that you guys are working on and there's deadlines and so on. Why don't you share that first? And then we'd love for you to talk maybe about the mentoring program as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks for allowing me to be here with you all.
Oh yeah.
Our DKM First Timers Award, we use the acronyms DKM. We always have to let people know it stands for Durward K. McDaniel. And he is named our founding father. And he's done so many great things, and we're following in his footsteps by continuing his legacy through our programs. So we have the DKM First Timers Award that we acknowledge and try to identify someone that wants to be or attend our national convention for the first time in person. You can apply and will be considered for that. What we want that person to do, we have 2 people will accept or acknowledge through this process. We will recognize one person from the east and one from the west of the Mississippi River, and that's always provided that we do have qualified candidates from both areas. There was one time we actually recognized 2 people from one area because of that fact. There was not a qualifying person from the other region. So then we have on our committee, and I'll say about that award now, we have an article that's in the January Braille form that we encourage everybody to read. You can find that by visiting acb.org. It's mainly on the main page of ACB's website, but it also is on our DKM webpage, and that's acb.org/DKM. And you can read a lot about what we've done. We have some testimonials on that webpage. And our webpage is really going to be updated in the near future with some great new highlights and things that it's going to be more compelling to even go and visit more often for you.
And Kenneth, if I can interject just something really quick, I am so proud that the 2 first timers last year that were selected by the committee, no input by me, but they are both people that have given tirelessly, endlessly, hours and hours to our ACB community, and Belinda and Kayla. And I cannot wait for them to enjoy convention in person. I've had the privilege of meeting both of these ladies now, and I did not know them a year ago. So, I mean, I knew them, but I did not know. I knew them, but I didn't know in person,
Yeah.
Both delightful women, and just can't wait for them to enjoy convention this year and to see who gets that award and recognition for this year.
Yes.
So Yeah.
And so we'll have 3 classes joining together, those from 2020,
Amazing, right?
2021, and 2022.
Wow.
So
It's
it's a
going to be a
great time for
party.
them to be there.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be a
It
big
Uh-huh.
time.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we also have our Jpmorgan Chase Leadership Fellows Award. We'll be giving those out. That article that you want to read to consider applying is in the e-form of February this year. And it's also on ACB's website, as I stated earlier, acb.org, or you can visit acb.org/DKM to read more about it. And we will select 5 recipients this year who have demonstrated leadership potential. Their affiliate presidents will be able to support them by writing a letter and telling us all about them, and they can write and submit a letter of application to tell us about themselves, and that applies to both of our awards. Um, we are looking forward to receiving more applications. We haven't received many yet, but we're looking forward to getting those in prior to the deadline of April 5th. So I encourage everybody to read those articles and call me if you have questions. Let's talk and really consider applying. We're going to have a great time in Omaha this year.
And what a great opportunity for any of our members who are possibly in some leadership role, some facet in their affiliate or chapter, and are interested in expanding and building on what they already are doing, or they've been maybe a member for a while. They're just really, they haven't dabbled yet in leadership, but have, been on committees. You want to come into it with being able to demonstrate where you've done some leadership and that you're ready to move forward. And I just think of the class of, I think it was 2016. You had Sheila Young, who is now president of Florida, was not at that time. Deb Cook Lewis, who is now first vice president for ACB. I know both of them were in that class. And so, it's a great way to just I think also get the bug, right?
Yes.
Feel inspired and empowered. And so,
Yeah, connecting with so many other members and leaders in the organization, you just get excited about growing.
You do.
With
It's
the
great
organization.
energy, right? It just
Yes.
builds energy, and I don't know. So, Kenneth, you and others have come together and are building out a mentoring program, and I am elated, just really excited about this. And can you just tell us a little bit about it and what spurred you on to do this, and what it's going to look like?
We came together because there was an interest on each one of our levels. Um, I found out after the fact, really, but that our Multicultural Affairs Committee was working on something. I was working on something because I really thought that our DCAM and Jpmorgan Chase Leadership Fellow recipients really needed to have something in place after convention that they could really connect with. So I was planning on building something for them as far as mentoring, continuing beyond the convention that we have. And so reached out to the leadership team, the Burrow College Institute Leadership Training Committee, and Donna Brown decided to join us, and she has so much to offer. And plus, they have something that's going to connect with the mentorship program. They do training every month on the second Thursday.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a great thing. So we all have something we'll be able to contribute. So we joined together. Because I had a basis for a program already started, I presented that to them, and they went with it. So we're building it now.
Amazing.
For ACB, instead of what I initially started. And I do believe it applies in so many ways, and
it does for sure.
It's going to get more exciting as we go through the timeline that we have already put together. We have a picture before us so we can see exactly how we want things to turn out. And I think people are getting excited just about hearing about it, even though they know we don't have the full plan together yet. But we do have a great idea of where we want to go and who we hope to include in the process.
Amazing. And before we let you go, Kenneth, can you give us a brief kind of journey in ACB for you, because you're new to the board, and I've of course witnessed your activity and commitment and amazing organizational skills and as part of committees. But could you share, when did you join ACB and how did you get to be on the board? Besides being elected, of course.
Yes.
That helps, right?
Yeah. So, well, I joined ACB in 2005, so this year is my 17th year, and
Wonderful.
and I've gotten involved with so many different things and had fun from the local level. I started my chapter in 2009. We started with 16 folks, and now we're over 50 of
Oh
us
my goodness.
now. And then I started serving on committees on the state level, and shortly thereafter, really, actually, just a few years after we were approved as a chapter in 2010 and 2012, I ended up becoming the president of ACB of Texas and served for 3 terms. That was a great experience. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and began to serve on committees. I was chosen as a DCAM first timer in 2010, so that brought me on the stage on a national level, getting involved with some committees, the membership committee, in which I really enjoyed serving on. And then I joined the DCAM committee in 2012, and this makes my 10th year on that committee and 6 years as chair. It's been a great experience. There's so many different things that have happened through the years that I just would not have pictured happening. I just want to mention briefly, in 2002, I dealt with a severe case of meningitis, ended up experiencing hearing loss, which I'm deaf in my right ear. I became visually impaired. Initially, I lost all of my sight, but because of spinal meningitis, they continued to do these spinal taps, and I did get back a little of my sight in my right eye. But I can't see anybody's beautiful face, but I'm grateful for what I can see. And just knowing that I've been able to access technology that's helped empower me. So I'm just grateful to be able to be involved. And when it comes to the board, I've been encouraged for several years back when, I would say, and I was just really thinking about the commitment. I don't like to take on anything unless I'm able to fully commit. And also, there was a financial component I had to really consider. So,
Sure.
but it came to the time now. I'm 61 years old now, and I don't want to wait too late to do this. Since the opportunity came up, I did it suddenly in 2019. Didn't win, but it was just sudden. I
It was
announced it,
so
yeah,
close.
and it was
Yeah,
so close just for the first time.
it
But
was.
so that
Yeah.
was a great time. Then we went on, did wanted to try again in 2020, but then COVID said no, not yet. So then this year was the right time. I felt it was the
Yeah.
right time, and everybody else evidently agreed with that. And now I'm able to
Awesome.
serve, learn, and grow more, and help other people along the way. So,
All
uh,
right.
looking forward to being able to share my experience.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Colby, we're going to jump in really quick and let people know what's going on between now and the time we get together again at 2:15. If you could, really quick, we have like 1 minute.
Yes. So we have got opening remarks with Dan and Eric, and then we also have. I'm trying to scroll. We've got. We have the ACB. Let's see.
It's okay. Everything can be heard on ACB Media 6 as well. So
Yes.
as she's working on finding her spot, we hope that you'll stay tuned through the day here. And of course, when we do have breakouts, their B and C will be in 7 and 8 respectively. But do you have what's after the opening remarks?
Yes. So after the
Quickly.
after the after the opening remarks, we will hear from oh goodness, from
Okay, we're gonna have to actually, never mind.
pop out. Got
So
it.
yeah, it's okay. All right, everybody, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, Eric and Kenneth.
Yes.
And Colby and I will be back.
Yes,
So
we will.
turn it over to General Sessions. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy.
Go. Welcome back to day 2 of the ACB DC Leadership Conference. I'm joined today, this is Dan Spoon, ACB President, and joined by Eric Bridges, ACB Executive Director. Eric, it was just a wonderful first day, wasn't it? What a great day.
Yeah, we covered a lot of topics. I thought the breakouts were good. The remarks from Bob Seminara, and frankly, your interview of him was great. We learned a lot about him as a person.
I'm just picturing him with those 6 puppy dogs heading in and out of the door. It was so good. Yeah.
And the fact that his son and daughter-in-law live literally next door.
Oh, I know. It's
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was really a great day, and we've got a wonderful, great day ahead of us, and we're gonna not take much time and just jump right in. I do need to share a couple of things. Again, Gene Mann and team want to thank all those who pledged and contributed to the Monthly Monetary Support Program, MMS. If you would like to pledge today, the phone number is 888-999-3190. Again, that's 888-999-3190. Or you can email at askacbmms@gmail.com. That's askacbmms@gmail.com. Say hello to Jean for us. Drop her a phone call or a note, and she'll get back in touch with you. And we'd like to announce our winners for the first 2 days. So Friday's winner was Jeff and Leslie Tom from Sacramento, California. And then our second winner was Cassie Throsper from the Next Generation team, but from Oregon. So welcome and congratulations, Cassie and Jeff and Leslie Tom, both $25 Amazon gift card winners. So please consider joining MMS and supporting the American Council of the Blind and your favorite affiliate. Also wanted to let everybody know that we're going to kick off today with our video of our next advisory board member, followed by a wonderful conversation between Lee Nasahi, that advisory board member, Eric, and myself about our ACB strategic plan, or what we call our Vision Traction Organizer. So before we kick those off, I just wanted to remind everybody to please, we'd love to hear your questions. We've got some time for a few questions at the end of the presentation, and you can leave your questions at questions at acb.org. So that's questions with an S at acb.org, or you can call or text Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. Again, that's 651-428-5059. Janet would love to hear from you, and we hope we have a few questions at the end of the presentations. So now I would like to introduce our next video. Meet Lee Nasahi, ACB Advisory Board member, and she is the CEO of Vision Serve Alliance from Winter Park, Florida. And then following that, Lee and Eric and I are going to have a conversation about our ACB strategic plan. So talk to you soon. Look forward to the questions. Enjoy the video.
ACB, below each letter, dots representing the letter in Braille. American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future. ACB Executive Director Eric Bridges with Advisory Board Member Lee Nasahi. Eric Bridges, Executive Director.
All right. Well, hey, everyone. Eric Bridges back again. This time I am visiting with ACB Advisory Board Member Lee Nasahi. Welcome, Lee.
Thank you, Eric.
Well, you and I have known one another for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now. And you've been on the advisory board for 2 or 3 years. As part of these series of interviews that I'm doing with advisory board members, would love for you to talk just for a moment with the audience about what you do in your 9-to-5 day job.
Lee Nasahi, President and CEO, Vision Serve Alliance.
Yeah, I would love to explain that. It could take about 3 hours, but uh, in a nutshell, because Vision Serve Alliance, the organization that I'm the president and CEO of, is a small but mighty organization. We don't
Yes.
have very many staff. We have less staff than ACB does. So I do a lot of things. In addition to all the fiduciary and strategic uh, duties that any CEO does, I spend a lot of time with our members. We're a membership association like ACB. We don't have nearly as many members as ACB does, but our members are organizations, and we focus at Vision Serve on leadership. So most of my relationships are with members of the C-suites of our member organizations, but we're involved in leadership development. I provide a lot of consulting services to our members. We're all about collaboration, so much of what we do is bringing the larger field together to focus on big national issues. In particular, right now, Vision Serve Alliance is focused on aging and vision loss. We also produce currently one conference a year, national conference. So, as all of you at ACB know, that takes a lot of time as well, and a few other things. And I'm the chief cook and bottle washer too.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. So, share with us a little bit about sort of what prompted you to say yes to the offer to become an advisory board member of this organization.
Yeah, sure. Prior to coming to Vision Serve Alliance, I was the chief executive of a community-based vision rehabilitation organization here in the Orlando area where I still live, Lighthouse Central Florida and Lighthouse Works, and always through in my role there enjoyed a close relationship with the Greater Orlando affiliate of ACB, and and the leaders, the members of that, Dan and Leslie Spoon, have been my friends for a long time. Sheila Young, so many of the people who are involved on the local level. Um, ACB is just part of who Lighthouse Central Florida is. And so I had a great deal of respect for the organization, and then got to know you, Eric, in my role here at Vision Serve Alliance, and all of the fantastic work you guys are doing in policy and in your membership efforts. And so when you asked me to do that, I thought it would be awesome. I wanted to get to know your organization better, and I do feel like I have some things to offer around organizational structure and leadership development, and really was excited to share that with you all.
Yeah, so why don't we get into that? So can you talk to the audience a little bit about a couple of the initiatives that you've been assisting us with over the last year or two?
Yeah, so primarily it's been the EOS implementation, but that's a big journey. So
Huge.
huge, it's really huge. Um, and so it provides structure for ACB. It's such an investment because it's a framework that ACB can use for decades to come. It's flexible. I'm sure it'll evolve over time, but it doesn't need to completely go away every time you have a change in leadership, which was super important for me when we did this at Lighthouse Central Florida before I came to Vision Serve Alliance. We created a structure there that, regardless of who's on the board or who's in the chief executive seat, we have this framework within which the organization can flourish. We use it at Vision Serve Alliance now too. So it kind of gives us the framework so that we can focus on the content and the details, and that's what ACB has been able to do. I've just been thrilled watching the growth and the transformation. And frankly, there's nothing I enjoy doing more, Eric, than working with leadership teams, seeing those relationships form, the insights that you gain. I learn as much from every team that I work with as they do. So it's been wonderful.
Well, it's been great having you work with the team to implement EOS, and even before that, to engage in some discussions about our organizational structure. You and Aaron Patera, I recall, led a couple of really excellent meetings that preceded EOS to kind of talk with us about structure and potential gaps that we would want to find ways to strategically fill and things of that nature. So, Lee, we really appreciate the time that you take with us quarterly, but then also just frankly taking phone calls from us at random times for advice.
Yep, I love doing it. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you for asking me to do it.
And we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Amen.
All righty. Thanks so much. Take care.
A logo, ACB in print and Braille, American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future. ACB, below each letter, dots, representing the letter in Braille. American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future. Strategic Planning Committee, moderated by ACB President Dan Spoon with Lee Nasahi and ACB Executive Director Eric Bridges. Dan Spoon, ACB President.
Good afternoon, ACB leaders. We are excited today to bring to you our ACB Strategic Plan. It is part of our efforts over the last 2 years to implement the Enterprise Operating System, EOS, also known as Traction. You can see more information about this if you want to understand it by looking up a book by Gino Wickman that lays out the EOS Traction Operating System. ACB began its journey in April of 2020 to implement a methodology that would really allow us to provide structure and accountability to our organization. And we were fortunate enough to have one of our own ACB advisory board members, Lee Nasahi, who was a trained EOS implementer. And we're happy and excited to see and hear from Lee today. Eric, what are your thoughts about our initial trip down the EOS journey?
Well, it's been a heck of a journey because it happened to coincide with a pandemic, right? So we had made the decision as a leadership team in the fall of 2019 that we would, engage in this process in 2020. And as the pandemic came on and all of us began working from home, it became clear to me that we really needed to continue forward in implementing this and getting started to implement it, because just the nature of remote work, figuring out process and structure for how we were going to do the work that needed to be done. And EOS wound up being an even better fit for what we needed at the time than it may have been even a year previous. We were also beginning to mature in developing a leadership team and developing core values ahead of EOS as well. So there was a lot of work that had been done, and I think the pandemic, at least from my perspective, Dan, showed us the need to go on this EOS journey.
It really, really did. And as we have Lee explain this today, I want to paint a visual for you all. So think of a piece of pie or a clock, or I say a whole pie that's broken into 6 pieces. And so starting at 1 o'clock and going clockwise around the pie or the clock, there's 6 different components that make up Traction. And I'd love for Lee to take a moment and introduce herself and share a little bit about the Traction model. So Lee?
Thank you, Dan. So I am currently the president and CEO of Vision Serve Alliance, which ACB is a member of. And in that capacity at Vision Serve Alliance, offer consulting services to our members that help strengthen their organizations. And this model, this framework, EOS, is particularly helpful. It's great for for-profits, not-for-profits, and I'm just thrilled that ACB took this on. I have been on the journey with them and seen the transformation. So allow me for a moment to walk through the model as Dan suggested. Imagine a pumpkin pie that's been cut into 6 pieces, and there's an orange right in the middle of it, and that orange is ACB. And the 6 pieces of pie describe the different elements of your organization. We're going to start with vision. So there is a vision that is shared by all in a healthy organization. That covers your core values, your core focus, your long-term target, how you're approaching marketing, your sort of interim picture, and your one-year plan. And we go a little further where we break those one-year plans down into quarterly objectives, or what is called rocks. And last but not least is understanding the issues that kind of get in your way. So that's all part of vision, the first element of the model. The second is people. We all love to joke that it'd be an easy job if it weren't for people, but people is what drives the organization, especially a membership organization like ACB. So evaluating people is difficult. It can be very subjective, and there's some tools that you learn in this framework that really helps with that. First of all, you have a very helpful, what is called an EOS language, accountability chart. It's an org chart, an organizational chart, but it talks about the accountability of each of those positions, making sure you have the right people in the right seat. So that's people, the second element. The third is data. So entrepreneurial or enterprise leaders often have, kind of weird feelings about how their organizations are really doing. If you're not tracking it, if you're not measuring what you're doing, it's really hard to wrap your arms around it. So one of the first things ACB did in this journey was develop their very own scorecard. What are the measurables that matter to ACB? What gets measured gets done. The fourth element are issues. And so one of the things that I think the whole team has really enjoyed doing, and I understand has started to teach some of the other affiliate teams and committees how to use, is something called IDS, how to problem solve. Identify it, discuss it, and solve it. Gino says in his book that there's, I don't know, maybe 40 issues that we all talk about constantly. Every organization, doesn't matter how big or how small, it's essentially all the same 40 issues that we keep rehashing. Wouldn't it be great to figure out how to solve those and move on? So that's the fourth element, IDSing. And then the fifth is process. And so having simple processes that are written down, articulated, shared with everyone, and all of the organizations start to use it, it can be incredibly helpful, documented and followed by all. And last but not least is traction. How do you get things done? So you have all these nice visions and great words and guiding principles. Well, traction focuses on how you meet, having your L10 meetings, which I understand a lot of you are involved in, conducting an L10 meeting on a regular basis with a regular rhythm, with a typical agenda, and then looking at your objectives on a quarterly basis, a one-year basis, and long-term. That's all part of getting traction, the rhythm going. So that is it in a nutshell. There is the EOS model, Dan.
Well, thank you, Lee. And as you stated, I mean, we've loved the L10 meetings. And as we see those roll out throughout our organization, we really are seeing a significant change. It's really pushing people towards a more structured agenda, and they feel good at the end of the meeting. They've met and learned a little bit about each other and done some team building. They've gone through their data, they've shared their headlines, reviewed their rocks. done their to-dos, and then they've had some time to really IDS, to identify, discuss, and solve issues that are affecting their particular committee, whether it be an individual committee or a steering committee. So we really believe that we are experiencing traction in that area. But it really all got started in 2019 when we, as an organization, before we even knew about traction and EOS, realized that we needed a set of core values that really was the compass, was the foundation for how our organization was going to be behaved, what we valued, what we really thought was important for both our members and our staff. And we spent probably about a year working on this, and it happened at the end of Kim Charleston's administration. We published our 5 core values, which are integrity and honesty, respect, collaboration, flexibility, and initiative. And Lee, I'd like you to take a moment and kind of read the definitions for each of those, because the words are important, but I think the definitions even paint a more important and stronger message and picture of what we mean when we say our core values.
Oh, yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So, integrity and honesty is our word is our bond and serves as a foundational element demonstrating our strong democratic principles and values. Respect. We treat others as we expect to be treated. We welcome the unique talents of every individual and honor diverse work and lifestyles. Collaboration. We believe success comes from working together to create solutions that advance the organization's mission through partnerships and teamwork. Flexibility. We adapt to ever-changing circumstances and situations. Boy, you could say that again, huh?
Oh, yeah. Boy, we've been living that one for the last 2 years.
Every day.
Yeah.
We are receptive to multiple points of views and ideas. Initiative. We can and do make a difference in all of our efforts. We embrace continuous learning, hard work, personal accountability, motivation, and individual responsibility.
And I think that, thank you, Lee, for reading those. And Eric, if you could take a moment and just share with everyone how these core values are integrated into our quarterly and annual employee evaluations, and even our hiring practices as we move forward. I mean, I know we did our review here at the end of the year, and we started out by talking through the core values. And for each employee, we identify in that particular core value, are you a plus minus, or a minus? We've got some real work to do if we've got folks in the minus area, but even if you're in the plus minus area, it says there's an opportunity here for you to work on improving a little in this core value. So Eric, if you'd kind of share how that has integrated into your employee performance reviews.
Sure. So we actually, for the fiscal year 2021, adopted the EOS performance evaluation model. And so it's essentially like a one-page evaluation, and it's fantastic. You know, the core values are there in the actual evaluation. You have the opportunity to evaluate, you know, the folks that work for you, and in each of those 5 areas, as you said, Dan. The good thing is that we have a lot of folks that are working on our team that are high character and very driven people. And so, and in saying that, as we look at, you know, the last year where we've hired several new individuals for brand new positions, and then hired some other folks for vacated positions, these core values really were at the center of recruitment, looking and asking questions that were targeted at these areas to really gain a better understanding of, the finalist for a position, to ascertain whether or not they were going to be a good fit for our organization. As you all know, ACB is still a capacity constrained organization in terms of staff. And so the people that we bring on, number one, the roles are strategic that we build and recruit for, to fill an understood need. But then to bring that person in, they need to be the right person. And we're not always going to hit it at 100%, but when we do these, when we recruit, we really need to have a good level of assurance that the person that we hire is going to come in and just get to work and be a good team player, and a good listener. And so these 5 core values are really at the center of our recruiting efforts.
It is, and I think we have seen the core values promulgated, across all of our events and down through our affiliates, and it's really it's brought a smile to my face to see how much our membership has embraced our core values. So
That's
once
awesome.
you kind of have your core values in place, you then have to think about your vision or your core focus. Why do we exist? What makes us unique from other entities? And so it was important for us to develop our purpose and our passion, and then tie that together with our niche. And together, those create our core focus. And so I'd like Lee to read our core focus or vision statement.
They're both so beautiful. So your purpose statement is very simple: empowering people who are blind. That says it all. That's what ACB's purpose is, to empower people who are blind. And the niche, by embracing all of us in the spirit of collaboration, we foster voice, choice, and community. I love that one too.
I really do. I think it really it demonstrates the spirit of our organization. Lee, I want you to read it one more time all together.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Empowering people who are blind. By embracing all of us in the spirit of collaboration, we foster voice, choice, and community.
Very good. And Eric, I think again we're living this. Our goal, and you'll see this in our 5-year target, is to become the chief influencer in the blind and low vision community. And we get there by really empowering all blind people, and giving them a chance to collaborate and really have a voice, and a choice and a community to work within. So I know you'd like to comment on this a little bit and how the staff and the members have worked together to meet this vision.
Yeah, and it's really shown itself to be prophetic over the last 2 years, with the pandemic, and all of us not being able to physically be together with one another, and the need of the staff and affiliate leaders to have contact with members and to form a virtual ACB community as we have, right? To give voice, to be able to talk about all different types of subject matter, uh, and in doing so, then form a community. And we're north of 7,000 community events. The 17th is the 2-year anniversary of our ACB community. And we have empowered so many during that time, and continue to. The community events and that universe has not plateaued. It's continuing on, and it's powerful to witness.
And it truly is collaboration that leads to voice, choice, and community. Yeah, it's been it's been such a good spirit to see inside of our organization. And then the other part that we have to concentrate on is our target market. What makes us unique? What separates us from others? And so we have identified 6 uniques, as the traction methodology would ask us to do, to really identify what makes ACB unique. So Lee, if you could read those.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, we live by our core values. Next, accepting, welcoming, and non-judgmental. Embrace choice. There's no one way to do things. Democratic, innovative, and agile, willing to meet people wherever they are. And a friendly face, even in contentious situations. So those are the 6 things that make ACB's interactions and work in the community different.
And it truly is the culture we are building each and every day. And of course, it always starts to me with the democratic, you know, purpose
Mm-hmm.
or process of our organization. Everyone has a vote. We really demonstrated that this year when, for the first time, we actually opened up our elections not to just people that were at
Right.
our convention, but everyone who was a member had an equal right to vote, and vote independently and accessibly. And it was just a huge step forward for our organization. So that's just one example of where these uniques are playing out each and every day.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, I know you have some thoughts in this area.
Yeah, I tell you, these uniques, I feel like ACB has been doing a lot of this for years, and it's part of what's made it unique, being welcoming and as a national organization of blind people, non-judgmental, and providing a choice. And so, putting it down into writing, I think, has been a great exercise for us. At times things can get stuck in our head, but actually seeing that there and sharing it with you all, I think is very important. This is how the leadership is viewing, um, why you should want to be with us,
That's right.
or why you should want to join us.
Most certainly. And now let's start talking about our true strategic goals.
Mm-hmm.
Our 5-year target, our 1-year strategic plan, and the 5-year target. The kind of the coin phrase there is big, audacious, hairy goals, or BHAGs, right? You're really, what's out there that, if you had to dream, if you had to kind of, think where would that point at the end of the horizon be for ACB in 5 years? This is our 5-year target, and it's at a fairly high level, but I think as you see this and hear this, you'll realize where we want to be at the end of 2025. So Lee, I'm going to ask you to read our 5-year targets.
Sure. So, as you mentioned already, the first one is to be the chief influencer on matters impacting the blind and low vision community. Next, to have 100,000 connections and 20,000 members. So, a little bit of a difference there. Actual dues paying members, 20,000, but a much broader community of connections of 100,000. And then have annual revenue of $5 million. Have an active affiliate in every state. Have reserves of 18 months operating expense. And finally, triple ACB's legacy endowment from 1.6 million to 4.8 million.
Thank you for reading those, Lee. And it's really important to write this stuff down and make it real. And it's been what your leadership team has been striving to do here since we began the plan at the beginning of 2021. And we're on that journey. You know, when we talk about 100,000 connections, wow, that sounds a lot, like a lot. But I want to share with you a little bit of data, because data is also what is, really influencing us and driving us. So we want metrics that we can actually measure and see how we are stacking up. We want to hold ourselves accountable. So just as one example, for our website, just this last month, we had, I believe, over 20,000 unique visitors with over 50,000 pages shared.
Wow.
So that's almost doubled in the last 12 months, from 10,000 and the number of, I think it was 10,000 and 17,000 pages. So you can see that we're growing, and we're growing in our other social media areas of Facebook, of LinkedIn, of Instagram, of Twitter. And so there's all those contacts. And then we're seeing, our at-large members grow, our friends of ACB grow. So what we're realizing is that all these individuals have an opportunity to influence our mission and our goals. Everybody doesn't have to be um, you know, a membership dues paying member of ACB to make a difference in our community. Uh, Eric, I know you all are driven every day as a staff by these goals. So I know, would like to share some
Yeah,
items in
well,
this area. Yeah.
data is something that this organization has gotten much better at, both collecting and also analyzing. And then really the third step is having it become part of the decision making process for next steps. Maybe not having it always be the driver, but having it be there instead of some notional or anecdotal feeling, which we've encountered in the past, right? So the data component is very large. Also, looking at the data and the there's a bullseye that we've developed that
Mm-hmm.
in the center is the family, and the next circle out is family or friends. I'm sorry, families in the center. Friends is the next ring out. The next ring out is a follower. The fourth ring out is familiar, and the fifth ring out is unfamiliar. And so, looking at those five concentric circles or a bullseye, putting together definitions for what is a family member, what is a friend, or who is a friend, and so on and so forth. The time that they spend with us, the treasure or the money that they give to the organization,
Mm-hmm.
and time, treasure, and their talent, giving of themselves. Uh, you know, for our volunteer hours, right? We talk about volunteer hours with all of our committees, and all of that leads us into really looking at the data and how are we progressing through these circles, and how can we help folks, let's say donors, move from friends to family, or how can we help folks that are currently only familiar, bring them in the next circle to be followers. So it's important stuff that we're developing. It's a method to our madness.
Mhm.
It truly is individual touches in developing the number of people that are in our circles,
That's
if you
right.
really think of it that way, in our sphere. And then not only do we need people, that's the number one most important part, but we also need funding. We need financial stability. And I hope it didn't just sneak by you guys that target is $5 million. This year's budget is approximately $2.5 million. So we're hoping to double that in 3 years, which is a pretty lofty goal. But we've come up 60% in the last 2 years, from 1.6 to 2.5. So we are on a growth curve. So Lee, we've
Yes.
talked a little bit about our 5-year targets. So think about that, guys out there, where we're trying to get to. And then let's talk a little bit about our 1-year plan. So what are we trying to get done this year? And you'll hear rocks for the first, second, third, and fourth quarter, all building towards this annual plan for 2022. So I'm going to have Lee, and you're going to see that this is much more specific and really, can easily be turned into objectives or rocks that we can work on to get this done this year. So Lee, if you could share the 1-year plan for everyone.
Yeah, sure. So we're going to start with revenue, and as Dan said, that your target, your goal for this year, 2022, is just shy of $2.5 million, $2,498,500. And if Nancy wrote it, it'd probably be N 29 cents. That's a little insight.
Most certainly.
Oh,
Most
shot
certainly.
across the bow.
Love you,
Oh,
Nancy.
we love you, Nancy. That's right.
Oh, sorry. And so there are 10 different revenue categories. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'm going to point out that far and away the largest revenue category are contributions. So combining general and restricted contribution, that is about $850,000. So that's the biggest revenue source, followed by convention, which is about 561,000. That's the goal for convention revenue. Fundraising activities, 378,000. I think what's interesting is the very smallest revenue category is membership dues. Only 55,000, a little over $55,000 is projected of that $2.5 million budget. So lots of work there. And then a couple of other measurables, that there will be 16 total employees by the end of this year. And where are you right now, Eric?
We're close.
Yeah.
At the recording of this, I believe we're at 15. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And members, 10,676 for the year. Another somewhat odd number, but 10,676. And do we know where we are at this point?
I think we're a little south of 9,000. So we've got some
Okay,
work to
you're
do
on,
here over the
but you're on
next
track.
9 months.
You're on
We're on
track.
track. Yep,
And you'll surely gain many new members through convention. I think that's typical. So those are the measurables. And then some other more like narrative goals are to have a successful hybrid. Well, actually, it's all virtual, right? DC Leadership Conference.
DC Leadership Conference.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Hybrid convention.
Mm-hmm.
And then a successful AD gala. And then to successfully implement ACB's remote voting initiative, that's a big one. Further the multicultural affairs initiatives, including assuring the implementation of membership-driven Spanish language communications. And then also to have implemented a fully functional ACB media structure and processes, to augment the processes and measurables for resource development. When you're raising that much money, you definitely need structure and articulated processes. Next is establishing regional community structures and opportunities and activities for members in those regions to connect and enhance constituent engagement. Enhance organizational cultural health and constituent relationships and engagement. Fully integrate strategic data collection into decision making. That's a short sentence that has a whole lot behind it. And then develop a stakeholder engagement plan and include in the communications plan. There's a few others, but I think those are the highlights.
Well, thank you, Lee. And I'd like to highlight one that we really are focusing on this year, and it's coming out of a couple of resolutions we've had for the last 2 years. And that is really working on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and also developing, Spanish language offerings for those of our members who feel more comfortable speaking in Spanish and English. There's over 40 million individuals in the United States who do have Spanish as a primary language. And so it's our first really efforts. The board approved $20,000 in our budget for these efforts this year, and you're seeing that already come to fruition. This year for the DC Leadership Conference, we did our registration as a bilingual registration form. We did our imperatives bilingual. We are going to have a Spanish wrap-up show at the end of each day with our DC Leadership Conference. And we are identifying about 6 hours of highlighted coverage throughout the DC Leadership Conference that will be translated to Spanish and put out as podcast and made available on one of our ACB broadcast channels. I hope this has been helpful. We wanted to take an opportunity today to share with you what EOS and Traction calls the Vision Traction Organizer. We also have a 3-year kind of mid-range plan. It's kind of in between the 1-year plan and the 5-year plan, and that's available if people would like to to talk to us more about it. But we're kind of getting towards the end of our time here today. Thank you all for being part of our presentation today. We hope you have learned a little about EOS and the Vision Traction Organizer. And we will make available to you the vision portion of the VTO on our website in the next week or two. The ACB core values are already available. And now we'd like to take the opportunity for you all to ask Eric and I some questions. So you can write to questions@acb.org. Again, that's questions@acb.org. Or contact Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. Again, that's 651-428-5059. And share your questions, and Janet will read them out. And Eric and I would love to take about 10 or 15 minutes and answer your questions. And we hope you have enjoyed the presentation today. And Eric and Lee, thank you so much for all you do for the American Council of the Blind.
A logo, ACB in print and Braille, American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future.
Very good. Welcome back. And we now hopefully have Janet, our questionnaire extraordinaire, with us. And Janet, we are hoping we've got some questions about the strategic plan. So welcome back. Yes.
Thank you. Right now we do not. And I think the reason we don't is everybody was just glued to the presentation. I know I was blown away. It was really interesting.
Well, good.
Well, thank
Janet,
you.
Do you have a question?
No, I was too busy listening to have a question. But for those of you who send in questions after we're done with our presentation, what I will do is I will make sure I will forward them on to Eric and Dan so that they can answer them. But I'm going to go look on my email one more time and see if I have any other questions. So give me a minute.
All right. Well, very good. And please do send your questions in. Everybody knows how to get hold of Eric and I. Again, this video will be put out on our YouTube channel, correct, Eric? So it'll be there for visibility for everyone as a resource.
Yes, it will. It'll be up later today.
Very good. And so I really, I want to, again, thank Lee Nasahi for all of her work in this area as a member of our ACB advisory board. And Eric, maybe, what is it was kind of interesting, listening to it. Any takeaways from your standpoint?
The biggest takeaway for me is, from a staff standpoint, EOS has provided a structure and process so that as we grow, that structure is there. We've communicated, our goals for this year, 3 years, and 5 years. And, this EOS structure lives on for the organization, irrespective of who's president or who's executive director. this sort of stuff. It's not necessarily rocket science. It's been in business books for decades, right? It's just a different packaging of these of a methodology for how to run an organization. But it provided us with some much needed structure in a time when we were starting to look to grow. And the absence of structure and process can just lead to chaos, and it can also have you chasing your tail. And we're doing less of that these days. And I'm really proud of our ability, our team, and the leadership of this organization being supportive of the staff implementing this.
And Eric, I do have a question now.
Okay.
Michael wanted to know, he said many of our decisions in the past have always been membership driven decisions from the bottom up. And he's wondering if this decision being made more from the top down, how we're going to resolve conflicts if this causes conflicts with individuals.
Well, I do think we are always primarily a membership-driven organization. So of course, we take our direction from our members. We take our direction from our ACB board of directors, which are voted on by our members. But the day-to-day operation of the organization is something that I think over time will transition to more of what we're seeing, kind of a split between the staff and our members. There was a time when I think we had no other choice than for not only did our members, help us set direction, they also did and still do a lot of the day-to-day work of the organization. But what we're learning over and over again is if we have that good partnership between staff, who it's their direction and mission to do this work at least 9 to 5 days a week and more on the evenings and weekends, and our members who are volunteers and their time ebbs and flows depending on their work-life balance. What I think we're finding through our steering committees and our committees, but with the overall strategic plan that gives us all the roadmap to follow, that we're getting more done. We're getting more done in a high quality. And so I don't think it's an either or. I do think it truly is a collaboration, but the direction ultimately always comes from our membership and from our board of directors. Eric, thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree. One of the things that we have witnessed through, number one, the creation of these steering committees, Dan, taking 38 committees and having them roll up into 9 steering committees, which really represents our programs and services.
Yep.
Starting with the creation of that structure, which happened before EOS and before our strategic planning, but then laying over that EOS and introducing the L10 meeting format is helped, obviously, with structure. These steering committees are functioning, I would say, much better. The committees within them are meeting more regularly than they had been. And there's a sense of, I think, shared accountability between the member lead and the staff lead in the accomplishment of action items that come out of the L10 meetings. The L10 meetings have a natural cadence, in them, so that there are to-dos or action items that come out. There are rocks, which are goals and objectives that are set on a quarterly basis. There are these aspects of really the business of ACB. Our business is, what we do here in the office, but it's also the business of advocacy, and being able to view that through that lens makes things a lot more clear to folks, as well as the shared sense of accountability and actually being able to get more done.
I agree. And I think the word that always keeps coming to my mind, and people get tired of me saying it, it's intentional. When you take the time to write it down, to have it there in front of you and be intentional about where you're spending your time, talent, and treasure, it truly does make a difference. And I think Traction is giving us a methodology to kind of put our capacity strained resources in the focused areas that we have determined as a collective group will make the most difference for our blind and low vision community. So, Janet, yes.
Yes, Bill would like to know if we're encouraging affiliates to come up with strategic plans, and if so, how are we going to support affiliates in this effort?
We most definitely are encouraging affiliates to come up with strategic plans. And I think one thing we're developing is a group of individuals who are learning the skills of Traction and would be happy to work with affiliates that would be interested in implementing the EOS methodology. It takes a little bit of facilitation, but I think you'll find that, and inside of ACB, I always say it's an evolution, not a revolution. But over time, you'll really find that it does make a difference in the quality of your meetings, in the direction of your affiliate. So we would be happy to continue to have conversations about how we can help our affiliates implement the EOS Traction methodology.
That's all I have for right now, Dan.
Well, thank you, Janet. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Lee Nasahi. And please, this is just the beginning of the conversation about our strategic plan. So, hope the dialogue continues, and I hope this was a good introduction. So next on the agenda, I'd like to introduce to you two members of the Resource Development Committee. First, we have David Trott from Talladega, Alabama, who is our ACB treasurer and also supports our Braille Forum Raffle initiative in the RDC. And also I'd like to introduce Leslie Spoon, chair of the auction committee from Orlando, Florida. So David, if you could go ahead and kick it off and tell us a little bit about the upcoming Braille raffle.
Okay, Dan, thank you for having me today. And I really appreciate you giving me such a hard follow-up here to such a great program. But I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Braille Forum raffle. Then Les is going to come on and talk about the auction, and I'll come back and tell you how you can participate in the raffle. The Braille Forum raffle is not just a raffle. For those of you who know me, I'm a history buff, so I put together a few things that you might not know. $300,000, in excess of $300,000 is what we've raised through the Braille Forum raffle since its inception. Here's an important figure for you. Over $130,000 has been given back to our members, affiliates, and chapters who have participated in the raffle over the years. So it's a great opportunity to be a part of something this great. Cost us around $50,000 a year to produce the Braille Forum. My goal is at some point this raffle will raise that much money so that the Braille Forum would be sustained by member donations. The other thing we'd be remiss if we didn't mention a guy named Alan Peterson, who has sold more tickets than anybody, probably more than all the committee members combined over the years. Dan, Dillon, and I have always kind of had a friendly competition of who would sell the most tickets in what year. Unfortunately, I've won by kind of a weird thing that happened called the pandemic, in that you guys have jumped up here and made it possible for us to sell out of tickets 2 years running. We've sold $25,000 a year. So it's not just a raffle, guys. It's a way to support a great publication that's been around, for just over 50 years. And the other thing, since we've got a great BOP, they've introduced the themed addition to the Braille Forum. People seem to like that. And this raffle helps make that situation come about. So we appreciate what you do. And remember, over $130,000 has been given back to our membership chapters and affiliates over the years. So it's also a way to have the opportunity to maybe pocket some money. The first place, of course, is $5,000. Second place is $1,000, and third place is $500. So none of these prizes are insignificant. We put them out there. It's tried and true. It's worked for years. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Leslie Spoon, who I enjoy working on the auction committee with. And she does a great job. And then I'll come back and tell you how you can participate in the Braille Forum raffle. Les?
Hi, David. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Happy Sunday.
You too.
It seems weird. I miss seeing you. I miss hanging out with everybody. So it's, maybe next year, right?
Maybe so.
Yes. So
Maybe
I'm here to talk about the ACB auction. Woohoo! I'm so excited. It's my passion. I love it. I just would be remiss to not say thank you to everybody for the auctions last year. Like David said, the pandemic has actually helped the auctions. It's been a blessing in disguise. We went virtually, and we've never been virtually till the pandemic. So it's been a blessing. It's been awesome. We could not do these auctions without you guys. It's the community, it's the vendors, it's the affiliates, and it's the board and the officers. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. This auction is very near and dear to me. My good friend Brenda Dillon, Cindy Hollis, she was Van Winkle when I first met her, but now Hollis, and Jeff Tom started this auction many moons ago. I can't remember how long ago it was. I was going to look that up, but I forgot to do that. So it's been over 14 years. I think this is the 15th or 16th this year. So they started this auction, and who knew, David, that this would just be an amazing, anomaly. It's so amazing. It's so humbling to me. It just, I know Brenda's up there having a dance, she's having a party, because the walk, the auctions, she started these things, her and Dan Dillon, and it's amazing. And I am just honored that they had that much faith in me to hand it over to me, and Cindy Hollis and Jeff Tom also did to have this, handed over to me. So I just want to talk a little bit about this year's auction. It will be June 18th, which is Saturday, is when we will kick off the convention. And we will have the appetizer auction on the 16th and 17th, which will be Thursday and Friday. So the appetizer auction will be Thursday and Friday, the 16th and 17th. And then Saturday, June 18th will be the main event auction. The deadline for the items and descriptions will be May 1st. And please give me a ring and email me with descriptions. And I look forward to having this year's auction be a success like it has in the years past. Back over to you, David.
Thank you, Les. And we look forward to the auction. Again, that's June 18th for the biggie. So that'll kick off our convention, guys. So let's be sure and get in there and get our bids in. Now for the thoughts about the Braille Forum raffle. You know how great it is. You know what it's done. Now it's your opportunity to start by buying your tickets and getting ready for us to draw maybe your name this year at convention at the banquet. So how you can do that? The tickets are $50 each. You can do that by buying one on your own or purchasing with up to 4 friends. And also you chapters and affiliates, don't forget, buy yours. You've won in the past, so we look forward to everybody being able to win. You can call the 800 number. That's 1-800-424-8666. You can also get in touch with the Minneapolis office and get them there. Registration will open May 12th. You can get them on your registration. It'll open on May 19th. For everybody else, this will be members on May 12th. And then everybody on May 19th on, So get your tickets there. If you still wait, I'm sure Alan Peterson will sell you a ticket. And then also the mini mall has taken a good portion of the sales for us over the last many years. So we appreciate the work that Carla and team does for us there. So remember, you have a lot of opportunities to buy in. Remember, over the history of this thing, we've given away over $130,000. So maybe you can be a part of that this year. And Dan, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and thank you for giving Les and I the opportunity today to bring the auction and the Braille form raffle to the membership.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Leslie, and thanks for all the work you all do. And let's get out there and enjoy the auction and buy our Braille form raffle tickets and get some good items and win some money. So thank you, David. Thank you, Leslie. And we're now going to move over to our connection shows, but I just wanted to let everybody know that after the connection show, we will have 3 breakout sessions. So in room A, which is on media, ACB Media 6, we will be having a second conversation with a group of individuals that talked with us last year, the under 45 crowd, about what it's been like to get involved in ACB and see how their journey has taken them over the last 12 months. And that'll be hosted by Michael Talley, and can't wait for that conversation. And then in room B on ACB Media 7, we're going to have affiliates in action, where we're going to hear from different programs that 4 of our affiliates are doing during these pandemic times. So I think it's going to be an exciting panel. We've got Doug Powell, who's hosting, our ACB board of director, who's very involved in AAVL and the work they're doing with seniors. We've got Regina Marie Brink and Joe Green, a power couple from Sacramento, California. They're going to talk about the inclusion diversity chapter that they've got going in California Council of the Blind. We're going to hear from Michael Garrett, first vice president of ACB of Texas, about a wonderful education leadership program that they've got going on in ACB of Texas. And we're going to hear from Karen Blackowitz, who's the president of ACB of New York, talk about an advocacy effort they're doing jointly with the National Federation of the Blind and collaborating on both accessible voting and the Randolph Shepherd Vendors group. So wonderful panel in room B on ACB Media 7. And then in room C on ACB Media 8, we're going to hear about the audio description project and what's new with audio description. First, we're going to hear from Mark Turrent, who is the vice president of captioning and audio description and accessibility for what was CBS, but is now Paramount Global. And they're going to talk about how they're making all their primetime content audio described. That's going to be exciting. Then we're going to hear from Carl Richardson and Kim Charlson about smart televisions and how to get connected to streaming. And then we're going to end with Joel Snyder, our ACE Audio Description Project founder, and what's going on in the world of audio description. So those 3 wonderful breakout sessions. We'll be back at the general sessions at 3:30. So enjoy your connection shows, enjoy your breakout sessions, and go ACB. Hip, hip, hooray.
Welcome everybody to the Connect Show. I'm
Welcome
Cindy.
back. I'm Colby.
And we are so delighted to have you with us, truly. We are a shortened break here, so we're going to just jump right in because we want to give Tom some time. So Tom Tobin is with us from the Get Up and Get Moving campaign. And so Tom, tell us, you're chairing this committee. Tell us what the premise is of it and maybe some current activities that are going on.
Yeah, so well, thanks for having me. And I have to emulate our president, Dan Spoon, with his hip hip hooray. We have a greeting in the Get Up and Get Moving campaign, which goes like this: woohoo! So woohoo to you, Cindy, and Colby, and everyone in the audience, because that's our signature cheer. So anyway, let me start just by introducing the committee. It's really important for me that everyone in the audience know who is on this committee, because everyone on this committee is amazingly dynamic. hardworking, driven, goal-oriented folks, and there's all 6 of us. So it's not like we have a huge committee here. But we have Dan Dillon, Connie Sims, who you've heard from earlier today and yesterday at the board meeting, and or Friday, pardon me, and Leslie Spoon, who you just heard from a few seconds ago, Amanda Selm, and last but not least is Terry Suarez. I couldn't do what we do without this amazing team, so I'm very much indebted to them for everything that we did. And we did a lot of stuff in 2020, 2021. So I'm not going to get into the weeds on that, but we did some really cool
I
stuff.
remember the dance party.
Woohoo!
Yeah, because that was on community. So
yeah, so we kicked this campaign off last June, so we haven't even had 1 year under our belt yet. It's a 3-year campaign. We'll end up our 3rd year in Jacksonville, Florida, at our national convention. So you know, we are small but mighty. And you know, I wanted to emulate what Connie brought up yesterday, because where we are right now with this campaign is kind of getting into stage 2, I guess you will, if you're thinking about our rocket. So we're going to the moon with the Get Up and Get Moving campaign, and we want everybody to come with us. So we are hoping to, you'll hear more about this from Connie this afternoon, so it's a little wonky the way the order came, but we are very much looking to engage with affiliate leadership. As I said, we're a small committee of 6, and we do have some people that serve on our 3 pillars and possibly moving to 4 pillars. But so we really need your help to engage with us, affiliate leadership. And we're not going to be prescriptive in what you can do, but there's a ton of things you could do. Cindy, you just mentioned a dance party, but we're hoping that you will engage with us, you'll partner with us and collaborate with us, and all kinds of fun things could be done out there. Like I said, a dance party. I know some people are working with Achilles, which is a volunteer running club. That sounds like fun. I'm personally fired up. I'd love to convention or somewhere to do a dunk tank. Oh, Cindy, if I could get you in the dunk tank.
I've been in a dunk tank before, and I personally, I mean, I'd do it for ACB. I'd do anything. However, I will admit to you, it is not one of the funnest things I've ever done in my life. And it's a lot funner to dunk somebody than to be the dunkee.
Well, I'll put my American Express gold card down if you get up there, Cindy, because I'm just going to keep throwing the balls. But anyway, we could have a lot of fun. But
I'm feeling the love.
No, it is a fundraiser, right?
It is.
You know, I'm a development guy. We got to raise
some. So is the get up and get moving part of that the throwing of the ball? Is that what the exercise?
And the splashing of the victim.
And the splashing.
We'll see how good my fastball still is. But anyway, but we really want to, again, I want to reiterate the collaboration with the affiliates. We don't want to be prescriptive. You guys can think about what you want to do and how you want to engage with us. One thing I would point to Indiana, ACB of Indiana, because Carrie Goodman is doing some really cool stuff there with their version of the Get Up and Moving campaign. And what I'd really like to see as chairman, if we can do this, and we probably can't do them all, but for state and special interest affiliate conventions, we would love to engage with you guys in some way. It could be just about anything. We're really creative about it. But we're not going to be able to take this campaign nationwide without the rest of you. So
for sure, yeah. Well, you're welcome to come on to President's Hump Day Happy Hour again with new ideas at different times. So it's not just a one and done. And Tom, let me ask you, are you willing to also speak to chapters around the country?
Absolutely. We've already been doing a lot of that. Leslie Spoon and I did speak to Indiana a couple of months ago. It seems like yesterday, but yeah. So we've been doing a lot of that. And Terry and I spoke to ACB of Texas last year, and so definitely we are here to help the affiliates, help us to help this campaign get nationwide.
And also, I know our time is going to be really short, but I know that there was a big push for people to walk or ride or whatever to the convention. And I will just say at the end of June, I bought a bike, a recumbent
stationary bike.
recumbent stationary bike. And I've been riding with 2 friends every morning for a half hour. We ride together over the phone. So
Awesome.
people can be creative about what they're doing, right? So
Yeah, and you'll hear
and-
this afternoon in Connie's session at 5:30 with her 3 panelists. One of them is Zelda Gephardt, and she is the one that kind of launched the whole idea of she's going to walk to
hey,
Omaha.
and we are going to have to be done already. Can you believe that? Does not seem fair. But Tom, I thank you so much for being a part of this. And everybody get up and get moving and join us in an hour. Get to those breakouts. Remember, you can listen on 6, 7, or 8 on ACB Media. And yeah, we'll see you
Woohoo from
soon.
Get Up and Get Moving.
All right. Bye, everybody. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Connect Show. And I'm Cindy.
I'm Colby.
And we are excited to be here with some guests to talk about ways that you can help raise funds for ACB. And certainly in the case of the walk, engage with lots of people while doing it and get some exercise as part of that Get Up and Get Moving campaign, in my opinion. Anyway, so Donna, talk to us
Hello.
about the walk. I've been participating in it for many years, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So,
Okay, so I have a little spiel written here, so hopefully I
all
can
right,
get through it.
do it.
So over the past few days, you guys have been hearing about various fundraisers for ACB. So I only have a few minutes, so please lace up your shoes and let's join me in a brisk walk. Here we go.
All
So
right.
I'm going to say a lot about the ACB Brenda Dillon Memorial Walk in a very short period of time, so pay attention. I want to begin by asking two questions. Is your affiliate always seeking ideas for fundraisers? I know mine is. Does your affiliate need more money to either continue its work or maybe to start new projects or programs? So if you answered yes or even maybe to either one of those questions, consider creating a walk team for your affiliate. So just quickly how that works is whoever actually creates the walk team for your affiliate is considered the team captain. It's pretty honorable. So when you sign up your team, you can designate up to 50% of the money that your team raises to come back to your affiliate. That can mean in some cases thousands of dollars for some affiliates. So once your team is created, you will receive a link to your team walk webpage. That's pretty cool. So be sure to share that link with your affiliate members and encourage them to join you in seeking donations for your team. And we actually recognize generally the at least 5 top teams in fundraising. So the registration fee for the walk, no matter if you walk as an individual or if you are a team member, but it's only $25. And actually even half of that $25 will go back to your affiliate. So even if you are unable to come to the convention, you can still participate in the walk as what we would consider a virtual walker. We've all been in the virtual mode, so virtual walking should work too. So not only is the ACB walk a major fundraiser for ACB and its affiliates, as Cindy said, it is a way to get some exercise. And I know when you're at a convention, you need exercise, you get tired of sitting. So the on-site walk this year is going to be really cool. It's on Saturday, July 2nd at 6:00 p.m. And so for the early risers, you can't use that, or for those who are not early risers, you can't use that as an excuse this year for not coming to the walk. So the walk will actually culminate with the participants filing into the first general session of the 2022 ACB National Conference and Convention. So pay attention to the ACB lists because in the next 2 weeks or so, you're going to be seeing an announcement from me, and it will have not only my contact information in case you have questions, but it will have information about how you register for the walk. And the most important part will be the link to the website where you can register. So join me in Walking Everywhere. That is our theme this year, and help raise money for ACB and your affiliate. And thank you, Cindy.
Oh, you're not done yet.
Uh-oh.
No, we got some questions for you. First of all, how did you get involved with the walk?
Oh my gracious, what a story, but I'll make it as quick as I can. So in 2009 was the first walk, and I'm an exercise guru. So of course, at that particular walk was part of the Watermelon 5K in hot Orlando, Florida, which is an organized 5K run. And I don't know if it was on the 4th of July, but it was right around the 4th of July. I can't remember that.
But anyway, so I thought, wow, a 5K, and I'd been running, and I was really in good shape and good running shape. And so I get to this watermelon 5K, and it was hot. It was humid, and anyway, so and there was like 5,000 runners or participants. They didn't all run. And I've been to ball games, 50,000 people, and that kind of thing. But 5,000 people, like surrounded by 5,000 people at the starting line, it just was, I just had no idea. So I had a wonderful guide. His name was Jason. I mean, I remember it quite well. And I said, so, we kept walking, and after, the crowd kept moving, and I don't know, about 5 minutes into it, he said, well, we finally got to the starting line. I'm like, what? So anyway, and we just kept walking. I said, I came to run. He said, it's so crowded. We can't run. So yeah. So actually what he did then, he said, okay, he said, what we're going to do is we're going to run on these people's lawns. We're not going to stay on this road. So we were running across people's yards, and anyway, so, I mean, I finished and got to run maybe about half of it. I was pretty disappointed in that part of it, because I really wanted to run a fast 5K. I mean, that was my aim, because you were timed and everything. So anyway, that was my initiation to the ACB walk. I got some sponsorships, but I'm pretty blasted competitive. And some of my good friends got more sponsors than I did, more money and sponsorships than I did. Well, that didn't happen after that. That first year, not after
That's
that.
right.
Anyway,
I remember being at walks where you and it seems like you and Doug were both like really, really serious about running.
Yes,
and
yes, we were.
and you often at that time we would give awards for like the first place person, and as I recall.
Yeah, we've kind of had to stop that.
Stop that. Yeah.
Some of the trains collided, and we had some accidents, and so we decided that maybe we better not.
But lots and lots of fun and great camaraderie at those walks. And cheering, and it just really encouragement, right? So
yeah, and that's where I've met some of the people who've really become friends. Was through the walk, the Dillons. That's how I got to know them, and Dan and Leslie, and
So awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Donna, and keep up the good work. We appreciate you a lot.
Yes.
All right. So before we head to our next guests, Colby, do you want to read the mini mall information? We want to encourage people to check out the mini mall, call to find out if there's any specials. Certainly you can email and get a product and price list. So let's do that.
I'll give that out. So if you want to call the mini mall, you can call them at 877-969-6255. And if you want to email them for a price list or any questions via email, you can send an email to mall, MALL, at acb.org.
And I'll just say that that's 877-969-MALL. Yeah, 6255 mall. And that's the ACB mini mall. And so you can find out products that are ACB branded and help support and more importantly, do a little PR for ACB with the gear that you wear and products that you hang on to for your electronics and so on. So, all right, thank you, Colby. Next, we're going to talk about the MMS program, monthly monetary support. And Jean and Michael, appreciate both of you being with us. So Jean, I'm going to turn it to you to share whatever you'd like about MMS and what you guys are doing this conference weekend.
Thanks, Cindy. As probably most of you know if you've been listening, we are here again this weekend, and we are taking, I want to call them pledges, but we're encouraging you to either sign up for the MMS program for the first time, or if you're already in the program and you're able to, we'd love it if you could increase the donation that you're already giving. We are offering, we have a drawing each day. We've had 2 winners already. Jeff and Leslie Tom won on Friday, and Cassie, I don't have her last name in front of me,
Trosper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Won yesterday. Each of them is going to get a $25 Amazon gift card. Cassie signed up for the first time. She was really excited, and I sent her an email to
Yay.
tell her she won. I don't know if she's received it yet, but she will. And after the convention or after the conference, then they'll work with Nancy Becker in the Minnesota office and get everything straightened out. So we have a phone number and we have an email. Our phone, we do have a little glitch. The message at night doesn't allow you to leave me a message, but the number, if you call during the day, and we may get this fixed, we're working on it. Right now, the number is 888-999-3190. And you can leave me a message with your name and your phone number. I will get an email that you called and I will get back to you. You can email me 24/7 at askacbmms@gmail.com. That's ASKMMS. Oh, I'm sorry. askacbmms@gmail.com. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the program, you decide to donate or a certain amount of money a month. $10 is the minimum. And if you want to increase your donation, it's a $5 minimum. And half of what you donate can go back to an affiliate of your choice. So it's a very easy way for you to raise some money for ACB and to raise money for your affiliate. And you don't have to do any work. All you do is give the Minnesota office some information, including your either credit card number or your checking account numbers, and they will deduct the money from your checking account or charge it to your credit card each month, whatever you choose. So
All right.
I think I'm going to ask Michael before we run out of time if there's anything he wants to say.
Just to encourage people to join. Think about it. You can play a part in what ACB does. And Jean, did you mention the final gift card, the $100
No,
gift card?
I didn't. On Tuesday, we're going to have a drawing for a $100 Amazon gift card, and we're including everybody who has signed up or increased their donation since the end of the last convention. So there's a few extra people. So
All right.
if you want to win a $100 Amazon gift card, you better sign up.
And what I love about MMS, and I've been giving for a long time, a couple of things. One, there's been a couple of times over the last several years where my financial situation changed a bit and I had to put a pause on my giving. But when I was ready, I was able to start back up again. And the other is that I'm able to give a larger amount of a gift to ACB than I would just in a one-time gift. So because it's spread out. So I really appreciate that ability. So thank you both so much for being here. Appreciate it. And we are almost, time is almost up, but Colby, I know we're going to get started back here in just a minute with general sessions, and people can continue listening on ACB Media 6. Any highlight? We have like less than 20 seconds. Anything you could think of that we want to mention?
We've just got a bunch of really cool programming coming up this afternoon, so stay tuned for a convention update.
Yeah, and the Spanish wrap up at the end, and then don't miss the fireside chat tonight at 7:30 p.m. So
ACB
back,
Media 6.
Yep, back to the general sessions. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
See you tomorrow.
Welcome back. Thank you, Cindy and Colby, Lucy, and team for a wonderful connection show. It was great to hear a little bit more about the ACB Brindle Dillon Memorial Walk and the monthly monetary support program. And weren't those 3 just sensational breakout sessions? I loved each one of them. I was just going back and forth and listening as best I could to all of them. So thanks so much to three really exciting panels about audio description and our affiliates in action, and hearing the under 45 members of ACB and their life experiences over the last year. So thanks to Michael, thanks to Doug, and thanks to Kim and Carl for hosting each of those breakout sessions. They really added a lot of content and value. And now I'm so excited to introduce a colleague and a friend, and one of those folks that nudged me along in my leadership path in ACB. I'd like to introduce Dan Dillon, chair of the Resource Development Committee from Hermitage, Tennessee. My friend. Good afternoon, Dan Dillon.
Hey, Dan.
How
Thank
are you,
you,
sir? Yes.
Well, I'm doing fine. It's warming up here in Nashville, so that's a good thing.
Good deal. Hope it's warmer. It was 41 in Orlando this morning, so we're not trying to figure out what happened to us, but who am I to complain?
Yeah, the weather's kind of a crazy thing this time of year. Yeah. Well, I would like to talk about two fundraising opportunities. The first is our Acb Angels Program that we started, I think, about 2014, I think. And we wanted to do something to recognize our members who have passed on, especially those members who have contributed a great deal to the American Council of the Blind. So we came up with the Angels Program. And in order to be an Acb Angel, you need a sponsor. It could be an individual. It could be an affiliate. It could be two affiliates going in together to put up a minimum of $500 to sponsor this angel. And in return, the recipient will receive their own web page with a picture of the recipient and a bio about the recipient. And they'll also have the opportunity to have a plaque made up with their name and the date of their passing. And that will be raised lettering on a plaque, and the plaque is 4 inches by 6 inches. And on the bottom of the plaque, along the bottom, will be all this information in Braille. And these plaques will be displayed on our ACB Wall of Angels. This year, it will be displayed in the exhibit hall in Omaha. So this is a way to bring some money into the American Council of the Blind, but more importantly, it's a way to recognize our members who have passed on, who have contributed a great deal to the organization. We try to do our best to keep their memory alive. And the other fundraiser I want to talk about was roll call. When we have our roll call at our convention, opening session of convention, or a roll call of state affiliates and special interest affiliates, whoever's speaking for your affiliate has a chance to talk briefly about your affiliate, but you have an opportunity to make a contribution to the American Council of the Blind. You can make that contribution to the organization in general, or you contribute to the Braille Forum, the Brenda Dillon Memorial Walk, the community events, just anything you'd like to make your contribution to. And that's about it in a nutshell.
Well, Dan, I have to tell you, this year, for the first time in 3 years, we're going to be back, hopefully in person in a hybrid format for our convention. And we've heard loud and clear from our affiliates that they'd like the roll call to be live. They like on opening session, opening night, where we can get out there and be loud and proud and announce, our affiliates. And, hopefully this will just be a wonderful opportunity for affiliates to reach out and make a targeted donation, if they wish, to their favorite program inside of the American Council of Blind. I know every year, being a part of the Florida affiliate, when we announce that we're giving money to ACB Media or to the Braille Forum, it 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 brings a smile to my face. It makes me proud, and I hope it does for a lot of the affiliates out there. And I always wait with anticipation to hear Art in Hawaii and see what they're going to do.
Oh,
It's one
yeah.
of the exciting times of roll call.
They're very generous in Hawaii. I would just to take a minute or so to talk a little bit more about the wall where we display these plaques. For the last year or two, we've had a virtual convention. We haven't been able to display the plaques, but this year in Omaha, the plaques will be displayed on the ACB Angels wall, which actually is 3 walls. It's kind of a tripod type of thing, three walls, a triangle, and these plaques will be displayed in our exhibit hall. And I'd also like to mention that we not only honor members of ACB, and they don't have to be members, but most of them are members. We also honor the guide dogs, and they have a little smaller plaque, but we do honor up to 4 guide dogs per person.
That's correct. And on the wall, you not only get it's really moving the first time you get to put your fingers on that wall and feel the plaques. And then we have a testimonial booklet there available in both large print and Braille. And now, once again, we will also be featuring each angel with a video during the general session, spread out across the days of the convention. So it really is a wonderful opportunity to recognize an ACB angel, a member or a friend, somebody that has made a difference in our organization or your affiliate. So Dan, thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful work that the Resource Development Committee does. And my friend, stay warm, be safe, and cheer an adult beverage for me when we get to toast the start of baseball season here in a month. What you say?
All right. I think that's wonderful. It's a great idea, Dan.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Have a good afternoon.
And you too.
And next, we have an opportunity to meet our next ACB Advisory Board member. It's time to meet Matt Ader. Matt is the Vice President for Marketing at Vispero. And we heard a little from their new CEO, Bob Seminara, yesterday, and he spoke so highly of Matt. And we appreciate all the contributions Matt has made to ACB. Matt is from Manassas, Virginia, and please welcome Matt Ader.
ACB, below each letter, dots representing the letter in Braille. American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future. ACB Executive Director Eric Bridges with Advisory Board member Matt Ader. Eric Bridges, Executive Director.
Well, welcome back. Again, Eric Bridges here with ACB, and very pleased to be joined by ACB Advisory Board member Matt Ader. Matt, welcome.
Thanks, Eric, and I'm very excited to be here.
It's great to have you here. So we're interviewing advisory board members to find out a little bit about what they do, how they came to ACB, and the sorts of projects that they've been engaged in with the staff and or leadership of this organization. So why don't we start off with Matt, what do you do in your day-to-day?
Matt Ader, Vice President, Vispero.
Well, Eric, I have a wonderfully exciting job within the company umbrella of Vispero. I have two responsibilities. One is running our software engineering. So that's involved in managing everything to do with JAWS, Zoom Text, and Fusion. Those are our three major products that we use or develop and sell to people who are blind and low vision around the world. And the second part of the job is something called corporate business development, which is identifying new opportunities where we can deploy our technology. And examples of that would be where you may see JAWS in a kiosk, say at McDonald's or Social Security Administration or other places like that. And it's a fulfilling job because in one of the best parts about the job is that we get to spend more time with customers understanding their requirements and needs.
That's awesome. Well, and for those that don't know, Matt, you are visually impaired, correct?
Yes, I lost my some of my sight, not all. I'm low vision. Lost some of my sight when I was 6 years old. It's not changed since. And so I don't see much out of my left eye, and my right eye, it's like 2,600 tunnels. So picture trying to read print, if I did, that would almost be 2 to 3 inches in height. I permanently a screen reader user at this point, both for my phone and the computer. Scan and read devices. I may do some spot reading with large print, but for the most part, use other technologies, including Braille.
Well, right on. Well, hey, you are one of the original ACB advisory board members. Can you talk to us a little bit about your journey to our advisory board?
Well, I think this is going back to one of the things I said before, which is connection to the community. I mean, when I started at our company a few years back when it was Freedom Scientific, one of the things I did when I came into the company was to develop relationships with advocacy organizations, and ACB was one of the key organizations we worked with. And what I saw was that we needed to be more in tune with the community. We need to spend more time with our customers. We need to listen more and not just tell more. And so part of that was spending more time with you and others within ACB to figure out what we could do better as a company. But then could we give back as well? And so when you asked me to join the advisory board, I jumped right on it saying that we'd love to help. There's lots that we can offer from both a technology company, but there's lots we can learn as a business as well, being part of this organization.
Yeah, it's been great having your active participation and getting to know not just you, but you and Tom Tiernan, as well as Bob, the new CEO of Vispero, offering up entree and relationships with others within your family of companies. So it's been great. Why don't you talk a little bit about your engagement with us on the advisory board, maybe a couple of the initiatives that you've been engaged in with ACB, our staff and our membership.
So there's been a wide range of things that I get pulled into. Sometimes I feel like I'm the utility man in a baseball team, and I like that because then I get to float around and support different initiatives. And some have been more around technology when we need to get more technology in the hands of staff members there at ACB. Others have been involved in the audio description works within ACB. Participated in the event last fall and was thrilled to participate in that. And I would say that the probably the part that I bring the most value as a person to the advisory board is customer or community outreach. And a few years back when ACB started their community calls, we jumped right on it to say, could we also participate in that and help the community learn more about technology? And so those have now, we do them weekly, and that participation I think is key to, again, give back to the community, help the people understand how to use different types of technology. And it means a lot to us to be, working closely with members of ACB.
It's great. Well, I know that it means a lot to us, the the relationship that the blind community has had with the assistive technology community historically, I think, has been a little choppy at times, and it's been really good over the last few years to build and enhance relationship with Vispero and its individual companies. And Matt, thanks so much for being able to provide, a voice with subject matter expertise and a collaborative spirit to our advisory board. It's great having you, and thank you.
Well, Eric, and I appreciate it as well. And again, it's great for us to be a subject matter expert, provide advice, but the most things that we get out of this is listening to what ACB needs and what the members need, because that's what ultimately helps our company direction, is understanding what people's needs are.
Absolutely. Well, cool. Well, hey, thanks for taking the time to do this, Matt, and we will see you soon.
Thanks, Eric. Enjoyed it.
Okay. Take care.
A logo, ACB in print and Braille, American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future.
Wasn't that great to learn a little bit more about Matt Ader? And I got to tell you, a personal little story with Matt and Eric. They're both huge Washington National baseball fans. So 2 years ago, we were starting up the advisory board, and the Nats were kind of moving down through the playoffs and ultimately winning the World Series. I am telling you, it was like two kids in a candy store, just swapping Washington National stories, and they were so excited. And to this day, I still remember being in Eric's office when Rebecca called and said, "I'm going to the playoff game." And Eric said, "And what am I doing?" She said, "You're watching the kids." So there you go. It's a family that loves Washington Nationals. And it was great to hear those stories with both Matt and Eric.
B.
And
Below
now,
each letter, dots representing the letter in Braille.
Oops, we got a little bit of Joel there in the background. So, and now this next hour and 15 minutes, I think, is really, really important for our organization. The the convention committee, the voting task force committee, the resolutions task force committee, constitution and bylaws have all been working very hard together to weave the tapestry of how do we put on a hybrid convention that allows for everyone to have remote access to the ballot box and be able to vote, and that at the same time restore the members' right to vote on resolutions and the need for us to consider constitutional amendments. So this is quite the stew that we've all tried to work hard and put together. And first, I want to introduce Janet Dickelman, chair of our convention committee from St. Paul, Minnesota, to give us an overview of kind of the timeline and the outlook for our 2022 ACB conference and convention, hopefully a hybrid event in Omaha, Nebraska. So, Janet?
Hello, everyone. Wow, this is the 11th convention that I've coordinated, and every year I think, oh, well, this, something, every convention is different. And when we did our two virtual conventions, I was skeptical, I have to admit. I thought, how is this going to work? And as we know, we had two remarkable virtual conventions. So now I'm really looking forward to putting this all together as a hybrid convention. And I think it's going to be, I'm very excited about the conventions, and I hope you are also. So I'm going to start out by saying thank you so much, all of you special interest affiliate presidents. Since this is the president's meeting, I want to thank you all for your participation in our new affiliate special interest affiliate circle. We've had several conference calls where we've talked about the structure of setting up our sessions, and you and your program chairs, you've done a great job of scheduling sessions, working with each other and our ACB committees, and adhering to my schedules and my deadlines. And I just want you to know that I really appreciate that. As a reminder, information for the convention registration is due by April 1st, and full program submissions are due by April 17th. And I've already gotten some from some of you, some of those for the program and the registration. So that's wonderful. Convention registration will open on May 12th for ACB members and on May 19th for non-ACB members. Registration, and it will close on June 20th. Registration for ACB members is $35 a person. If you are not a member, you will be charged $50 for registration, but you can save yourself $5 by becoming an ACB member at large for $10 and then paying the $35 registration cost. We will also have registration open during the convention. There will be a $10 additional cost for registration on site. Once again, we'll be offering continuing education units and professional development hours. After several years of working with our CEUs, Carla Ruschival, our mini mall queen, is not going to be able to do that for us. So we have a new CEU coordinator, April Martin from Alabama, who along with Lane Waters will really take care of handling the CEUs and getting that all up on our registration website. We're still working on the best way of how to handle the giving out of the codes at the beginning of the sessions. And we know that's always, a little bit of an issue. We do have to have the codes. So we're just trying to figure out the best way to handle that. Let's talk a little bit about the convention schedule. First convention related Zoom will be on June 15th, and that will be our candidates forum. And then on June 18th, we will have our ACB Summer Auction Extraordinaire. And that will this year be virtually, so it'll be Zoom only, with the 2 days of appetizer auction before that. Leslie will be mad if I don't say that. And then on June 22nd, we will begin the convention, again, Zoom only, with a reading of the convention standing rules and our first credentials report. And the reason that we're doing that is so that affiliates who wish to have business meetings during the next 3 days of our Zoom, during our Zoom only sessions, can do that. And for those of you who are working with certification, that will make the record date of the convention May 23rd, and the Voting Issues Task Force will talk way more about that. So I'm not even going to, I'm just mentioning it, not taking anyone's thunder. So then on June 23rd, Thursday the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, at this point, we will have Zoom only sessions. We have several affiliates who are having business meetings. We will have the president's meeting, the committee chairs meeting, and we will have, and then some of our affiliates and committees are also hosting presentations. The Friends in Art Showcase will be held virtually during that time. Also, nominating committee will be on Thursday, the 23rd. So we have 28 Zoom sessions during that time, plus the nominating and the dance 2 sessions. So actually 31 sessions during those 3 days. And then starting July 1st, we go into our hybrid portion of the convention. And that will be, of course, from Omaha. And because we are in a city that is in Central Time, we will be operating on Central Time Zone. So everything for the convention will be listed in Central Time this year. So please keep that in mind. We have many sessions during the convention. We're going to have our general sessions, of course, and they will be in our ballroom. Then we will have 4 other hybrid meeting rooms where we will have video and Zoom capability. We have, right now I have 78 sessions that are scheduled for these hybrid sessions. And I know there's a few more that I'm missing, and I'm not counting our general sessions. And then we also have 29 sessions right now that are social sessions, which will just be in standard meeting rooms with microphones, as just like any other social session has been in the past. They will not be streamed. All of our sessions Hybrid sessions will be available as podcasts, including the June sessions. We are also going to, been talking to Cindy, and we're going to do some community sessions live at the convention, probably Saturday through Wednesday, for people from the community to get together and meet in person. Our opening general session will be Saturday evening, July 2nd, and our general sessions will run through Thursday the 7th, followed by our ACB banquet. And our ACB banquet speaker is going to be Judy Human. Many of you recognize that name. Judy is known as the mother of disability rights, basically. She helped craft and the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. She is an internationally known presence in the disability community. She's written books. She has her camp that's called Crip Camp that she has some information out on the website about. It's been a documentary made, and she's going to be an absolutely wonderful banquet speaker, and that will be Thursday evening the 7th. Our international guest is Mark Workman from the World Blind Union president, and he'll be visiting with us from Canada. We also, during the convention, have 21 tours. Count them, 21. That's very exciting. And I'm going to do a quick rundown of our 21 tours. What did I do with my 21 tours? I just lost my 21 tours. Oh, there they are. On Friday, and I'm not going to give times or prices. I'm just doing a quick rundown, and I'll be posting more information about that. On Friday, the July 1st, we are taking a trip to the zoo, which people may say, oh, the zoo, really? But the zoo in Omaha is rated second in the country, and it actually changes places back and forth between the Omaha Zoo and the San Diego Zoo. So that's going to be really interesting. Also that evening, we have 2 legs of what we're calling our ethnic dinner. We will be going to 3 to 4 different venues for food. On Saturday, we are going to the legendary Boys Town. Many of you have seen the movie with Father Flanagan in Boys Town. And we're also doing our city bus tour with a twist. We always like to do city bus tours to let you go around and get a step-on tour guide and have a description of the city and information about the city. This year, we're doing 4 of these city bus tours, 2 on Saturday and 2 on Monday. And we are going by Ollie the Trolley. So that's going to be a fun and interesting city bus tour. On Sunday, we are going to the Malcolm X Center and the Black History Museum, and that will be a tour including lunch. We are also going to visit the Mormon Trail Museum. And that evening, we are doing, in conjunction with Get Up and Get Moving, we are doing a walk across the pedestrian bridge that spans the river between Omaha and Council Bluffs, Iowa. On 4th of July, we're going to the Strategic Air Control Museum. And we, as I said, have 2 more legs of Ollie the Trolley. And then we are going to a Storm Chasers baseball game. That is the minor league team. They play in Omaha, and we will have dinner, buffet dinner, and fireworks. On Tuesday, we are going to Outlook, Nebraska for our blind services tour. And we're also going to the Lewis and Clark Visitors Center. And for those of you who are adventurous, that evening, we are going to Tree Rush, which is you climb and zip line through the canopy of trees. I don't know, that probably wouldn't be for me, but I think that's a lot of people are going to love that tour. That's Tuesday evening. On Wednesday, we are going, we're calling that our train day. We are going to 2 different train museums because, of course, the railroad was very instrumental in Omaha. And then we are doing our Sweet Tooth tour to Baker's Candy also on Wednesday. And that evening, we are doing a riverboat cruise, including dinner. And then on the final Friday, we are doing a brewery tour with 3 to 4 stops and lunch. And then we are doing we're calling it our crime dinner, because we have 2 outstanding speakers that are talking about what was going on in Omaha in the 20s and 30s and crime, and as far as crime, and that is a compilation of our tours. We'll have our exhibit hall, of course. That will be open from Saturday through Wednesday. Our exhibitors will have recordings that will be broadcast on ACB Media. We will also have a Zoom presence for our exhibitors, and we're working on having a contact. So if you want to leave a message for an exhibitor and can't get through to them, we will get the message to the exhibitor for you. We will also have our audio described tour channel as we've had in the past. We will, Tim and Maria Stone from Scoop Masters will be back doing our dog relief area. It'll be great to see them. Hotel reservations. To make reservations, there is a link at acbconvention.org that you can go to make your reservation online, or you can call the hotel at 402-998-3400. This is also on our website, and you can make your hotel reservations. The hotel, convention will be at the hotel and the convention center. The convention center is connected by a straight skyway, no turns, just straight skyway. Also, you can get to the convention center from the street, from outside, and surrounding the hotel, they are going to have audible pedestrian signals at all the crossings. There are several restaurants within walking distance of the hotel, and the hotel does have a grab and go Starbucks-esque place that also does some individual pizzas, which was very popular when we were there last fall. And then they have the bar and the restaurant. And the airport is 3 miles from the hotel. We're still working on transportation from the airport, although I have a feeling that with Uber and Lyft and it being such a close proximity, probably many people will just opt to take taxis. The airport code is OMA. It is a medium-sized hub based on what FAA says. And Amtrak and Greyhound also service Omaha. So there's lots of ways to get to Omaha. And I believe that is about it. I'm sorry, I can't, if anyone hasn't, also, I will start posting a lot of information to the ACB convention announce list. If you've received information in the past, you don't have to sign up again. If you have not, it is send a blank email to ACB convention +subscribe at acblists.org. And again, the link is on the website. Of course, my contact information is also all over the website, but feel free to email me at any time at janet.dickelman, DICKELMAN, @gmail.com, or call me at 651-428-5059. And we will have our telephone registration cadre registering you over the phone. And if you try to, before you get ready to register, try to look up your username and password that you used for last year's convention, because we will be using it again. If you don't have them, let me know and I can look them up for you. And Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Janet. What an excellent report, and what a convention. We're going to start on the 18th with the auction, and then kind of kick it off officially with the business welcome on the night of the 22nd. 3 days of Zoom on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Also broadcast on ACB Media, correct?
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
yeah.
yes.
And then the hybrid,
hybrid, 8 days, and then I'm not going to. I'll let the voting task force et al. Talk about July 11th, 12th, and 13th. I'll leave that to them.
3 days at the end
3
for
days,
us to
3
handle
more
our
days.
resolutions and our constitutional amendments. So it's going to be a full schedule for an extended period of time.
It will.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting for us to get
Me
back
too.
together in person. And just so everyone will know, we will have an official board meeting on the evening of April 1st at 8 o'clock Eastern to make the final decision on the hybrid versus virtual ACB conference and convention in Omaha, Nebraska. So thank you, Janet. We
You
really
are
appreciate it.
welcome, and I will be standing by for questions for our next session.
That's right. That's the next thing I wanted to say.
That was my reminder to you, Dan. My
Thank you
gentle
so
reminder
much.
not to
I
forget
appreciate it.
Bye.
So, bye, Janet. So, as we get started with our next panel from Constitution and Bylaws, Voting Task Force, and Resolutions, just want to let everybody know we're going to have a presentation and then there's going to be plenty of time for questions. So, if you have questions, please send an email at questions@acb.org. Again, that's questions with an S at acb.org. Or you can call or text Janet at 651-428-5059. That's 651-428-5059 with any questions that you have from our panelists. So at this point in time, I want to introduce the formal presentation, and then we're going to come back and even have some additional folks join for the question and answer period. But for the formal presentation, we have Connie Sims, ACB Director from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. She's going to be facilitating the discussion and giving the overall communications outline. And then we have Ray Campbell, Second Vice President of ACB and Chair of the Resolutions 2.0 Task Force. We have Pat Sheehan, ACB Board of Director from Silver Spring, Maryland, and Chair of the Voting Task Force 2.0. And we have John McCann from Chair of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee from Tucson, Arizona. So let us now hear from our panel about both the Voting Task Force resolutions and Constitution and Bylaws and how it's all going to work at our hybrid 2022 convention.
ACB, below each letter, dots representing the letter in Braille. American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future. Voting Task Force, moderated by Connie Sims, with members Patrick Sheehan, Ray Campbell, and John McCann. Connie Sims, ACB Board of Directors member.
Hi, I'd like to welcome everyone to the DC Leadership Conference and Convention. I am Connie Sims. I am president of the South Dakota Association of Blind and an ACB board member. And I am part of the Voting Task Force. And with me today, I'm excited to introduce Ray Campbell, who is the chair of the Resolutions Committee Task Force, and he is the second vice president of ACB. I have John McCann, who is chair of the Constitution and Bylaws, and Pat Sheehan, who is the chair of the Voting Task Force and also an ACB board member. So we are going to discuss the importance of the Constitution, the resolutions. We are going to bring it back into all of the members' hands like we've wanted to. And we're going to give you some special dates. They're going to talk about what's going to happen with each area. And then we'll take questions and answers at the end. So the first part, I want to just give you some important dates to start with. The first one is May 23rd, which is our record date. The second one would be June 22nd, and that will be the opening ceremony virtually to go over the credentials and standing rules. June 23rd, the nominating committee will be meeting virtually at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And then June 23rd through the 25th, there will be virtual meetings. And then July 1st through the 8th is the hybrid convention. And we will be doing voting for the officers and BOP and some resolutions through that time. And that will be discussed later. And then July 11th through the 13th. We are calling it the Business Week. And that will be discussed a little bit later on too. So without further ado, I'd like to have Ray start us off with the resolutions.
Ray Campbell, Resolutions Task Force Chair.
All right, be it further resolved, I will do that. Thank you, Connie. So as far as resolutions this year, again, bringing it back into the hands of the membership, we're going to try to do resolutions kind of like we did last year. So to make that all happen, here's some things you do need to know. So May 1st, that is the deadline for submitting resolutions to the Resolutions Committee. After that, the Resolutions Committee is going to start meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe is what they have agreed to, 2 days a week on the community events list. And they'll tell you what resolutions are going to be considered so that if you have an interest in a given resolution, you can certainly plan to attend the meeting where that resolution will be discussed. So we'll have these meetings. These will be ahead of the convention. This is the time to go over resolutions, to do wordsmithing, propose amendments, those kinds of things. And then once we hit the convention time on the floor during the general sessions of the ACB Conference and Convention, the resolutions will be read out loud. They'll actually be read from the recordings that are going to be on ACB Media, because that's another thing we're going to be able to do is publicize the resolutions ahead of time and record them for you on ACB Media so you can listen to them. And then we'll discuss each resolution, take amendments as we normally do things like that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to ask for consensus on each resolution. If there is consensus that it should be adopted, it'll be adopted. If, however, people want a record vote on a resolution or people want a record vote on an amendment to a resolution, that's a roll call vote, then that will be handled during Business Week, which Connie talked about a couple minutes ago. A couple of other quick things on resolutions. The resolutions are going to be voted on using the Vote Now electronic system. Any resolutions we have to vote on, those will be voted on by the record vote process. You'll have your individual vote with Vote Now, and then you'll have the roll call vote of affiliates on those resolutions. A couple of quick things. One is, we know that events happen that warrant resolutions being created after May 1st. So if you have a resolution you would like to submit after the May 1st deadline, you will need to go to the committee and provide an explanation of why that resolution could not have been submitted prior to May 1st. And the committee will decide if they're going to go ahead and take that resolution or not. And the other thing is that we hope that working on resolutions ahead of time is going to minimize the number of amendments that would be offered on the floor normally, so that what we mainly want to do on the convention floor is debate the resolutions, pro or con, and then make a decision on whether to adopt them. So that's it on resolutions. Now I look forward to the question and answers to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. That was very good and some good points. So let's turn it over to John.
John McCann, President of the Arizona Council of the Blind.
Thank you, Connie. And first of all, let me say it's a pleasure to be here. And I also want to give a shout out to the fellow members of the ACB Constitution and Bylaws Committee. I couldn't be happier with the makeup of that committee. A lot of fine intellects represented in the individuals who are rendering service on that committee. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee has already been meeting on its own initiative to consider some amendments. Presently, we have only considered amendments relative to the board administrative practices, eliminating outdated noticing requirements, which talk about postmarks within a certain number of days. And basically, we're addressing parts of the Constitution that probably go back to 1962, and being such, they represent noticing requirements that were relevant for that time. In other words, postal postmarks and things of that nature. So we're trying to update that. However, and you'll see this in the April issue of the Braille Forum, and please take note of it now, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee is actively soliciting comments or proposed constitutional amendments, and you can bring them to my attention at john@jamsite.net. That's JOHN@JAMSITE.net. Think of website, but it's Jamsite. That's my initials. We will begin having our meetings publicly in May. We will also ramp up our schedule. That's more a matter of immediate concern to the members of the committee itself. We have been meeting on the third Thursday of each month since December. We are going to expand that to be the first Thursday and the third Thursday of each month, and those meetings will be open. We will also make committee members available to other community call settings or meetings as appropriate or as invited to discuss the amendments that are under consideration. We think that this expands both the time and the breadth of the environment for considering constitutional amendments, and this can only improve the process. And rather, as Ray stated, we won't be in the position of, most likely we will be in the position of having to entertain as many amendments from the floor. Keep in mind that last year we amended the Constitution to require, per DC code, that all the main motions on the disposition of constitutional and bylaw amendments had to be by record vote. So once a constitutional amendment has been considered on the floor and any subsidiary amendments have been addressed, the final version of the amendment will be contained on the ballot that will be circulated on or before what we're calling Business Week, and I believe that's July 11th through 13th. Constitutional amendments and bylaw amendments will be promulgated to the membership on that ballot, and that is the way that those will be disposed of, again, per the requirement of a record vote. So I look forward to receiving your proposed constitutional bylaw amendments. I will also caution that with this being the first year of our going hybrid, at least at this point, we believe it will be hybrid, though a final determination will be made on that, with respecting that on April 1st, at that date, April board meeting of the ACB board. We really don't want to necessarily tackle something that would be super controversial. Again, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee is open to all amendments, and we will address the issue of how controversial and how problematic the consideration of an amendment would be in this new environment if and when we have to confront that issue. But for this year, I hope that we will stick to matters that will be relatively non-controversial until we really get our wings in this new hybrid environment. I believe that covers everything that comes to mind presently.
Thank you, John. That's some good information. Now we will have Pat Sheehan speak to us about the voting task force and how the voting will take effect this year.
Patrick Sheehan, ACB Board of Directors member.
Thank you, Connie. It's a real pleasure to be here today. Give you an overview a little bit about the voting system. The good thing is that we're getting a lot of changes here with respect to resolutions, constitution, and bylaws. But I can tell you that the voting system is going to be the same as last year. We're all going to be using the same voting system. Whether you're in a hybrid convention situation or you're in a hybrid or you're voting from home, we're all going to be voting the same way. And that should make it fairly easy for everybody. To help out with the voting at the hybrid convention, we are going to put a voting precinct together outside the voting room. And unlike last year, when we had to really struggle to get all the voting done very quickly, we are going to have the individual votes go until 5 o'clock each afternoon. The first day of voting, of course, for any contested election will be on July 3rd. And we will be starting off with voting for the 5 board positions and 3 BOP positions. And that will be done during convention week. But we will have the voting done very much like we did last year. The only addition will be that we will be able to vote either at the precinct or at our rows at convention until 5 o'clock. The affiliate vote will then be done overnight, and then that will be tallied the next morning. So we will also be having our speeches very much like we did last year. And that should be a fairly easy process so that we're used to all of that, and looking forward to that. Another change that we're going to have, of course, and you've heard some of this from Ray and from John, is we will be doing more voting the following week, the 11th, 12th, and 13th. We're calling that our business week, and we will be doing voting on the amendments for Constitution and bylaws on the 11th, with final amendments being held on the 12th, and then elections, and then final voting done on resolutions and on Constitution and bylaws on the 13th. And that'll be the final voting day. The way voting on the 13th will work is that we will have one ballot, for the resolutions, and we will have one ballot for any Constitution and bylaws amendments. So if you think about it, let's say we take Alabama, and we had 5 resolutions. Alabama would vote on resolution number 1, then number 2, then number 3, then number 4, and then number 5. And we would go down like that through all the different resolutions. It's a little more complicated than what we did, but it allows us to have one ballot for resolutions, one ballot for Constitution and bylaws. So we think that that's going to work out fairly well. We're thinking that we will probably have no more than 10 ballots between the contested board elections or maybe contested BOP elections, the resolutions, and Constitution and bylaws. We think that we have a good process put in place. We certainly are going to be talking about this with membership so that you guys get a chance to ask us more questions. Maybe we've forgotten something, so we're looking forward to seeing what you think about the process. We think it's a good process, which is going to allow us for the first time to not only have elections for officers and BOP, but give you guys back the resolutions and Constitution and bylaws so that you get to vote on them as we move forward in 2022. We thank you for your patience that you've exhibited with us bringing a new process in place. We appreciate the fact that you give us input, and we're looking forward to more input on that entire process this spring. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Voting Task Force. They've done a terrific job. Constitution and bylaws, resolutions committee, everyone has worked really well together to put together what we feel is the best package moving forward. I'm sure there'll be tweaks and improvements, maybe even this year, but over the years, we don't know that we've got it perfectly right, but we think it's a good product and we think it'll work for this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. So we do have a lot of information, and it's great information, but it's a lot to take in. So you'll need to hear it probably over and over again and see it in print. So I will make sure that everyone gets copies of everything in print, and we will make sure that we have a lot of sessions. We'll be on visibilities, we'll be on Tuesday topics and Sunday edition, and we welcome any and all affiliates to reach out to us, or any chapters. that we can do some speaking engagements, because the more times you can hear this, the better it will be. And I am available to do one-on-one sessions like I did last year. I'm very happy to do that. So I would like to thank Bray, John, and Pat for this time. And we know that there's going to be a lot of comments and questions. So let's take some questions and comments and see where we go from there. So thank you very much.
A logo, ACB in print and Braille, American Council of the Blind, together for a bright future.
Thank you so much, Connie, Ray, John, and Patrick. We appreciate the informative presentation. And I want to remind everybody again, if you have any questions, you can write to questions, that's questions with an S, at acb.org, or you can call Janet Dickelman or text her at 651-428-5059. Again, that's Janet Dickelman at 651-428-5059. At this point in time, I'd like to invite not just our 4 presenters, but 3 additional panel members for the questions and answer period. I'd like to introduce Deb Cook-Lewis, First Vice President of the American Council of Blind and Vice Chair of the Resolutions 2.0 Task Force from Lewiston, Washington. Gabe Griffith, Chair of the Resolutions Committee from Sacramento, California. I'm going to get myself in trouble on that, Gabe. And also,
it's currently Concord.
Concord. Okay, I'm sorry, Concord, California. And Jeff Tom, ACB Board of Director and Vice Chair of the Voting Task Force 2.0 Committee from Sacramento, California. I'll get him right. And so welcome everybody. And I guess I'll kind of get the questioning started real quick while we wait for Janet to come
We
in.
do
We've
have
got
a couple
questions.
We
All
do.
right, well let's go
Yes.
straight to Janet's questions then, because I
All
can talk all day long.
That's
so
right.
go ahead.
So
Go ahead,
you
Janet.
can fill in the gaps. All
There
right.
we go.
We have a question from Bill about the procedures for submitting resolutions for regarding organizations outside of ACB, and he wants to know where those resolutions are stored and basically what happens to those resolutions.
So Gabe, do you want to take that?
But I just want to clarify, what do you mean outside of ACB? You mean from an organization
What
that's
he's
not
talking
necessarily
about,
one of
no,
our...
organizations that, my understanding from the question is resolutions that pertain to organizations outside of ACB. So if we make a resolution about, I don't want to.
Okay.
About
So what
XYZ
happens to those
organization
and
that we're
where are
gonna
they
write a
posted?
letter or
Right,
something.
right.
Okay.
And I know they're posted on our website, like all of our resolutions, right?
Yeah. All resolutions, once they are adopted, and even those that are not adopted, there's a summary at least of what they were. But all resolutions that are adopted go onto our website. And as far as what's done with them, I think that was the other part of the question. So the process is once the
I think what
resolutions
he's
evolve-
talking about is the resolution. So what you do when you get a resolution that's pertaining to other organizations. That's
Well, they're basically treated just like any other resolution. The resolutions committee goes through and does any wordsmithing and does our best to verify the information in the resolution, and then it's taken to traditionally the membership to vote on. The last couple of years it's been the board, and then as we're talking about here today, this year we're going to be taking it back to the membership to be voted on. Hopefully that answers the question.
I think so. And then we have a question from Greg, and he says he understands that the resolutions are recorded in advance, but he wants to know if you can get, if there's going to be any way to get a copy of the resolution in advance in Braille, or I'm thinking maybe we can email out copies of the resolutions to people. And so he's asking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I would think Communication Center would probably be willing to Braille them up for people at the convention, and that's what we've done in the past, correct, with resolutions?
I don't believe resolutions in the past have ever been
bylaws.
printed or embossed. It's been bylaws. And I don't know about being able to mail them out, but this year we are definitely planning on having, because the resolutions we're planning to have the resolutions done prior to the convention. That's why our deadline is May 1st, and that's why the resolutions committee is going to be meeting that whole month, those whole months of May and April. But yeah, this year we are definitely planning on having them available in both print and large print and Braille at the convention for those
And
at the convention.
And just like last year, this is Ray Campbell speaking, and just like last year, we're going to be having the resolutions read out on ACB Media ahead of time for just, I know Bill's looking for a copy, and certainly that can happen, but we're certainly going to do that again this year. And actually, that, as I stated in the video, the recordings for those are what's going to be used to read out the resolutions on the floor. But I do want to say, on the floor, someone will be available from the resolutions committee to answer any questions that anybody might have about resolutions.
Exactly. If somebody has a question, what was clause 4? What was the third resolution? Third whereas? Yeah, we're gonna have somebody there to be able to read those in real time if needed.
Yep.
And then we have
Janet.
a question from Chris, who wants to know. I'm sorry, Connie, were you?
No, I was just going to say, do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. People, this is a really, people are sending in questions like
important subject.
Yes, it
that's
is.
right.
Chris wants to know, and I can kind of take this, or if one of you wants to, what the protocol and the format's going to be for roll call, if it's going to be recorded, if it's going to be live. And if you'd like me to do that, or if one of you wants to.
Go ahead,
All right,
Janet.
so what the affiliates have requested, and I think it's a great idea, and I've talked with ACB Media, and we're going to have a hybrid roll call. So if you are in the on-site and you are the delegate for your affiliate, your state or special interest affiliate, you will go up to the microphone and you will talk live. If you are not at the convention, we will have a Zoom room for roll callees. I don't know if that's a name, but I just made it up. And then they will come on when it's time for their state or special interest affiliate, and they will speak remotely via Zoom. And we talked about trying to, if possible, maybe getting people who are doing the roll call in person, maybe seated together in the same area, kind of, so it makes it a little easier for microphone access, but we haven't really fine-tuned that yet. But yes, hybrid roll call.
Yes.
And also for the roll call votes will be hybrid as well. For the affiliate votes on any record votes that have to take
And that's
place.
all I have at the moment. So I'm going to go away and monitor questions. And if I get some more, I'll just rudely break in and let you know.
Just buzz in.
On the affiliate one, before, I know Dan, you said you had a question, but talking about affiliates. So for the nominations, the affiliates need to get their information by May 1st to Denise Colley for the delegate, the alternate, and their nominating person. So that's just an FYI too for concerning the affiliates. So I know, Dan, you said you had a question or two or comments.
Yes, I'd like if the resolutions team could talk a little bit more about the resolutions process, because I don't know, say we have 25 or 30 resolutions. My understanding is we're going to try to handle as many of those as we can through the weekly general sessions, and then a lot on Thursday. But the goal is to present them, and if at all possible, allow a voice vote to handle any amendments or then the passage of the final resolutions. But if you all could walk through that.
Gabe, I'll go ahead and start that if you want.
Right.
And then you guys, Deb and you and Jeff, can pick up if you need to. This is a little different. So I'm glad. Thanks for asking the question, Dan. By the way, we know you can talk all day long. And we love you for it.
That's right.
Anyways, this is a little different. So what we're going to do is, so the idea, as I said, is that the resolutions committee is going to start meeting twice a week starting in May. And that will be the time that you can go into the resolutions. That meeting, you can make suggestions about changes to the resolutions as they're discussed. Again, you'll know which resolutions are going to be discussed at which meeting, so you can make sure to plan to be there for that. There's also a couple of other things about that I didn't mention, and that is that one of the things we can do is that ACB can, folks from ACB, whether it's staff or committees, they can say, well, we're already working on that topic. So, we're not sure a resolution is really necessary, or we don't really have the resources right now to work on that topic, but we will, refer it to this committee or whatever, and then we'll handle it. Now, resolutions can only be withdrawn by the members. So if you submit a resolution and for some reason, you're kind of discouraged from allowing it to go forward because we're already working on it, or whatever the case may be, you as a member say, no, I want this resolution to go forward. And that is your absolute right. And it will go forward, and it will get debated and wordsmithed and all of that. So that's one thing. So then when it comes to the floor debate, so we're not going to do, what we're proposing to do is not do a voice vote, all in favor say aye, all opposed say nay, that kind of thing. What we're proposing to do is to just basically say, and this is done a lot in hybrid meetings now, where we're proposing to say, is there consensus to adopt this resolution? Okay, so once that question's asked on a given resolution, if less than 25 people object to adopting the resolution, that's 25 is our roll call threshold. Remember that from the Constitution. Then that resolution would be adopted. So if 25 or more people, either by raising their hands on Zoom or they're standing in the convention hall, say, no, we want a record vote on that resolution or an amendment to a resolution, then that will be put on the ballot for business week, and that will be handled. If there's amendments to resolutions that need to be record voted, those will be handled July 11th. And then the main motion on those resolutions, once the amendments are settled, that would be handled the next day. And so that's the process that we're looking to go with. So again, you'll be asked, is there consensus to adopt the resolution? We think that a lot of resolutions will be adopted that way. The last few years, it's been, most of them have gone through fairly clean, without a lot of controversy, but there could always be some. And but if 25 of you say, hey, that we feel strongly that this maybe should not be adopted, or that we'd like a record vote on it, then you'll certainly have the opportunity per your membership rights to do that.
And Ray, just FYI, I have a couple more questions. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want you to know that there's more questions out there.
Okay.
And Ray, if I could add on there something,
sure.
And something we've done the last year or two also is, if there's a resolution that might work better going to a committee rather than necessarily going through a resolution, because maybe there's more work that a committee needs to research, or maybe there's something that a committee can work on. Then sometimes a resolution gets passed on to that committee without necessarily being completed through the resolutions process. But again, like Ray was saying, the submitter of the resolution has to agree to that. The resolutions committee isn't just going to say, oh, Ray, you submitted this resolution on ABC topic, and we think it's better handled by such and such committee. So thanks for submitting it. It's going over there. No, we have to go and say, Ray, we feel that this would be better handled by this committee. Would you agree to that? And if Ray says yes, then we'll send that draft of the resolution that Ray submitted onto that committee.
Yep.
Just as a brief thought, this is Jeff, and I would just say, I would expect that Dan, who we get sort of in voice votes, would probably reiterate every time one of these comes up.
We're kind of
If
losing you.
25, if
you're
less than
breaking up
25 people
totally.
reject, it will be adopted. So we're very,
Jeff's
the rule.
breaking up a little bit, but I think what he's iterating is that, or suggesting, and I agree, is that we've got to be really clear that when we are saying, do we have 25 people wanting to truly be requiring a record vote on this, that we're very clear on it, because that is, it's not just yes or no, but that people disagree with the vote and believe they would like a record vote. So we have to be very clear on that, because if it's 80 to 20 voting for it, our Constitution calls for 25 people is all it takes to call a record vote. But those take time and those cost money. So we want to make sure there's truly, we truly follow the process, but we will follow the process.
Amen.
Janet, you've got a question or two.
Or three.
I do, and I was just listening to a couple of more questions. So I just got a text from someone in a 409 area code who wanted to know if we could talk, the resolutions committee could talk a little bit more about the affiliate vote. I know you touched on it a little bit. I don't
Deb,
know if someone.
Deb, do you want to talk about that? We talked about that a little bit, but you haven't heard from you yet.
Well, so certainly. So the affiliate vote, as has been mentioned already, will be collected in a hybrid way between the people who are live and the people who are in the Zoom presence. And as is always the case, the affiliates will designate their delegates, and I assume that we're going to have them designate where their delegate is, and they may not have to do that until close to the convention in case that changes for the delegate. But basically, whether the delegate is expected live or expected in the Zoom presence. And so then when we do the affiliate vote, that's not going to occur with resolutions unless we have those record vote resolutions, and then we would have to do that. So on the 11th, we're going to be completing any voting for resolutions, and then at that time we would open the ballot for the record vote, and then we would also open for the affiliates. And then on the 12th, when we meet to do the next section of the business, we would have the vote for the affiliate vote in the same way that we do the elections. So when we vote for an office, the way we did this last year, as you recall, is that we set up the vote in one time period and had any debate or candidates or whatever it was about the offices. And then during the time that we were adjourned, people voted. And then when they came back, we did the affiliate roll call. So it will have to be the same process where we are able to do the affiliate roll call following the vote.
I think, Deb, though, I think what the questioner is asking about those, the resolutions, if there's affiliate votes on resolutions.
Right.
So let me just go ahead and speak to that. I think what the questioner is referring to is, okay, there might be 5 resolutions on the ballot, but you're going to vote on them all at once. That's what you're going to do.
Yes.
So, so when Denise Colley calls Alabama Council of the Blind, 10 votes or whatever Alabama has, then they'll say we vote 5 votes yes and 5 votes no on resolution 1, 2 votes yes and 8 votes no on 2, and so on. That's how you're going to have to do it.
Yes, and it will have to be the following day from the debate of those resolutions because they have to have time to collect that vote. Right.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. So just for the delegates out there, you may not be just collecting a vote on one resolution. You may need to collect votes on more than one. So just be aware of that.
To anticipate another possible question, whether when we're talking about a roll call vote on a resolution, whether it's for your individual vote or for the ballot that the delegates will be voting on, you will not see all the whereas clauses. You won't have to read through all that. Some people would call it garbage.
Gabe's feeling.
And
Only
he's
on
on the
resolution that
resolutions committee.
I
Yes.
know.
Yeah,
Resolution that I
yeah.
might submit, but otherwise.
Thanks. And I have a couple more.
Go ahead, boss.
First, oh, I like that. And I'm not sure if there's an answer for this question, but Michael wants to know if resolutions are widely circulated prior to voting, what will prevent unpassed versions from being circulated and causing confusion? And I don't.
I guess the answer I would say is I'm not sure how widespread the copies of resolutions are going to be prior to the convention. The main thing is going to be that we'll definitely be publishing which resolutions are scheduled for any given community call, so people know which resolutions or topics that we're going to be discussing. But as far as actually disseminating unedited versions or versions in progress, I don't know that we're going to do that. What's going to be published and circulated is, I think, going to be the final copies of the resolutions.
This is Deb. I was going to suggest too that basically we're going to, when we submit the final copies, they will come out as an official document. So they will come out through ACB, and anything you acquire through any other resource will be drafts or things people are thinking about or whatever, but they will not be the official copies. Those official copies will be read on ACB Media, and those official copies, once passed, will be the ones that are posted to our website, to the Braille Forum, and will be the ones circulated to any impacted parties. So that also deals with that, what happens to third-party resolutions, and if they call for them to be transmitted or whatever, then that's the ones that will be. And you always run the risk of any resolution maker publicly working their resolution through sort of a different process in the community. That's always been a possibility. So I don't think that our chances of having misrepresented resolutions out there, I mean, we'll find out, but it seems to me like that, I don't think that risk is particularly higher than usual. I think it's the fact that they'll come out on official documents from ACB.
Well, even since I was chair of the committee, which is probably 50 years ago, it seems like to me.
At least.
Yeah, something like that. You need to say that.
I think I was about 12 years old when I was on your committee, Jeff.
I know. We've been hearing that folks want to see the resolutions. And so that's the most important part. Anything is, as Deb said, anything can be abused. But people want to see resolutions, and this is really an advance in that area.
And if I understand what you all shared, that not only will the resolution be recorded and played on ACB Media on the appropriate channel and loop, but then that same recorded resolution audio will be what will be played during the convention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
And the text of that same recorded resolution is what's going to be available in print and Braille at the
Email, whatever.
convention.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So we're trying, it sounds like you all are trying every way you can to get the word out to the membership as early as possible.
We're hoping to do our
I
best.
also had a text from Wanda wanting to know when the voting task force would start having calls with affiliates. And I know you're going to do some community calls.
We
I
are.
think that's
so
a Connie question. Yes.
It is.
Absolutely.
Anytime. I have some affiliates already set up. They've already reached out to me. And I got the Tuesday topics set for April 5th. I got visibility set for April 22nd and Sunday edition for April 24th. So anytime they want to start, just reach out to me. So I'm ready. So
thank you.
And Connie is a taskmaster. She'll keep us in line.
She is.
That's right. as I can attest, I was making sure they were all here on time today too. So.
And Connie did a great job of making sure that all of the summaries were in and that we all had a clue what we were talking about.
And she'll
Good
give
job,
us our
Connie.
cheat sheets too. Right.
I did. They got a text message about 10 minutes before this, and I was like, make sure you're on.
Oh, very
And
good.
we also had a question from Donna about, and I'm not sure if, but this is for the voting task force, about issues last year, if there were some fixes for people who were calling in to cast their votes from landlines, because there was some, I'm not sure exactly what she's.
I remember. I don't know if Jeff and
Yeah.
Pat doesn't really have.
Right.
I can make fun of Jeff with Pat with his froggy, squeaky voice, but Jeff can talk to it. Otherwise, I can.
I
Go
know,
ahead, Jeff. Froggy says go ahead.
I can tell you this much. They are definitely aware of those concerns because several of us have talked to Vote Now about them. I don't know, maybe that's something we can have Nancy report on and get out some information in terms of what they're going to do to try to address that. But I do know that's something they're working on.
And that's all I have for the moment.
And we haven't really stressed that or shared that very much. But again, Patrick, I guess a question to you, Connie and Jeff, is my understanding is we will be using Vote Now again, and it'll be used in the same process where we'll either email the member if they provide us a valid email address. So as we get through membership certification, please update your valid email address through that process or at members.acb.org with your current email address. Anybody who has an email address that's valid and on file will get an electronic voting code and registration packet. And for everyone else, they'll be mailed in Braille and large print so many after the record date, but so many days in advance of the convention. So we're going to follow that same process, and you'll use that same Vote Now code for all ballots throughout the process.
Actually, I have a question, if I could, and that is, I just thought it just popped into my head. So what if you're at convention and for some reason you happen to lose your code? Is there going to be a process for people to go, say, to registration and get that code, get help getting that code? Is that how that would work?
I can take that if you'd like.
Yep, most certainly. But go ahead, Janet. Yep.
But yes, that would be the plan. And we are also going to have assistance during the convention. After general session closes, when voting opens up, we will have assistance for people who need assistance casting their ballot. Yes, the voting precinct. Yep.
And they'll be able to vote however they want. I mean, if they want to do it, like if they want assistance with the phone or if it's through the email and stuff. But yeah, there will be definitely someone.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And one thing that we managed to do this year was to deconflict the affiliate vote with the regular individual vote. And that was something that came up last year. So we thanked folks that brought it up because we actually, as the voting task force, hadn't thought about that. So we look forward to your suggestions and things that we might have missed this year as we go forward and talk to folks, with all these conferences.
And in closing, I would just say this to everybody as we get near to closing time, and that is, pack your patience, folks. This is new to all of us, and we're all in this together. We're going to work through it together. Hey, our core values, one of our core values is flexibility. We can do this, guys. And the most important thing is, especially on resolutions, is we're getting it back into your hands where it belongs. And so maybe a little different, but hey, pack your patience. We'll make it work.
And I think,
and like Pat.
Go ahead, Gabe.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and like Pat said, it's a process or it's a work in process, and since this is the first year for resolutions and bylaws to be voted hybridly, I guess if Janet can make up words, and maybe I can too, because I don't know if hybridly is a word, but since
it soon will be. Yes.
since this is the first year for doing those in this way, it is definitely still a learning process.
And also a huge thanks to resolutions and constitution bylaws. The team has worked really well together with voting task force. It has been terrific how much we've accomplished in such a short time. What a great move.
It has been, and And I think it'll be great when we can do all the shows together. When we do their outreach, we talk to the affiliates. We definitely will be working out together. It's a nice package deal. So.
And I think I'd like to hear a little bit from John with Constitution and bylaws, because they're in a little bit different world in that by Constitution requirements, that all Constitution amendments and bylaw amendments have to be read twice before they can be discussed. So the understanding that I have is on that last Thursday of our business meeting on July 7th, we'll have the first reading of all those Constitution and bylaw amendments. And then we'll have a second reading prior on the first business meeting on the 11th. And then those constitutional and bylaw amendments will then be debated with a chance for any amendments to take place. If amendments take place and there's any requirement for a roll call vote on the amendments, those would take place on the 12th. And then on the 13th will be the voting. There will be no debate. There'll just be balloting and voting. So, John, would you like to kind of echo or add to those remarks of how the Constitution and bylaws process will work?
Sure, Dan. And wow, I thought I was going to get away with not even having to say anything.
I saw you over there being quiet.
I was being
too.
quiet
I
'cause
was
we weren't
I was
announcing
waiting.
anything. And I'm thinking that must have been because I did such an awesome job in the pre-recorded presentation.
Yeah.
Humility was never one of my strong suits, but I say that as a joke and hope it is taken as such by everyone out there here and in the studio audience, as they said on the game shows. You pretty much covered it, Dan. Per DC code, the final disposition, the disposition of main motions has to be by record vote. And in order to allow for discussion and the consideration of any amendments, where that portion of addressing Constitution and bylaw amendments will be on the 11th, which allows us that intervening day of the 12th to have a ballot. We may not require ballot voting on the any amendments, two amendments, be they constitutional bylaws. That's per our current constitutional provision about if any 25 people object or want a roll call vote, then we have to provide for a roll call vote. That has nothing to do with the DC code. That is to honor our existing practice. So once those amendments are disposed of on the 12th, and by amendments, I mean amendments to what will finally be proposed in terms of constitutional and bylaw amendments, that gets addressed on the 12th. I suppose in the late afternoon or evening of the 12th, the ballot is prepared, stating in final form the motion, any motions for the alteration or amendment of constitutional bylaw provisions, and they get voted up or down on a record vote the following day, the 13th. So I just want to again publicly give a shout out to the members of the Constitution Bylaw Committee. They are all rock stars. We have several attorneys, most of whom are from name law school, top ranking law schools, and they've done a bang up job. And I want to emphasize, although I seem maybe to be talking across purposes, but we want to hear of any of your constitutional or bylaw proposed amendments, but understand that depending on the level of controversy involved in the amendment, we may want to go slow this first year. But we'll have to address that on a case-by-case basis. Again, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee does not have, nor would I ever wish to see it have, any kind of veto or preemptive power to not have it come to the floor. That's not what I'm suggesting, but let's take incremental steps here. And I think everything else was covered in my presentation. You'll see the announcement in the April forum, and I've already given you my email address, which I'll give again. John, everyone knows how to spell John when it's not short for Jonathan, which it isn't, JOHN at jamsite, JAMSITE.net. Send them along to me, and I will assure that they get attention and consideration by the Con and Bylaws Committee.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate this so much. I appreciate you taking time to do the formal presentation. That'll be available out on our YouTube channel very shortly, as well as made available as a podcast. And I want to thank you for all your service and participation through this process. It really is a collaborative effort. So again, thanks to Connie, Ray, John, Patrick, Deb, Gabe, and Jeff. So thank you all so much, and have a good afternoon and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
And next, we have an opportunity to hear what's up and what's new from our ACB Media Network. A lot of exciting things have been happening in the ACB media area. And at this point in time, I'd like to introduce our ACB Director of Advocacy and Communications, Tony Stevens from Baltimore, Maryland, along with Rick Morin, our newly hired ACB Media Manager and IT Manager as well, from Wortham, Massachusetts. And
from
Larry,
where?
Wortham? In Waltham? How do you say that?
Waltham.
Waltham. Oh, okay. I think we had a misspelling there. I didn't have any F.
Yeah,
in
there you go.
Waltham. Okay, thank you. I think every little neighborhood in Massachusetts must be a different city.
Yeah, you're thinking Worcester.
Okay, is
Worcester.
that yeah? You got you, Carl, and Kim. You live like 3 miles away from each other, and you're all in different cities. You're cracking me up. Yeah,
like
all
some
right.
people call Watertown Waterton.
Watertown. No.
If we keep messing around here, we won't have to say we won't have.
Okay, from Waltham, Massachusetts. Easy for me to say. and Larry Gassman from Fullerton, California, who
That's
is
one
our
city.
new
one city.
Our new contractor and ACB media coordinator. So thank you all so much for being here. And Tony, I'll let you wrangle this crowd. So thank you.
I have a big smile on my face, Dan. I know it's been a really long day for you. So
yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tony Stevens, the Director of Development and Communications for the American Council of the Blind. It's nice to be with so many folks online. We've got really good, solid stream listeners. So we're going to be talking a little bit about these streams today and all things ACB media, as well as having the opportunity to introduce you to some folks who you are already probably very familiar if you check out ACB media.
I was still on.
Listening to ACB
I
radio.
was still on.
I thought it was going to.
So, but just so we know, hey, Connie, you're still unmuted there. So as folks are getting off from the other session. So, but yeah, welcome everybody. We'll be talking about ACB media today and how it's played an integral part in our communications for the American Council of the Blind. And it's been such an outstanding support for not just the community events that we're now at, I think, what is it? Cindy's probably listening in right now. We're just at maybe after tonight, 7,500 or maybe starting tomorrow. But also for all the affiliate leaders for your state conventions, you know, how we waive the fees. We'll talk a little bit about that and kind of moving forward, things that are going on with ACB media. But in all those things, you know, it is a rock within our organization. It is an enormous source of volunteer hours. We heard Dan moving in speech in his year in review from last year when he talked about how in 2020, and we're still counting the numbers for 2021, but it's probably going to be pretty close, over $1 million in volunteer time donated. And a huge chunk of that is in ACB media. So we're going to be talking a little bit about the volunteers as well and giving them thanks and looking forward to what's in the future. So in terms of our future, it's going to be set sail by two new helmsmen that are leading in terms of the ACB media operations. One is on the IT side, the back end side, the real sort of labor that goes on. And the other is working significantly with the volunteers and the streamers. So let's introduce both of them. Dan already did. I'll get it right in Waltham, up in Massachusetts. Rick Morin. Hey, Rick, you've been quietly behind the scenes for the past 2 days. And how's it feel to be in front of a camera now?
Oh, no, it feels great, Tony.
Nice. Well, thanks for joining today. and one of our newest team members who just came on board literally like a week ago. We were talking last night and I was like, hey, have you learned this yet? Because I don't expect you to know this yet. And he's still trying to figure out, where the coffee room is and where the water cooler is, which luckily
I
with
know
the
what those
teleworking,
things are.
it's not too hard. Yeah. So,
Yeah, no.
but Larry, hey man, welcome to the team.
Thank you, Tony.
And
Nice
you've
to be
been
here.
you've been volunteering for a while. I'd like to first find out from the two of you, and because this ties to so many of our volunteers, and we want to give a huge thanks to all the volunteers, all of our streamers who help work behind the scenes. First and foremost, one of our own board members, Jeff Bishop, who at this time last year at the Leadership Conference last year was sharing the news of the future ACB Media Network. It launched in late June. It was a huge part of last year's convention with its 10 streams. It is a force to be reckoned with now in terms of our communications and our infrastructure. But where did it all start? And it starts with people and volunteers. Tell me a little bit. We'll start with you, Larry. How you got involved with ACB Media, and a little bit about just your radio background. I know you had a chance to share it, the other day with the board. But tell the audience a little bit about where you're from.
Well, I long time ago, back in '73 out of college, I loved the idea of being involved with a college radio station. And from there, my love of old-time radio got me a job playing the shows, introducing the people who worked on the shows, interviewing them from 1980 on. So I've been around a while. And I continue that even today with my twin brother, John. We still do it. And we have another radio station that we do that's 24/7 devoted to radio, old-time radio. But in 2018, we joined ACB. Now, I've known of and knew Jonathan Mosen going back to the early 2000s and worked with him doing FSCast for Vespero. But I've been listening to Jonathan since 2000 with Main Menu, et cetera, and some of the other shows he had done. So I was well aware of ACB Radio. And then in 2018, shortly before I retired, I said, I'd love to get involved with this. And we've known Jeff Bishop since the 90s. So about the time I retired, maybe a little before, we said, hey, how can we help? And he said, well, we're looking for streamers. We're looking for editors. And I said, well, I know how to edit because I've used audio sound editors, but I have no idea what you're talking about with regard to streaming. I'd never done it before. He said, oh, we'll show you. So I learned and got heavily involved. And I have a passion for radio. I love it, enjoy it thoroughly. And so now I've been streaming conventions and also state affiliate conventions and things like that for about 3 years or so, done a ton of editing. I've edited since probably 2005 and 6 digitally, and before that with razors and tape, which was it's a totally different story. But I've been involved in radio since the 70s and love it, and did all this after I retired too. I had no idea, no inkling that I ever wanted to do anything in terms of a job, because my passion is to just be involved with radio. But this job came about, and people said, you should maybe think about maybe applying. And I said, well, they're not going to pick me. There's so many worthy candidates who know a lot more about streaming, et cetera, than I do. I'm just learning this. And they said, no, apply, do it. So I did, and was very astounded to find out that I actually got the job about 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm diving in and learning a lot, learning the culture, learning everything involved with it. And Rick's been a great teacher because he's been showing me, when I was even a volunteer, some of the things that we were doing to help with regard to being on the inside on the team. And now it's a matter of just running and catching up and doing all the things that need to get done to make this an even better media network.
Yeah. Well, and we were so thankful when you came on board with Jeff, and then, getting into the podcast world by being you and John being on Main Menu. And excited that the support you've been able to help Rick as a volunteer out for over the past couple of years have been huge. Rick, you're now a full-time employee of ACB as the manager for ACB Media and IT. It feels like you've been around forever, though, in terms of, working behind the scenes to really help. If it's with our conventions, you're always at conventions for years. Anybody that gets to our live conventions knows you as always the one running around with audio cables and microphones and just the man who loves sound. Talk a little bit about how you got involved and what brought you into sort of the ACB Media prior to that ACB radio world?
Well, thanks, Tony. It's kind of funny. My story is similar to Larry's in that I used to cut my fingers with the razor blades and splicing blocks too.
2-track Ataris, I know.
Yeah.
As well,
Oh yeah, the big Memorex, the big 12-inch reels of tape and all this kind of stuff. But I started in college radio. Around the year 2000, I started to get involved in advocacy. And long story short, I was doing some advocacy work for the Red Sox, got to know Brian and Kim Charlson, heard about this thing called ACB Radio. Brian and I talked about doing a show on ACB Radio. We did something called the Yin Yang Show for about 7 years. And to me, this is like reliving my college days. I just totally love this. I was the general manager of the campus radio station for the 3 of the 5 years. I went to a 5-year school. It wasn't 4 years and 5. I've done a lot of on-air stuff, and lately it's been a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, convention. I started, it was funny, it must have been about 8 or 9 years ago now. Kim said to me one day, "Hey, we need some help at convention. All we need is somebody to run around and change batteries in the microphones. Do you want to come?" And, after that convention, I told her, I said, if I had known the truth, Kim, I never would have said yes to this. But anyways, it was a lot more than changing batteries. But I just totally loved it. Did that for several years. And since this whole virtual thing happened, I just, you and I, Tony, kind of, started sketching stuff out. How are we going to do this? And Eric kept talking yesterday about building the airplane while it was flying. Yeah, that's certainly what we did to build the hybrid conventions. I'm sitting here today in the middle of our studio setup here at Perkins, where we're basically bringing together everything that people are seeing in the webinar. And I want to say special thanks to Kim Charlson for giving us the opportunity to stretch out here in the Braille and Talking Book Library in Watertown. I just want to get that clear for Dan so he doesn't call it Waterton.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been a lot of stuff, a lot of fun. I typically don't do things halfway, so I immerse myself in things, and I love what I'm doing, and yeah.
And immerse is a nice way to put it, because I know we both email at all hours of the day and night. I'm a late night person, you're an early morning person, and sometimes those times have even crossed paths.
They have.
Yeah. And I want to talk a little bit about the infrastructure as we begin to talk about the future of ACB. What folks might not know too, though, is you have decades of experience in real, like, sort of IT, heavy duty back-end systems, database, and the whole lot in your past life, right? So many of us have had past lives. But yeah, you come to the IT side as well, as really being able to support an integration of all of our digital assets, because folks don't know the work. I got a chance to be an advisor in journalism school for grad school for a college radio station. So I love that you two both have that college radio passion. Which is so much of what the ACB media, sort of the spirit of the volunteers. If anybody's ever worked in college radio, it has that same kind of feel. But there's a lot of tech that goes on behind the scenes too, especially with streaming that folks don't know about. And a lot of things of signals going back and forth and in and out. And it's not as easy as you think it is. And so, yeah, you brought a wealth of experience, I think, in just that data management and understanding how systems talk to each other. That's so much of it, because we have a wide breadth of systems. When we talk about ACB Media, for folks who don't know, and you can go to acbmedia.org to really find out the whole breadth of what we are able to offer. But it's everything from our blog to our podcast feeds, which we have dozens of podcasts available, to our 10 live streams. It's a whole infrastructure. Talk a little bit about the back end. And if you think back to when you and Brian were doing that sort of show years ago, I imagine it was probably more like chewing gum and duct tape back in those days. But talk a little bit about our larger digital assets. And Larry, we can throw it to you too, just with ACB Media, in terms of what we have at our fingertips now, that maybe we didn't have when Jonathan and Charlie Crawford and Paul Edwards had this idea, 22, 23 years ago it was, to start creating something that would be an online way for us to communicate and listen to each other.
Yeah, that's a good question, Tony. We're in an exciting time in ACB when it comes to IT in general. For many, many years, ACB operated its own IT. We had physical servers, and things were just basically built from the ground up. Over time, it kind of got more and more difficult to maintain this stuff. And I give Jeff a lot of credit for this. Jeff Bishop was instrumental in driving ACB into a cloud-based infrastructure on a platform called Azure. So all of our major assets right now for ACB reside in Azure. And for a lot of people may not know what Azure is, but you probably have heard about Amazon Web Services. It's Microsoft's version of AWS. Right now, ACB Media we're in the process of migrating ACB Media off of our old, it's running in Azure, but it's still running with a program base that's from the old times. It's some Linux architecture with pretty inflexible scheduling routines. And we are in the process of migrating everything off of that infrastructure into a new cloud-based infrastructure, which will make us a little bit more nimble when it comes to scheduling and that type of thing. We use something called Live 365, which is the actual platform that we're actually streaming to, and then Live 365 disseminates it to everybody. When you log into, when you go to Alexa, and now my Alexa is going to say hi. When you go to Alexa, that's actually going to Live 365, where we're sending our signal to, and we've got a lot of intermediate steps that we're going to get rid of and go, native to Live 365. That's just kind of a lot of jargon, but we're in the process of streamlining stuff. Larry can talk about programming, but our goal is we've just got tons of opportunities for programming. One of the things I'm real excited about from a programming standpoint, and I'd really love to see this, get off the ground, is this whole notion of the Spanish language stuff that we're doing. I would be thrilled if we could put together, a 24/7 Spanish channel,
Sure.
if we could. But in terms of we essentially are operating 10 radio stations or 10 streams. We don't have them all lit up at the same time, but we've got a lot of excess capacity. There are times like during convention where even 10 kind of taxes our capacity, but convention is just a couple months of the year. We just have lots and lots of opportunity for talent to come in, work with us, both from a creative and a technical side. And in order to support all that, we need volunteers, but we also need to have a more nimble infrastructure. So,
and I want to push pause just real quick on that, because it's nimble, but it's also saving us money. When folks always ask, me at least, what am I getting with my money? This whole new system is faster. When we went to acbmedia.org, folks might not have noticed, but the old days of when we had to use like Winamp players and all these separate players, you click that button on ACB Media and it goes like instantly.
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of the other things that we're working on, and still it's Rick until I catch up, and I'll catch up. But we're working on gathering together, because we've got the convention coming up. We're talking about trying to gather together editors and streamers, and that will happen. But one of the things we've talked about over the last year, and we haven't had a chance to do totally everything we want to do with it yet, is we want to gather people together from all of the affiliates who choose to, and we want them to have their own spot on the ACB Media Network, which will then obviously be funneled, if we can, into podcasts. We're looking for more and more content, and so why not? Everybody listens to ACB Radio. Why not have a part in getting the message out about whatever it is, whether it be a state affiliate or a special interest affiliate? So we're not there yet. We're working on it. We have a few. We're trying to get more. It'll take a little bit of time, but that's one of the things that we're looking for in the future.
Well,
and to
talk a
that
little bit about
point,
time, because it's all, oh, go ahead, Rick, and then I had a question.
no, I just
But go ahead.
make a quick point to that.
Mhm.
You know, traditionally with ACB Radio, you had to, in order to get something on the air, you not only had to create content, but you had to be the technical guy to put it together.
Right.
Okay. What we're trying to do right now is separate the creative process from the technical process. And for those people who have good creative ideas, some good content, but don't have the technical wherewithal, part of what Larry and I are trying to do is trying to get our organization in such a place where we have, you know, we can provide production support as true production support to creative people. Let creative people do what they do best, and have production people do what they do best.
That's a question I was going to ask is, you know, because all three of us kind of cut our teeth in the old days of, you would go into a radio station, you might have a DJ slot, or, you know, college radio is pretty much like any community radio, right?
Yeah.
Reaching out to people in the
Pretty
community. Here's your show.
Mm-hmm.
You go in and the broadcast engineer says, you touch that button there. And I'm pointing as if there's like one button, no other buttons you push. That's your button. Don't push any of this stuff on this large rack on the side of the mixer board. And you know, it is that sort of, in a sense, it was very easy, unless all these other buttons started blinking and making noises or something went out, you know.
Right.
I like the fact that we're really trying to embrace people, because some people can get overwhelmed with technology. Were you all both, in a sense, because Larry, you mentioned you never were, you know, familiar with streaming per se. This stuff is learnable, but the more that we can kind of automate or take things out of their hands, the better we have a chance for this creativity to sort of nourish it. So, I mean, we don't want the medium to hinder the message, in a sense, do we?
No, we don't. I mean, in my particular case, I love technology, and I've been using screen readers and I've been doing radio stuff for a very, very long time. So I love that fact. Not everybody does, but we're trying to make people feel comfortable, and we're doing a lot of communications one-on-one with new people who want to stream, and some of our older streamers who haven't streamed in a while, because we'd love to have them join us, but we want them to be comfortable. And we're still designing, we're still playing a little bit and trying to refine what will work best for everybody. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but we will get there.
And what can people do, though, if someone's listening now, maybe they are interested? I've had several people, you know, all the way from age 17 to well into their 70s, that have said, you know, I like what I listen to, these community meetings and the other stuff going on, the other programming. I want to try to help out. What should be someone's first point of contact? Because we do need to build up our volunteer base, and we'd love to have more people join the team.
I guess,
Larry, what's your email address? Yeah. Can you give your email address?
I don't have a phone number yet. We're still working on the phone number, but the email address is very simple. Gassman is my last name, and it's spelled Gassman. So the email address is lgassman@acb.org. And once again, Gassman is Gassman.
And if you're interested in either the production or the creative, they can reach out to you and get more information on how to volunteer.
Correct.
Excellent. Fantastic. And, you know, Rick, in terms of the conventions, because that's a huge question as well that people have, what's the best way for affiliates that are interested in convention and to understand that we have a lot of constraints sometimes, you know, to make sure that we're not having 8 affiliates all at once on a convention? What's the best way and the best contacts for the in working with the conventions? What's your recommendation for affiliate leaders?
Yeah, anybody that, well, first off, if there are folks who want to get involved in the technical side of the conventions, you know, please call me. Let me give you my email address. It's rmorin@acb.org. And I'm sitting in front of a screen here, and I don't know what happened to my face, but anyways,
Don't let me answer that.
Your voice is still there.
Yeah, no. You know, the big thing about everybody's heard the word hybrid used 1,000 times over the course of the last couple of days. Let me define what a hybrid is. A hybrid is an environment where we want people who are physically at the convention to be able to interact with people that are remote, and people that are remote be able to interact and feel like they're there at the physical convention. There's a whole lot of technology to make that happen. What we've been doing with Zoom and a lot of all this virtual stuff obviously is a big part of that hybrid piece. But now this whole matter of integrating the virtual with the real world it's a lot more complicated than people might think, but it's a lot of fun to figure out. And I would invite anybody to reach out to me. Again, my name, it's Rick Morin at rmorin, MORIN, at acb.org, and be happy to talk to you about it.
Fantastic. And for the audience, folks, the people that maybe don't want to volunteer but love to listen and want to find out more, we're excited that they're working to integrate this calendar of programming on ACB Media onto the acb.org website. Am I right in that, Rick? And that's forthcoming pretty soon?
Yeah, well, actually, there's a calendar right now on acbmedia.org. We've got a couple of our schedules of our ACB Media schedules actually in the calendar. But, we have some very, very good calendaring technology in acbmedia.org, which we're going to be porting into acb.org to make it more of an ACB events calendar, not just a media calendar. And of course, media and events go hand in hand. There's virtually
so much is streamed now.
Yeah, very, very few events that are happening at ACB don't involve media, even down at the affiliate level. A lot of what we do is support affiliate conventions. So yeah.
Excellent. All right, that's helpful stuff to know. So L Gassman, LGASSMAN at acb.org if you're interested in volunteering, if you're interested in helping out with your affiliates, or how your affiliate can help take some of the load off our shoulders by teaching, learning how to fish, in that sense. We'd love to try to help expand the volunteers out there who are wanting to help, pick up some of these technical skills. There's skills too that you can go use at your own church or your own community association, apartment association and things. So it's amazing skills, similar to how Cindy's been doing with the Zoom trainers for the hosts, the Zoom hosts. ACB is looking to do that as well with our media. So,
and just one last point too, Tony. If you're having difficulty getting a hold of Larry or me for whatever reason, feel free to reach out to Tony as well. I mean, we're all part of the communications team. We work very, very closely together, and just be persistent. There's so many hours in the day, but our intent, we're not going to be able to keep this ship afloat unless we quadruple the amount of volunteers at least that we have working with us over the course of the next year or 2 years.
And a reminder on the acbmedia.org website too is a link to our acbvoices.org blog. We had a chance to hear from the BOP folks the other day with Katie Frederick and company, and Deb Cook-Lewis, and folks who have been working with the BOP for so long. Sharon Loverain is our editor. Loverain is our editor here in the national office. She's now more integrated into our comms team, as is the ACB Voices blog. If maybe you're not wanting to hear your voice, but you love to type at some words, feel free to submit something to voices@acb.org. If you ever have a story you want to tell, or an idea even, if it's something, it could cross over into any of our media outlets, but voices@acb.org. That's for the blog. And we try to get authentic voices of experience for people who are blind and visually impaired across the country. It's hopefully a time capsule. And then, like Rick said, you can always reach out to me, A. Stevens, A for Anthony, ASTEPHENS at acb.org. That's A. Stevens with a PH at acb.org. Mr. President, I don't know if we have time for questions or closing remarks with Larry and Rick at all.
Yes, we definitely have time for a few closing remarks. And I just had a couple of quick reflections. Looking back, our last in-person DC Leadership Conference 2 years ago, the board meeting before that was the first time we had ever broadcast an ACB Board of Directors meeting on ACB Radio, now ACB Media. So look where we've come in just 2 years and how many things we podcast now, our convention content. Just kudos to you guys. I mean, we went from, within 3 or 4 weeks there after the convention, we had all of the different breakout sessions all podcast and put into tracks where everybody could easily find them. And so it's been kind of drinking through a fire hose, right, guys, over this last couple of years. It's been quite a lot of advancement. Yeah.
Today, Dan, is the last day, and Eric's listening, I know right now to this, he remembers this as well as I do. This was the last day that we were in the office at ACB. At least I know myself was.
Wow.
And it was, and this is the last day 2 years ago that I went a whole day without wearing a mask. So when you think about how much our lives have changed over the past 2 years, but we definitely went from this day to the 17th when the first community meeting was, and they're having that 2-year anniversary in a couple of days. Be sure to check that out, everybody. Yeah, we went from 0 to 60, but it wouldn't have been possible without the volunteers, without Jeff Bishop. We can't forget Debbie Hazelton and Jason Castonguay, who really helped sort of bridge the ACB radio, and then helped to get those meetings up. And, I had a chance to work with Jason when it first came on, and he's still out there doing great audio things in the world. But yeah, it's so many volunteers behind the scenes and the people that sort of help lay the foundation.
Deb Cook-Lewis and and I also want to just thank you. It's just these little initiatives. I think Rick came up with this one, but let's take the Braille Forum and run it on a loop on a ACB media channel, and now people go to that regularly to get their news. And then with the legislative seminar, again, taking that initiative to put, the different radio shows and Clark's and Swatha's legislative imperative shows, package them into a 6-hour loop and run that on ACB Media too. I mean, this is getting content and information out there. It's really leveraging the media network. It's tremendous.
Yeah,
and
we're
Janet.
having.
I'm sorry,
I'm just going to intercede. I know we didn't call for questions, but I was looking at the mailbox and I just wanted to do a big shout out from Sheila Young and FCB to Rick, thanking Rick for handling the first ever virtual ACB special interest or affiliate hybrid convention.
Hybrid, yeah.
That's right.
So
Florida
FCB
gets to be
says,
the
thank you.
the guinea pig, but Sheila and Dan and everybody and Anthony and everyone worked hard on that, and Deb Grubb. So it's been a wonderful. Florida's helped out a lot, and just in terms of volunteers. So thank you, Florida.
If I can just indulge myself here for a sec, if anybody's curious about what it's taking to bring this leadership conference to everybody.
Ooh, do we get a tour real quick?
Well, I think my camera's been switched off.
The Boston headquarters? Yeah.
Yeah, Boston.
But describe it for us, though.
Been switched off, but I'm sitting here in a U-shaped environment. I've got 6 computers, all with very specific tasks that they're doing. We've got one computer where we play pre-recorded content. We've got a computer that's just hosting the presenters, another computer that's hosting the Connect room. I got 3 other computers that are being used to monitor everything. We've got 2 mixers. We've got a television switcher. So very much this takes on the look and feel of putting out a television production. And this is just doing it all virtual. Now put this in a hybrid environment and you can just imagine, the complexity of it. And we're really excited.
Like
we're really jazzed up about doing hybrid in Omaha. And, it's going to be bigger and better than anything you've seen us do so far. So
we're going to have to hire Octopi that can help us out.
Yeah, for sure.
And Tony, Rick, Larry, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Thanks to all the ACB media volunteers. When we turn in volunteer hours, guys, you all may not realize it, but half the volunteer hours in our organization are generated by ACB Media. They work that hard to produce this day in and day out, 365 days a year, all year long.
I realize it now.
Thank you so much. Larry realizes it. Welcome to the team.
Over 25,000 hours in 2020. So and
Wow.
we're counting 2021
Absolutely.
still. So thank you all the volunteers.
Absolutely amazing. So congratulations. Keep up the good work, and please reach out and volunteer and help the ACB Media Network. Thank you all so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
Thanks,
rest of the
Dan.
convention. All right, conference, I
Dan.
should say. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye. All right, boy, I can't believe it. It's already 5:30 and we're time for our last panel. And I am so excited to introduce the Get Up and Get Moving campaign. And really at this particular panel, I think is going to concentrate on individual members and how their fitness journey has changed their lives. It's exciting for me to have with us today the facilitator for this panel, a member of the Get Up and Get Moving campaign, Connie Sims, ACB Board of Director from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And then right just north of her is Zelda Gephardt from BOP Director from Edgeley, North Dakota. And then moving a little more to the Midwest, we have Carrie Goodman, first vice president of ACB of Indiana from Mitchell, Indiana. And then finally, this is a person near and dear to the Spoon family household, is Carol Moody, who works out and does an amazing job on her fitness journey. And Carol is a member of our ACB community, and she is from St. Louis, Missouri. So welcome, everybody. The title says, A Group of Ladies Getting Their Move On. So I can't wait to hear the stories. Thank you all.
All right. Woo-hoo. Thanks, Dan. We are excited. I think I have a wonderful panel. I mean, I wish we could talk all afternoon. We were joking earlier with you that you could talk all day, and I think this could be one of the panels that we could talk all day. It's exciting. It's got a lot of good stuff. So I am happy to have Zelda and Carrie and Carol, and they have such inspirational stories. So I just want to say that all of us, each member have a story, and we all have our own journeys, and it's inspiring. It's inspiring to have those stories, and we want those stories. The Get Up and Get Moving campaign wants to hear those testimonies. And to start out with, I just want to say that we have a group page called ACB Get Up Get Moving on Facebook. So join us on that and share stories. So I want to start with Zelda. So thank you, Zelda, for coming. We
Thank
are
you for asking
enjoying.
me.
Yeah, I think you're actually in South Dakota today, maybe.
Well, I
or-
was earlier today, but I'm
Okay.
back at home right now.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say I knew you were traveling to South Dakota, so
Right.
all right. Yeah. So you started out with the challenge to walking to Omaha, and want to tell us why you decided to do that challenge.
Okay. Well, I'm going to back up to the 2021 convention.
Okay.
I always get inspired going to the ACB convention. And this year was especially inspiring because of it coincided with the Summer Olympics. We got to see, the kickoff of that. And then also, that's when the unveiling happened of the Get Up and Get Moving campaign.
Yep.
And with those three things, I call that the trifecta that got me going. I just decided, I need to plan a personal goal. And personal goals aren't something that I've been really big at. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I've been an employee and a volunteer in my community and with all kinds of different groups. And so I'm not new to planning goals for them, but not just for me. And so here I am in rural North Dakota, out in the country, with no public transportation, and miles.
No sidewalks. No,
no sidewalks.
sidewalk.
No pedestrian signals.
Pedestrian
No,
signals.
none of that. No, I just have a gravel road that goes by my house, and I'm miles away from a fitness center. and so I thought, well, how can I knew the train has already passed. I'm not going to be an Olympian. So I knew I wasn't going there. But I thought, with the convention being in Omaha next year, I'm going to just find out how far that is. And Siri told me it's 453 miles from my house to Omaha. And I started my symbolic journey on Sunday, July 24th at 5:30 a.m.
Oh, my lucky girl.
Yeah. And I kept it under wraps for a while because I'm kind of new at this goal setting thing, and I wasn't sure that I could be successful. So for 7 days, I just walked 2 miles every day and didn't even tell my husband what I was doing. And so the only one that knew in our household was our golden retriever Buck, and he was my faithful companion for those first 7 days. Um, that's when I decided I would reveal it to a larger group of people. And I chose to do that because they tell me that when you're goal setting, that you can dream about something and you might achieve it 5% of the time. You can document and you might achieve it 35% of the time. But if you set a deadline, and you have a much better chance of achieving it, and that's 65% of the time. But if you tell others and they help keep you accountable, you're going to be successful 95% of the time. So on July 30th, I took the plunge and I made an announcement on the ACB leadership list that I was putting out this Walk to Omaha challenge. And I invited anybody to join me or to form their own goal, something that maybe made more sense for them. And but what I was going to do was walk to Omaha. And quite literally, I'm not walking to Omaha. I'm just walking the miles that it takes to get to Omaha. And from the beginning, I knew that I wasn't going to be walking during several of the months here in North Dakota. It's just not walking. You
No,
you
it's
know
not.
what the weather.
It's been a horribly cold winter for us. I mean, I think colder than usual sometimes. So yeah.
Right. And so lately I have been riding my stationary bike, and I heard Cindy Hollis say the other day that she has gotten a stationary bike and she's been doing 30 minutes a day too. So there are several of us that are out there biking, maybe doing stairs, maybe doing an elliptical, whatever it is that you do what you do and set your goal. And I just challenge all of you to get up and get moving in some capacity.
So just one quick thing before we go on to our next one quick, but share how you are keeping track. I mean, just kind of a quick summary because it's a unique way how you're keeping track. And I think this is a good idea. I think
Well,
this is
at first I started just, marking it down on the calendar. Sometimes I'd forget, sometimes I would, remember. And then I decided, and I'm going to just hold up here. You maybe can see, or maybe even hear.
We can hear it.
Yeah, those are popcorn kernels in a little jelly jar. And I counted out my 453 miles, and I've got two jars. One has the miles that I've walked, and the other one has the miles yet to go. And so each day I take great joy in taking kernels from the one and putting in the other. And then I have that reminder of what I have yet remainder to do. And thank you for having me today, because this is another way of me putting it out there, telling others, there may be a day, and there have been days that I haven't felt well, and I just didn't want to do it. But I'm going, oh, other people are counting on me doing this. So you guys are holding me accountable, and you're helping me to be successful at what I've set out to do here.
Well, thanks, Shelter, because it has. I know it has really inspired a lot of people. I mean, so we really commend you for doing that because it's really gotten things going. And it's great because more people we can challenge. And like you said, it's one thing, one person can do one thing and another person can't. So
Right.
it's
Do
a
what
good
you
way.
can do. Do what you
Do
can
exactly.
do. Yeah.
So
Okay.
going into that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Going into that one, let's go into Carol next. So Carol, you have a different situation. Like Dan said, you are very special to their household, and you have a very special history in what you can do. So you have some different serious health conditions. Would you mind kind of sharing what they are and why it really limits you on your activity?
Sure. Well, among other things, I have a very severe arthritis. It's end stage in my knees. I have hypothyroidism, some heart valve leakage, asthma. But the most critical thing to me is I have a genetic lymphatic and fat disorder called lipedema. It is inherited. My mother had it, although we didn't realize what she had at the time. And her being sedentary really did not serve her well. And I could see that. But when I was preteen, it caused me to be less mobile, caused me to gain weight and not be able to take it off at that time. Lipedema cannot be managed through diet or exercise. However, exercise can really help with maintenance. And something that's really come home to me is how important movement is just for one's overall health, not necessarily. A lot of people play a numbers game. They want to lose weight. They want to exercise and lose some weight. Then they put it on and they maybe lose a little more weight. But it has really progressed in me to the point that once you become late stage, then you get lymphedema as well. And this wasn't diagnosed in me until I was going through menopause, which is when it really accelerates. It's hormonally activated and driven. And unfortunately, it's a condition that's not well diagnosed and treated in our country today. So it was very frustrating most of my life, not knowing what was wrong with me and why moving was so much harder for me than it seemed to be for most people that I knew. But I kept trying. I kept trying to work out, even though I had pain, I had fatigue, just a lot, and you know, just an inability to move because it grows between the muscles and causes some inability of the muscles to really function properly. In fact, I can remember one point I got to a point where I literally couldn't get up off the couch. And I knew it wasn't just my arthritic knees because I pushed and pushed and pushed and I couldn't get up without help. So I've almost wound up in a wheelchair twice. I also needed to have a spinal surgery where I had 4 herniated discs and just a whole issue of things with my spine with stenosis. And I got through that. The surgery was rough. The recovery was rough, but I joined the Y and did a lot of aquatics classes and really got myself better from that. And then my lipedema progressed. I had been an itinerant rehabilitation teacher for the blind for the state of Missouri. And my mobility issues became so severe, along with the fatigue and everything, that unfortunately I had to stop working early. I had to go on long-term disability from my job, which I really didn't want to have to do. But at that point, I was progressed to the point that I finally had to go see the one and only specialist in the country who really treats the condition non-surgically. And she said, "You're full body and you know, you could be bedridden with this condition." So that was quite a wake-up call to me. And they wanted me to consider bariatric surgery, which I considered, but I did not want to go there. I didn't set right with me, especially since I knew that it wouldn't get rid of the lipedema. It could only get rid of some of the regular fat. And so I decided that I was going to do everything humanly possible in terms of lifestyle to try to control this disease. So one thing we found out is that for women with this condition, embarking on the ketogenic diet was about the only way we could lose any of the weight, not the lipedema fat, but otherwise. So I did that and I lost 118 pounds, which did enable me to move some better, even though it's not what I would like it to be. And so I found out that self-care is really, it's kind of a full-time job, but that's really where it's at for me. And movement is a big, big part of that. I can tell you a lot of days I don't feel like it at all, but I know how important it is. I know that
It is.
it's keeping me functioning. It's I'm doing a number of things. It's been a godsend having ACB community classes with Leslie. Well, my favorite is the chair yoga, the stretching and moving my lymphatic system. That really helps. I also do the weights, the resistance training, and the happy hour cardio. And I do a vibration plate. And our lipedema tribe community also does some videos where we do eccentric stretching with Miranda Esmond White. So I'm very limited. I have to sit to exercise, except getting on my vibration plate. My husband has to help me on and off of that. But what I've found is that it's so important to be able to adapt what you do and do all you can within those parameters. And since I was told I could be bedridden, I'm not bedridden. I'm not in a wheelchair. I
No,
am on a walker.
yeah, you're
But
doing great.
I'm afraid that I would have gone the way of a lot of people during this pandemic. I didn't gain weight. In fact, I lost just a little bit, but I've kept moving and I intend to try to keep moving forward.
You're doing awesome, and it's great because, you can do the exercise, especially with Leslie. I know I've done some of her classes, but you can adjust what you can do. I mean, I have some permanent disability also from a car accident. And, there's things that I can't do any longer that I used to be able to do. So it's nice though, isn't it, that you can adjust and still move and still be active when
It's
you
great to be able to find alternative ways of being able to doing things. And I had that kind of mindset being a rehab teacher anyway. And I'm glad these classes are during the daytime because I have to spend 4.5 hours a day on my lymphatic pump. And I have to wear full body medical grade compression, which actually it makes exercise harder through that compression on top of the condition. But being able to do it during the daytime, usually at a time of day where I've really hit a slump, I've really gotten fatigued, but the exercise, even though it's hard, kind of rejuvenates me.
Great. And I totally understand because I have to wear compression socks from blood clots that almost took my life. So that I appreciate it. So thank you for being here and sharing your story. I know there's more to it, but let's go on to Carrie. So Carrie has some inspirational stories, personal, and how she got into being healthy back, I believe, in 2020 is kind of where you kind of started your journey.
Yeah.
But then I wanted you to talk about that, but then how you brought it into the affiliate and what you're doing with the Indiana. I think it's awesome because we want to get the affiliates involved. And I think it's awesome how you've gotten Indiana's affiliate going.
All right. Yeah. So like you said, it was October of 2020. I will be honest, I struggled with my weight my entire life. I have yo-yo dieted, yo-yo exercised, lost, gained. It's just kind of been my lifelong pattern. In October 2020, I had reached my highest weight. I was at 453 pounds, and I was very unhappy because I physically could not do the things that I wanted to do. And that was a motivation for me to make some changes and to make some changes that I could continue doing forever. So I kind of started a healthy living journey. I am down 150 pounds so far. So I'm a little over halfway where I want to be.
Woohoo!
Yeah. So probably just about in the last 3 months, I really added movement and exercise. And I call it, I honor my body with movement because I feel like that's a way that I'm honoring my body by moving it. And I've noticed that the more I get up and I move, the better I feel, the better mood that I am in. And I had kind of been sharing parts of my journey on my personal Facebook page, and I had been following the ACB Get Up and Get Moving page. And the Indiana affiliate had talked about a little bit the Get Up and Get Moving campaign, and we had tossed around the idea of trying to do something a little smaller scale and local where we could hold each other accountable and inspire each other. And so I had created a Facebook page that is just for Indiana for Get Up and Get Moving. So it's a smaller scale group. One of the reasons that we decided to do a smaller scale group was just so that we could be a little bit more vulnerable. We know each other a little bit more, so we can share a little bit more of that personal, intimate information that maybe you don't want everybody to know about your journey. I was excited to see so many people join the page and started sharing how they were honoring their body with movement every day. Or sometimes when they just didn't feel like doing it, or other things that they were struggling with, not just exercise, but other things about living a healthy life. And each month I try to put out like my personal goals, kind of like Zelda was talking about. We have those goals, but when we share them with others, it holds us a little more accountable to reaching those goals. So try to put those out and invite other people to do some goal setting every month on what they want to do and what they want to accomplish in the way of getting up and getting moving. And then another facet of that is we are going to start a monthly ACBI Get Up and Get Moving call on Zoom. Just, an informal time to get together, to talk, to share victories, to share struggles, to kind of motivate and inspire each other, because not all of us are on a weight loss journey. Not all of us are on, a fitness journey, but we all want to be healthy and we all want to be able to move our bodies. And so to be able to encourage each other and share what we're doing, because sometimes somebody will post something and it'll be like, oh, well, that's an idea. Maybe I could try that. And it's things that we don't think of. So the page has been a great inspiration and accountability for myself, and I hope for others. And I'm really excited. We have our first call in April. So that'll be something new that we're going to try as well, just to have our own little time to get on and encourage each other and share our stories.
I think that's awesome. So I'd love to have you, give us feedback, how you guys are doing, because that's what we're looking for, because this is what's working for Indiana, so maybe that would work for North Dakota or Missouri, or maybe something else would work for them. But you guys found what works for you guys. And that's kind of what we're looking for, is each state, each affiliate, each chapter is so individual. So, and each have their own stories. So we don't know what is going to work for each other until you guys know each other on the local level. Like you said, it's more intimate. So it's much easier to share and help, and that buddy system, that goal setting, it's inspirational. I mean, I see Carrie's posts, or I see, Zelda's, or, Carol's, or anyone's that, and it's inspiring for me, because as much as I've always been into health and wellness, I still get discouraged sometimes. So it's nice to be able to see those inspirational stories and journeys and goals, because it
The motivation can
inspires.
be contagious, can't it?
It
can.
can. And Connie, I just want to add that even though I'm out here walking on my gravel road, and my walking partners are my husband and my dog, we do have some traffic on the road, and so my community has seen, that couple's out walking. That's a good thing, and that might be inspiring to some of them to do the same. I also belong to a community group, and I will be the hostess for that in April, and I plan to share my my goal with all the ladies that are in that group, and we're all in similar age categories, and I think it might be helpful to them, as we start to thaw out here in the Great North.
Yep.
I'm sure that they will all, have a renewed interest in moving more and doing more.
And I've kind of seen the same thing as what Zelda said, is I've had ladies at my church, they're like, well, you're posting that you're working out. Do you want to work out together? And so it's going beyond ACB, which I think
Right.
is amazing because, this movement is inspiring people that aren't blind or visually impaired to start honoring their body with movement as well. And
Absolutely.
I love that about that because it's not just our community. Now people are seeing us and we're inspiring and motivating other people to start on a healthy journey. And I love that part of it.
It is, and I just want to say that Carol shared a YouTube video that she did for another company, but she mentioned ACB and she mentioned Leslie's classes, and it was a tribute. It had nothing to do with ACB, but she recognized in how all of this has been helping her. So I just want to say thank you to all of you guys. I know we're running out of time, but it's so inspiring to help and talk. And I know we could keep talking more, and I would love to. So, and what we talked about is, we want to talk, we want to do activities with affiliates and chapters, if it's getting up and doing stuff. I mean, I sit here during the conference and Dan will probably understand this because Leslie does this all the time too, but we stretch. I mean, I've been sitting here in my chair and stretching and stuff and tapping my toes or, moving my my toes and my feet and my fingers. So, I mean, I get up and move. And when we did Maryland, Leslie and I did, and Tony, we taught them some stretches just to do that. You don't have to stand and you can sit. So like, during the conference, we can sit and stretch and do things while you're just listening, but we're at your desk working. But it's just a matter, and I want to just say that the CDC guidelines state it's 30 minutes, 5 days a week, which turns out to be 2.5 hours a week. So you're 30 days per day, 30 minutes per day, in a week, you can only have to do 2.5 hours. And that's not very much. But, and that's just to increase your heart rate. So any type of movement is great. We just want that. But we're here to get up and get moving. We want to, we want to work with each other. We want to inspire each other. We want to work with affiliates, chapters, individuals. And it's a huge family. It's a huge community. So I just want to thank the three of you guys because you guys are inspirations. And we all have stories and we want to hear those testimonies. So Dan, do you have any thoughts or comments for these ladies?
Oh, first of all, I just want to say it's absolutely so inspiring, and you guys are spot on. During the breakout sessions, Leslie said, let's go for a get up and get moving walk. And we took 45 minutes and walked around the neighborhood while we were listening to the breakout sessions. So having a buddy to inspire you is exactly true. And you all have been truly, truly inspirational. I have a little tear in my eye as I was listening to the stories, I'm telling you. And I know there's no one to respond beside you all, but I got to say, hip, hip, hooray.
Hooray.
Hey, go lady.
Oh,
This
and
is
as
awesome.
And as the get up and get moving campaign says, whoo, I'm not, I'm not do that, but we need Terry to do that, but yeah. So
Very good. Thank you so much for your stories. It's great to hear them. It's going to be recorded. It'll be turned into a podcast and, thumbs up. Great job to each of you and keep up the good work and keep on walking to Omaha. We'll see you before we know it.
All right.
All right. Have a good
Bye-bye.
evening. All right.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was just absolutely fantastic. What a great way to end our president's meetings as part of the DC Leadership Conference. I want to thank all of our staff and volunteers for all their hard work over the last 2 days. And I want to remind everybody that coming up this evening that we'll have the Spanish language wrap-up show with Gabriel Lopez Cafati and Swatha Nandakumar from 6 to 6:30. And then after that, at 7:30 tonight, we'll have our fireside chat. We're going to get to meet a group of individuals who have become the presidents and CEOs of their organizations as blind and low vision individuals. What did they do to get to the top? And what are their secrets? How can we learn from them? And how can we get more of our community to that level inside of different organizations? So please stay tuned for that at 7:30 this evening on these same ACB Media 6 channel. We will have Cindy Watson from Lighthouse San Antonio. We will have Kirk Adams, the CEO of American Foundation for the Blind. We'll have Eric Bridges, our own executive director from ACB, American Council of the Blind. And we will have Ken Fernault. He's from AVRE in upstate New York, in Binghamton, New York. So we're looking forward to hearing all of those stories and hope you all will join us this evening. Again, go listen to Gabe and to Swatha, and we will talk to you at 7:30 tonight with the fireside chat. And then Clark Raffle and Swatha Nandakumar will see you tomorrow for the 2-day legislative seminar. Thank you all.
Ahora, a veces, Suaza, tú sabes que yo creo que comentábamos cuando conversamos tú y yo el viernes, antes de empezar con estas llamadas, cuando estábamos coordinando, que a veces estábamos un poquito como quizás temerosos de que no íbamos a tener suficiente información que compartir en media hora y que si deberíamos abrir la llamada a preguntas, pero yo creo que en la forma como están desarrollándose estas reuniones, creo que media hora más bien nos queda corta para todo lo que quisiéramos compartir.
Sí, hoy tuvimos mucha y una charla con Eric Bridges y
Sí.
nuestra director ejecutivo y
Sí.
Cindy y Kobe para que
Ujú.
sí.
Sí, como tú mencionas, Suaza, Cindy y Kobe están dándonos lo que llaman Community Connect, que es básicamente una conexión con la comunidad, como hablábamos ayer. La comunidad es algo que está tomando mucha fuerza en ACB, y la comunidad somos todos nosotros y nuestros amigos y amigas, y esperamos futuros miembros de ACB. Y en cada una de esas llamadas o programas de conexión de la comunidad, Cindy y Colby están ilustrando, como tú dijiste, esta mañana o esta tarde empezamos con una entrevista que le estaban haciendo a Eric Bridges, nuestro director ejecutivo. Estuvo muy divertida. Hablaron de trabajo, hablaron de cosas personales, hablaron de uno de mis temas favoritos que comparto con Eric, que es lo que llaman en inglés el flourless chocolate cake, el pastel de chocolate sin harina. Oh, me encanta.
Me encanta también.
Sí,
Me encantan los pasteles en general.
a mí también. Somos culpables de la misma debilidad. Me encantan los pasteles. Soy un fanático de los postres.
Sí, sí. Y ellos hablan también cómo la comunidad es una lifeline o es muy para es una amistad y es una sí, conexión muy auténtica, y Dan también hablar sobre eso.
Sí, sí, es una conexión que para muchos de nosotros ha sido una tabla de salvación, como tú lo dijiste, Suata, en estos 2 años de pandemia y de estar aislados del contacto con amigos, amigas, familia. La comunidad ha sido definitivamente una tabla de salvación.
Sí. Y entonces nosotros tenemos Lee Nasahi y Eric
Sí.
y Dan para hablar sobre el VTO o el EOS. Sí.
Sí, 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 Lee Nasi es una de, como hablamos ayer, Suata, si recordarán a nuestras personas que nos están escuchando, como mencionábamos, el ACB cuenta con un equipo fenomenal en todos los aspectos, pero estamos hablando del aspecto de la junta de consejeros, y parte de esa junta de consejeros es Lee Nassigi, con quienes Dan, nuestro presidente Dan Spoon, y Eric Bridges, nuestro director ejecutivo, tuvieron una entrevista el día de hoy, hablando, como tú dijiste, voy a traducir al español las siglas que mencionaba, básicamente hablando de lo que es el plan estratégico para ACB para los próximos 5 años, lo cual es sumamente importante porque, para resumir, se habló de lo que llamamos en ACB los core values, los valores que definen nuestra organización, como honestidad, trabajo, flexibilidad, colaboración, integridad, pero también hablaron de data, la data que es tan importante, la colección de data, como ACB está empezando un esfuerzo mayor por colectar toda la data de la membresía, saber un poco más de cada uno de cómo es la composición de la membresía de ACB. Creo que también se habló, Suaza, de lo que es el plan de crecimiento de miembros. Creo que tenemos un plan bastante agresivo de creo que duplicar el número de miembros de aquí al 2025.
Sí, en 5 años tenemos tener más de 20,000
20,000, sí, 20,000.
miembros y más de 100,000 conexiones a la comunidad.
Sí, sí, eso me gustó mucho, lo de tener 100,000 conexiones con la comunidad. Y
Sí, una gran staff o equipo.
sí,
Sí.
un equipo sólido, Y aparte de eso, también el proyecto y el plan estratégico a 5 años involucra también un crecimiento financiero para la organización, en el cual ACB tiene un fondo de crecimiento de, creo que mencionaron 1.8 millones, y creo que el plan para 5 años es de elevarlo a 4 millones de dólares.
Sí, y luego tenemos los breakouts o los...
No,
Sí,
sí.
sí, me... yo probablemente olvido una o dos reuniones.
Bueno, aquí colaboramos para hacer honor de uno de los valores de ACB, colaboración. No te preocupes, que lo que se me olvide a mí, tú me recuerdas, y lo que se te olvide a ti, yo te recuerdo.
Y sí, y tenemos tres breakouts.
Ujú, 3 sesiones concurrentes.
Sí.
¿Cuál fue tu favorita? ¿O cuál? Bueno, no quiero decir favorita porque la verdad que las 3 estuvieron fenomenales.
Todos están interesantes, sí.
Sí, bien interesantes.
Yo fui a la sesión con los líderes menos 45 años. Sí, y me encanta mucho, sí.
Sí,
Y tú también, sí, sí.
Sí, yo también, bueno, estuve escuchando un poco de cada una. Igual como te mencionaba ayer, igual como compartí aquí con todos en ACB Media y en YouTube y en Facebook Live. Anthony y yo nos dividimos el trabajo de escuchar por lo menos a cada una de las sesiones, y luego como rotar, y entonces tratamos de escuchar las 3 o un poco de las 3 y luego comentamos acerca de lo que cada quien escuchó. Yo también estuve escuchando la reunión con uno de los más nuevos afiliados de ACB, que es Next Generation, Next Gen, que significa la próxima generación. Y como tú dices, nos llena de mucha energía saber el nuevo talento que está entrando a la organización, y la energía como las personas menores de 45 años, de las cuales yo formo parte de ese grupo.
Sí, y ellos hablan sobre sus experiencias como como ser líderes en ACB y los barreras, así, barriers, manejar su equipo o su afiliado y es enlightening, no sé cómo se en español.
Sí, muy ilustrativo.
Sí, se dio.
Ujú, ujú.
Y sí.
Perdón, sigue.
No, perdón, go ahead.
No, te iba a preguntar qué otro, que esa fue la única sesión que escuchaste, o tuviste chance de escuchar alguna otra.
Es el único para mí porque no puedo escuchar a 2 o 3
Sí, yo sé.
Sí, en el mismo brazo. Easy. ¿Y tú?
Bueno,
No.
sé que también se habló en una de las sesiones acerca de cómo fortalecer los afiliados de interés especial y en qué consisten los afiliados de interés especial. Em, Creo que en una de ellas estuvo participando uno de nuestros miembros de la junta directiva, Jeff Tom, que es básicamente, me pareció muy interesante porque en las sesiones concurrentes se habló por una parte de la nueva generación y por otra parte del afiliado que preside Jeff Tom, que es para las personas que están en una edad más avanzada, y
Sí,
como...
y pierden su visión.
Y pierden su visión, sí. Ujú. Entonces es otra forma en la cual creo que ACB está ilustrando y poniendo en acción el plan de ser inclusivos, no solo en cuanto a culturas, etnias, razas, discapacidades, pero también edades. Eh, Tú sabes, tenemos grupo que representa la nueva generación y grupo que representa la generación que está entrando
Sí,
un poco más en años.
sí, es una contrasto.
Ujú, sí,
Contraste, ok.
sí, sí, sí. No, un buen contraste.
Contraste, ok,
Sí,
contraste.
sí, no, pero
Sí.
fue, no, tú lo diste bien, perfecto, pero te decía que es que fue un buen contraste, ilustrar o mostrar los dos grupos de edades.
Ujú,
Sí.
sí. Y en tercera sesión
Ujú.
fue la audio que fue
Sí.
qué es nuevo en la audiodescripción
Ujú.
y en esa sesión sí, la red se llama CBS o
Sí,
Paramount, sí,
correcto.
Paramount Global tiene una announcement, no
Sí, un
sé,
anuncio.
sí. Um, no, anunció que va a ofrecer audiodescripción en todo lo primetime
Ujú. En todos
programas.
los programas de la hora, lo que llaman las horas pico, los horarios más populares de transmisión.
Sí, y es muy único porque los leyes ahora dice que los redes pueden ofrecer 1 o 2 horas en un día
Ujú,
una descripción y es muy ah, sí
ujú.
es nueva y es un kind of grand undertaking, no sé en
Sí, sí,
español.
es nuevo y como tú lo dices, es un proyecto grande
Sí.
que ellos están adoptando. Sabes, hasta que en el mismo tema de audiodescripción, yo quería hablar un poco, ya que estamos en este programa dirigido para nuestros miembros y amistades de habla hispana, quería mencionar que ACB nosotros estamos trabajando en colaboración con una organización que se llama DICAPTA, que DICAPTA es la organización líder en este momento en audiodescripción en español. Y quisiera aprovechar que muchas personas de habla hispana nos están escuchando para invitarlos a que busquen un grupo de Facebook que DICAPTA ha fundado que se llama Latinos for Access. Y en este grupo se tocan muchos temas acerca de la comunidad hispana con ceguera y baja visión. Y aparte de eso también ellos organizan lo que llaman Watch Party, una reunión para ver una película o un film en español con audiodescripción que sucede el último viernes de cada mes. Así que audiodescripción en español también está tomando bastante fuerza y ACB está formando parte bastante protagónica, como siempre, siguiendo un liderazgo en lo que es audiodescripción. Tenemos mucha gente talentosa en ACB con el proyecto de audiodescripción, empezando por el doctor Joel Snyder, quien casualmente me enteré también que su libro, que es como la enciclopedia de audiodescripción, que ha sido traducido a varios idiomas, está disponible en español. Su libro que se llama The Visual Made Verbal, perdón, el arte de lo visual convertido a verbal, está en español. Y aparte de eso tenemos también a personas con mucho talento y mucha dedicación que trabajan en ACB, como Jolene Bailey Page y el comité de audiodescripción, que está dirigido por nuestra presidenta inmediata, Kim Charleston, y nuestro buen amigo, go ahead.
No, okay.
Sí, no, dilo, Carl.
Yeah, Carlson, yeah, sí.
Sí.
Nosotros en el equipo tenemos una broma que Clark está Carl. So.
Oh, ok, sí.
Sorry.
Sí, porque se parecen los nombres, Clark y Carl.
Sí, sí. Y nosotros es una broma que nosotros confundimos a Clark y Carl
Ujú.
a veces. Y quiero mencionar que el Red en México fue un ganador de una award en
Ujú.
adopción en
Ujú.
sí, en nuestro programa en noviembre en el 2021.
Sí, sí, en la gala que ACB también, la primer gala de audiodescripción, sí,
Sí.
fue, fue, fue algo también, como siempre, ACB tomando el liderazgo y siendo pioneros en hacer algo siempre por primera vez.
Sí.
Luego, Suaza, tuvimos uno de mis temas favoritos por una de mis personas más queridas. Bueno, no quiero decir eso porque no quiero decir que no es que quiera a toda mi comunidad. Yo amo a toda mi comunidad de ACB, pero yo tengo una relación muy cercana y muy especial con Janet Dickelman.
Sí,
Y
nuestra canción, sí.
sí,
Sí, sí.
y Janet nos hizo un desglose de todo lo que es la convención. Dan nos habló de que el 1 de abril habrá una reunión de junta directiva muy importante
Sí.
para definir básicamente establecer en una forma definitiva el concepto que va a seguir o el formato que va a seguir nuestra convención, porque ya es un hecho que va a ser un formato híbrido, pero siempre hay muchas consideraciones que ACB está tomando en cuenta en cuanto a la salud y el bienestar de todos los que atenderemos en Omaha. Entonces, el 1 de abril es una reunión para evaluar la situación con respecto a la pandemia y al estado de la salud para garantizar que se tomarán todas las medidas y las decisiones adecuadas para que todos podamos tener una convención segura y con bienestar para todos.
Sí, y si tenemos una convención híbrida,
Ujú.
Janet nos, nos dice como el tours.
Oh, sí.
Sí.
Sí, van a haber tours que siempre son un atractivo muy grande en cada convención. También algo nuevo que Janet mencionó, que este año la convención tendrá un componente únicamente virtual que será entre la semana antes de la convención, que será, empezará como dicen, con un bang, cuando empieza con la subasta, que es típica de ACB, que la lidera Leslie Spoon, que es la primera dama de ACB. Y este año la subasta se hará virtual y a mí me fascina. A veces compro algunas cosas, pero a veces no puedo competir porque la gente compite bastante en esas subastas, pero siempre hay artículos que se someten a subasta que son muy buenos. Yo quisiera comprar la mayoría, pero a veces no puedo, pero sí. Y muchas cosas deliciosas, hablando de postres.
Sí, postres y sí, la comida.
Sí,
Sí, me encanta la idea de una cena multiétnica en
ujú.
Omaha y quiero, sí,
Sí, también. Eso sí,
y yo
también.
necesito asistir a eso.
A mí también eso me llama la atención siempre de visitar un lugar, sobre todo si es un lugar que no he visitado antes, es buscar algo típico del lugar.
Sí.
Sí. Entonces tenemos las 3 días que serán virtual para cualquier afiliado. Muchos de nuestros afiliados, para quienes no saben, tienen un requerimiento de que ciertas decisiones o ciertas votaciones deben hacerse dentro de la convención. Entonces esos 3 días virtuales van a ser considerados parte de la convención para que mientras estemos en Omaha el tiempo sea utilizado de la forma más eficiente posible, sobre todo con la disponibilidad de los que llaman cuartos híbridos, porque vamos a tener los espacios de reunión o meeting rooms que algunos van a estar equipados con todo, video, audio, transmisión por ACB Media y obviamente participación en vivo de las personas que estén en Omaha. Entonces, esos cuartos obviamente son bastante caros de montar, entonces no son todos los cuartos de reuniones que van a tener toda esa capacidad. Entonces, para que podamos maximizar el uso de esos cuartos, ACB está poniendo a disponibilidad esos 3 días virtuales y luego durante la convención solamente tendremos los eventos que son más, no quiero decir importantes, porque todo es importante, los eventos que ameritan mayor, que necesitan mayor alcance, ya sea porque las personas que van a participar como parte del panel son de otras partes del mundo o de otras partes de Estados Unidos que no pueden viajar por trabajo o por otros compromisos. Entonces, en esos casos se está maximizando el uso de los cuartos híbridos durante la convención en Omaha. Pero fue un reporte excelente. A mí siempre me encanta escuchar acerca de convención porque a mí me encanta. La convención es uno de mis tiempos favoritos del año. Y bueno, me encanta escuchar a Janet en general.
Yo también. Este año Omaha va a ser mi primera convención en persona,
Oh.
en vivo.
Yo siempre le digo a todo el mundo, Suaza, y para los que nos escuchan, las convenciones son un momento que te cambian la vida, porque es un momento en el cual nosotros dejamos de ser minoría y nos convertimos en mayoría. Entonces es como una cápsula en el tiempo y en la geografía en el cual la comunidad de personas ciegas y baja visión nos convertimos en la mayoría. Somos básicamente los dueños del lugar, del venue, tú sabes. Entonces no nos sentimos como la minoría, nos sentimos como la mayoría. Así que es un momento. Yo invito a las personas que no han asistido a una convención que lo consideren. Y como mencionábamos ayer, con varios programas que tiene ACB, como el DKM y el Jpmorgan, son oportunidades de asistir, perdón, a una convención en una forma costeada por ACB. Pero obvio hay que aplicar y hay que tener las calificaciones o los requerimientos que se piden para cada uno de esos premios.
Sí, y Ken Simeon es
Ujú.
es el líder en este
Ujú.
comité y
Sí.
es el point of contact
Ujú.
para las DKM First Timer Award.
Sí.
Sí, sí.
Sí, y él siempre está dispuesto a compartir su teléfono y apoyar a todas las personas con información y ayudarles durante el proceso. Así que visiten nuestra página acb.org, acb.org y busquen la información acerca de DKM y Jpmorgan y ahí encontrarán cómo contactar a Kenneth Simeon y él les puede ayudar y orientar en cómo aplicar.
Sí.
Luego, Suaza, terminamos creo que el día, si se me olvida algo, recuérdame por favor, pero creo que terminamos el día en algo que es una campaña fenomenal, es una campaña que está siendo muy, 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 imagínate, ya se me está olvidando el español, quiero decir successful, muy exitosa.
Sí,
que,
muy
que,
informativo, sí.
sí, que es Get Up, Get Moving. Porque aún antes de la pandemia se identificó, ACB ha identificado que nuestra comunidad, las personas que somos ciegas o baja visión, tendemos a no tener la suficiente actividad física, el suficiente ejercicio para mantenernos saludables.
Sí, y en muchos casos los máquinas de ejercicio o fitness o sí, no hay accesible para los ciegos y o son ciegos o de baja visión o personas de baja visión.
Ujú, sí. Justo como lo que hablábamos ayer de las pantallas táctiles. que no hay accesibilidad. También esto, y por eso es que ACB está llevando por segundo año el imperativo legislativo que queremos que esto sea una ley federal en el cual se exija que las compañías que manufacturan equipos de ejercicio y los centros donde se proveen servicios de ejercicio físico como gimnasios, spas, consideren accesibilidad para las personas que somos ciegas o tenemos baja visión, para que nosotros también podamos formar parte de la comunidad que tiene igualdad al momento de acceder a equipos de ejercicio físico y de fitness, como tú mencionabas. Y en apoyo de esta campaña tan grande que ACB está lanzando, que se llama Get Up, Get Moving, que es básicamente significa levántate y ponte en movimiento. Y me encanta el nombre porque es una invitación y es como un challenge. En español también la palabra challenge se ha adoptado para significar lo mismo, un reto, pero en español también se usa challenge últimamente. Y es un reto a la comunidad para que nos levantemos y nos pongamos en movimiento y recuperemos la salud y el bienestar que de repente hemos perdido, ya sea por la pandemia o por, como tú mencionabas, o hasta la falta de accesibilidad de equipos de hacer ejercicio o de gimnasios. Entonces, estamos haciendo este esfuerzo en el cual escuchamos la participación de personas que lideran este movimiento. Connie Sims, que es parte de la junta directiva, Zelda Gibhart, que es parte de también la,
Presidente de North Dakota.
de las, sí, del North Dakota, y también está, es miembro de la junta de publicaciones, ¿no? Del BOP.
Ah, sí, sí, sí.
Sí.
Sí, yo
Sí.
he visto, sí.
Y yo sé que Terry Suárez y Leslie Spoon también están involucradas en todo lo que es Get Up, Get Moving. Leslie tiene una certificación, ella es una instructora de yoga y ejercicio. Entonces es un grupo muy, muy dinámico que está moviendo esta campaña. Tom Tobin también, que tiene mucha relación con la comunidad, uno de los afiliados de interés especial de ACB, que es la comunidad de personas con diabetes, que son una comunidad que se ve muy afectada también porque es una comunidad que depende mucho del poder hacer ejercicio para mantenerse saludables y mantener sus niveles de azúcar controlados.
Sí, y Zelda tiene una reta a
Sí.
caminar, sí, a Omaha, donde vives.
Yo la primera vez que vi eso en la lista, Suaza, en el email que compartimos, yo dije, wow. Incluso yo chequeé el mapa y dije, ¿será que North Dakota está tan cerca de Omaha? Pero luego entendí que el reto que Zelda está ofreciéndonos es que ella midió el número de millas que hay entre North Dakota, en la ciudad donde ella vive, en Sioux Falls, creo que es, y Omaha, y entonces midió el número de millas que hay. Entonces ella se comprometió a caminar ese número de millas entre el momento que lo propuso, que fue el año pasado, y el momento de llegada a la convención, que es el 1 de julio. Y mucha gente ha seguido el reto de caminar el número de millas, pero imagínate, yo no sé si yo no me apunté al reto, porque imagínate si yo trato de caminar el número de millas que hay entre Miami y Omaha. Miami es
Muy lejos.
la punta de todo el país estadounidense.
Sí, es muy lejos. Y Alexandria también.
Sí.
Sí, muy lejos de Omaha, no puedo.
Pero bueno, lo importante es que sigamos el reto y nos acerquemos lo más posible en número de pasos y de millas a Omaha.
Sí,
Así
sí, pienso que es el fin tenemos un fireside chat con Eric y
Sí,
los directores ejecutivos de las organizaciones que sirven los ciegos y las personas con baja visión. Y
sí.
los directores tienen también están ciego o con baja visión.
Sí, es correcto. Sí, ese es una, en inglés se llama fireside chat, que la traducción literal, para todos los que nos escuchan, la traducción literal es básicamente una conversación al lado de una chimenea. Eh, entonces, eso es lo que nos quiere dar a entender, como explicábamos ayer, es que es una charla, una conversación un poco más informal, no es una reunión formal, es una charla más como una conversación de lo que es, lo que piensan los líderes de la comunidad de personas ciegas con baja visión. Como tú dijiste, Suata, son líderes como Dan Spoon, que es nuestro presidente, Eric Bridges, que es nuestro director ejecutivo, y otras personas como Kirk Adams, que es el presidente y director ejecutivo del American Foundation for the Blind. Creo que también estará el director ejecutivo del Lighthouse de la ciudad de San Antonio,
Cindy
Texas.
Watson.
Ujú, la directora ejecutiva, perdón. Sí, y personas que son líderes en la comunidad, y entonces van a tener una conversación. Siempre de esas conversaciones salen muchas iniciativas, salen intercambio de opiniones, intercambio de ideas y colaboraciones, que es lo más importante, mantenernos juntos. El año pasado Dan hizo algo que nunca nos hubiésemos imaginado, que fue reunir al presidente del NFP en esta conversación. Ah, Así que este año también estamos evidenciando cómo Dan está reuniendo líderes que tienen mucha posibilidad de cambiar el destino y el futuro y de abogar por nosotros. Y creo que con ese tema de abogar, Suaza, podríamos cerrar, porque yo sé que esa es tu palabra favorita.
Sí, sí, así es mi trabajo, es abogar por la comunidad. Y, mañana es el día de Clark Raffle y yo
Sí.
seminario legislativo.
Ujú. Sí, mañana estaremos hablando de los imperativos legislativos que ACB va a presentar, y tendremos, como tú dijiste, Suata, tú y Clark estarán liderando toda esa presentación. Para los que les interesa, los imperativos legislativos están traducidos al español y creo que están en nuestra página web en acb.org. Pero siempre mañana por este mismo canal y a esta misma hora, 6 de la tarde, hora del este, Suaza y yo estaremos aquí para recapitular todo lo que se hable durante el día y sobre todo resaltar toda la información que Suaza y Clark nos van a dar en cuanto a los imperativos legislativos que ACB está presentando ante los miembros del Congreso de los Estados Unidos para que sean ley federal, y todo, como Suaza lo ha dicho, en el espíritu de abogar por la comunidad de personas ciegas y con baja visión en Estados Unidos.
Sí, nos vemos mañana.
Ok, Suaza, hasta mañana. Ha sido un placer compartir este espacio contigo nuevamente.
Sí, a tú también.
Gracias. Y a todos feliz domingo, y nos vemos mañana, nos escuchamos mañana, 6 de la tarde, hora del este, para toda la información de los imperativos legislativos. Okay.
We are done, Rick.
Done, yes.
Welcome, everyone, to our second annual ACB DC Leadership Conference Fireside Chat. It's exciting to have, for the most part, a new set of participants this year. I think Kirk Adams is a return guest, but for everyone else, we welcome you all for the first time. And really, we appreciate you being here. It's an opportunity for our members to get a chance to meet leaders in the blind and low vision field. And we are very excited tonight to have Cindy Watson, the CEO of the San Antonio Lighthouse from San Antonio, Texas. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you.
All right. And then we have Kirk Adams, the president and CEO of the American Foundation for the Blind, based in Arlington, Virginia, but Kurt is in upstate Washington right
I'm
now.
in Seattle, Washington.
Down
Yes,
Seattle,
indeed.
Washington.
It's
Welcome,
raining.
Kurt. It's
Just
raining.
saying.
Okay, well, you're true to form then.
Right at home.
And then we have Ken Fernall, and he is from AVRE in Binghamton, New York. So welcome, Ken.
Thank you. Happy to be here, and it is snowing. So
it's snowing. We got snow, rain. Cindy, you got better weather in Texas, don't you?
Oh, it's like 68 today.
Very
Sorry,
nice.
guys.
Very nice.
And sunny.
Rub it in a little. It's okay.
Sorry.
And then we have Eric Bridges, Executive Director of the American Council of the Blind from Alexandria, Virginia. Welcome, Eric.
Great to be here.
How have you been doing lately?
Just been kind of hanging out.
Hanging
Not
out.
much going on.
Not much going on. Welcome. And my name is Dan Spoon, and I'm the president of the American Council of the Blind from Orlando, Florida. So we're really excited to have our guest this evening. And I thought first we would go around and just do a quick introduction of the organization that you work for and share with our members a little of your mission and purpose. So Ken, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Sure. As you said, I'm with AVRE, and that stands for the Association for Vision Rehabilitation and Employment. Our mission is to create opportunities for success and independence with individuals who are blind or visually impaired. We are an Ability One organization, so we have an employment program where we employ individuals who are blind or visually impaired. And we also have a rehabilitation program as well. We cover 9 counties in upstate New York. Most of them are very rural. We're about, I think, 65 employees now. I've been with the organization, 32 years now. Started in manufacturing and worked my way up through several layers of responsibility. And I've been the CEO since 2014.
Fantastic. And Cindy, if you could tell us a little bit about Lighthouse San Antonio.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So very much like Ken's organization, the San Antonio Lighthouse for the Blind and Vision Impaired, our mission is to empower people who are blind. And we do this by participating in the Ability One program as well. So we create employment for people who are blind, as well as providing a full array of services, rehabilitation and employment services. So we cover San Antonio and the surrounding counties. We serve about 7,000 Texans adjusting to vision loss each year. And that ranges from early childhood all the way to seniors with the goal of aging in place and adjusting to their vision loss. We have about just under 500 employees, over about half of which are blind or vision impaired, and that those employment opportunities range from CEO all the way to service positions at our base stores, as well as manufacturing opportunities in our manufacturing plant in San Antonio.
Oh, good. Before we go on to Kirk, for Ken and Cindy, both of you, did you start out as NIB agencies and Ability One agencies and then add in rehab services? Or is it something you've covered both of those fronts with both the rehab programs and the industries at the beginning of your organizations? I mean, maybe Ken, you first and then Cindy.
Yeah, we've been around since 1926 in one form or another, and then obviously when Travis Wagner O'Day was started in 1938, or Wagner O'Day, I believe we became involved with that as an Ability One, now Ability One organization at close to that time, and then we started offering vision rehabilitation services in the 60s. So we've been doing it a long time.
Long time with both programs.
Right.
And Cindy, how about at San Antonio Lighthouse?
Yeah, similarly, we actually started out as a service organization. We were founded by the local Lions chapter. And then we, as the JWAD program came online and employment opportunities were created through that program, we started participating. But I would say that our rehab services have grown in terms of scope and size and coverage area significantly over the past 15 years.
Very good. And Kirk, tell us a little bit about AFB and the programs that I know you're under a lot of transformation and kind of settled down here over the last few years.
Yeah. So we've we're 100 years old. We were founded in 1921, and we've had lots of different focus areas, lots of different programmatic areas over 100 years, obviously. We were founded by professionals in the field. There were two professional associations, an association of teachers of the blind, which are mostly teachers in residential schools, and association of workers for the blind, who were people working in workshops and homes for the blind, and asylums for the blind, and those types of institutions that existed at that time. And both of those associations felt there needed to be a new central nonprofit agency that could use research and data to identify the greatest opportunities for inclusion of people who are blind, the greatest barriers, and then to facilitate collective action around those things. So we're really doing the same thing. We are focused on employment very clearly, and looking to change the landscape in employment by using research and data, creating knowledge, transferring knowledge to decision makers and influencers, facilitating the increased capacity of blind people in leadership, and just looking to change the landscape. And everyone on this call is a great advocate for people who are blind. Everyone on this call is doing great work. It's a privilege to be here.
Thank you, Kirk. And Eric, I know our crowd is mostly fairly familiar, but could you, just refresh everybody on the history of the and background with the American Council of the Blind? Yeah,
we're 60 years old. We're celebrating our 60th anniversary. So been around a while, member-driven organization. We've got 68 state or special interest affiliates. We've got members in every state, and we exist to advocate on the behalf of not just our members, but the broader blind and visually impaired community on a whole host of issues in order to make life, frankly, better for the nation's blind and visually impaired citizenry. And it's been a great ride, I would say, so far. I've been employed by the American Council of the Blind for, it'll be 15 years in June. I've been in my current role for about 5 years, but I've been a member for nearly half my life, since 1999. Starting my senior year of college, I became a member. So, and the advocacy is what got me to become a member. I needed help advocating at my university. And so the folks at ACB got involved and helped me out.
Well, and Eric, since you've got the microphone, for our next question, and everybody kind of knows who Eric Bridges is inside of ACB, but I don't know if they know kind of your life journey. So, take a few minutes, 5-10 minutes, and kind of tell us about the, Eric Bridges growing up as a blind, low vision person, and kind of, your journey to get from, the plains of Iowa to Alexandria, Virginia.
Sure. Actually, I grew up on the Bluffs.
The Bluffs, not the
Cool
plains.
area,
Okay,
yeah.
you were on the Bluff area. My
Yeah, by
apologies.
the
Yeah.
Mississippi, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was born and raised in Dubuque, Iowa, which is right along the Mississippi River across from Illinois and Wisconsin, and went to school at the University of Iowa. Began losing my vision at the age of 4 and until I was about 17, and I lost the last bit of vision that I had. And so growing up, my best advocates were my parents, ensuring that I got a good education, that I learned, Braille when I needed to, that I learned how to use a cane when I was needing to, even though I didn't want to. I had challenges with the school district not wanting to provide me with those accommodations, and my parents actually had to wind up filing a lawsuit to intervene in that. So I learned about advocacy at a pretty young age, at about the age of 11. And so, I went to school at the University of Iowa, got a degree in journalism and mass communications, and I joined a fraternity, and I learned a lot about life being in a fraternity.
I bet.
Yeah, it was pretty great. I also learned it was a window into leadership and difficult decisions, and having to deal with people who were your friends that were not behaving well. And so, as part of the leadership of that particular chapter, I learned how difficult it can be to be a leader at an early age. And so it was fun. It was challenging. My high school social life went something like this: Friday nights, looking after my 2 sisters while everybody else was out doing whatever they were doing. Right. So I got to redefine myself in college, or define myself, and not
No
have
little
to-
sisters in a fraternity. Oh,
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of others defining me, I got to define myself and who I wanted to be. And so it was pretty powerful. I did an internship for Senator Tom Harkin in Washington, D.C., and I fell in love with Washington for that summer that I was out here, which it happened to coincide with the 10th anniversary of the ADA. And I was able to participate in a lot of really cool events with the senator and other members of Congress, and decided that I really would like to live out here, and actively began looking for employment opportunities out here, and had lots of doors closed in front of me. But the folks at National Industries for the Blind, helped me. They found out that I was on the Hill, and I got a job. And actually, I was in the waiting room at National Industries for the Blind, waiting to be interviewed, when a guy named Kirk Adams came walking in and sat down. So I've known Kirk since before I had a job, technically. Yeah, but that's what got me out here. And I worked for National Industries for the Blind for several years, about 6 years, doing different work. I learned how to sell products to the federal government for a couple of years. I learned the whole home project through the U.S. State Department. Sold a bunch of mattresses abroad. That was pretty cool. Had never sold anything before. And as well, then I really wanted to get into policy. And so I learned at the feet of a great woman named Pat Beatty, who was a leader in the American Council of the Blind. It's part of how I became interested in ACB. She was the public policy director at ACB, or at NIB, for many years. And she's the one that taught me the bread and butter of going up and making your pitch. And I did that on behalf of NIB and the Ability One program. And that's where and how I got to know better people like Kirk, and eventually Ken and Cindy. So had the opportunity to do a fellowship through the Brookings Institution, and went and worked up on Capitol Hill for nearly a year for a member of Congress from Minnesota, and essentially was the free help in the office, but functioned as a legislative assistant. I had a portfolio of issues. And while I was up there, I learned a lot, covered a lot of different issues that didn't deal at all with disability policy, but lots of things. And during that time, what I really realized is I wanted to come back to the blindness field and advocate on the behalf of our community. And right around that time, the role of Director of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs opened up at ACB. And I applied, and they hired me, and I've been here in different roles for nearly 15 years.
So growing up in public schools and going to Iowa, how much interaction did you have with other blind and low vision, students, peers at that stage of your life?
Almost none. There was another kid, his name was Derek. He was in the same grade that I was in. He had star guards and really barely needed any sort of magnification. And here I was going from having very good vision, participating in sports, to losing my depth perception and not really being able to participate in sports, and refusing to use a cane, and bumping into glass door dividers.
Oh, I remember those
stuff,
days.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate glass door dividers to this day.
Glass doors, period.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Yeah. Amen. But yeah, I didn't have other peers, and so it made things challenging. I mean, I was already like just a ball of confidence with my acne and my braces, in high school, and then you add on the fact that I was losing my vision, and most of it was gone, by my junior year. So it's like, oh yeah, this is wonderful, and I didn't really have anybody else to talk to about it, which is part of what made the student affiliate in ACB so attractive to me once I got to college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you met your wife through ACB, right?
I did. We weren't both working here, so let's just get that out of the way. But yeah, I met Rebecca while I was working for National Industries for the Blind, which is in Alexandria, Virginia, just across the river from Washington, where the ACB national office was then located. She was doing an internship at ACB, and we were introduced through a mutual friend, and literally have been together ever since. So that was the summer of 2003 that we met.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. So, hey, Ken, so tell us a little bit about your personal story, if you don't mind. We'd love to learn more about you. Yeah.
Yeah, a little different than Eric. Diagnosed almost about the same age. It's about 8 years old when I was determined to be legally blind. Macular degeneration juvenile, so very similar to Stargardt's. So I did receive services initially for a number of years, and I was born up here in upstate New York and grew up in Tampa, and then relocated back here. So during my school age in Tampa, the services, they weren't great, and I ended up at some point, probably 7th, 8th, or 8th grade, becoming kind of vain, and decided I didn't want to be that kid that stood out, and convinced my parents that, hey, I don't need those large print books anymore. So was able to manage my way through high school. Family of 6 kids, by the way, myself and my sister. Both of us have the same eye disease. Out of the 6 kids, everybody else is normally sighted. Got to that point where I just wanted to get through high school. That was my goal. No perception of going to college. I wanted to go to work, and that's what I did. Graduated high school, took on a couple different jobs, and matured a lot, and vision got worse. And then I was working for an electronics assembly organization. Ended up getting laid off and decided at that point that I was gonna go to community college. And then lo and behold, once I started accepting services again, I'm like, hey, I'm actually pretty good at this stuff, and was able to succeed. So I ended up going on finishing my associates and then a bachelor's degree as well, and have been at, as I mentioned before, ABRE, 32 years. So started in manufacturing part-time, worked into full-time manufacturing, then into a role of started up the quality assurance testing lab, and then became the quality assurance manager, and then took on, it's been too many years now, director of industries, new business development. Then I was promoted to VP of operations, sat in that role for about 12 years. And then as my predecessor was approaching retirement, I was groomed to be able to compete for this position as CEO. So happy to be here. Been, in that role, as I mentioned before, since 2014. Gonna go a little personal life as well. Been married for 30, coming up on 33 years. We have 2 grown children. My son is 28 and married. Kirk, we're waiting for that day, as you talked about a little bit earlier, to become grandparents at some point. And my daughter is 23, and she is a phys ed teacher with an emphasis on adapted phys ed. So we're proud of her as well. So I think that covers a lot of it, Dan. That's.
So when did you kind of first really get involved with others that were going through or had blindness or vision loss? Was that kind of, maybe it sounds like perhaps after your high school years?
Yeah, no, I didn't have any of the kids that were visually impaired that I went to high school with. And started to run into a couple individuals during college. And then actually, I mean, kind of an interesting story, when I ended up going to work for ABRE, that was the last place I wanted to go for work. It was my perception of what it was then. It was the Blind Work Association. My perception was not great. So when I finally did, I was newly married, laid off, going to college. I needed a job, and had, as Eric mentioned, a number of doors that were closed for me because of my vision, but needed to go to work. So my voc rehab counselor convinced me to go check out what was Blind Work Association, and my opinion changed the first day. It wasn't what I perceived it to be, and certainly we're totally different organization now than we were then 30 plus years ago. So that was really, my first introduction to working with large numbers and socializing with large numbers of people with vision loss or totally blind.
More as work colleagues at that point in time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, very interesting.
Yep.
And how was the adjustment from Tampa to upstate New York?
It's different, but we really like it here. It's a great community. So I'd rather live here now at my age than in Tampa at this point. Maybe when I get ready to retire, there might be some wintering down in that area, but we really like this area.
Well, there you go. You can be a typical Florida snowbird.
There you
got
go.
Lots of them.
Absolutely.
Well, welcome. Cindy, would you mind sharing a little of your personal journey? Sure,
I'd be happy to. So it's so interesting to hear these stories. I have friends on this panel that I'm learning so much about today.
It's great. I love it. Yeah.
A lot of similarities. So I was diagnosed with juvenile macular degeneration at the age of 9. And like Ken and Eric, I hadn't met another blind individual until I think I was a sophomore in high school. There was a junior high new kid that enrolled in our school district. her name was also Cindy, and she was totally blind. And we didn't have a lot of interaction, but it was just interesting to actually meet another person who was going through a similar experience. But I spent a tremendous amount of energy and many, many years trying to fake being sighted. And I socked away my large print volumes of books in my locker and wouldn't bring them to class, and threw my Coke bottle glasses in the locker because I didn't look cool in them, and resisted using a cane and all of the things. And, you know, sometimes I reflect upon that and I think how it would have really been great to have had some blind mentors to really help me understand how, you know, to embrace the diverse, who I am as an individual and as a person who's blind. But, you know, we all have our own journeys and we learn a lot from those journeys, even if it's the hard way, right? And so, anyway, so I went to school in Galveston County, which is south of Houston, and went to the University of Houston, Clear Lake for both undergraduate school and graduate school. When I finished my special ed degree, bachelor's degree, I was trying to decide where I wanted to work, and I had a less than ideal student teaching experience at the in the town where I grew up, and so I wasn't quite sure what my career was going to look like. And my voc rehab counselor from the Texas Commission for the Blind encouraged me to apply for a vocational rehabilitation teacher position, of which I had zero experience. Like I'd met, you know, one other blind person and I faked being sighted. So what the heck was I going to teach these clients? But I applied and they hired me. And so I will tell you, I learned a tremendous amount probably learned more from the clients that I served than I taught them. They taught me so much. We just learned how to be problem solvers together and figure things out. But it helped me tremendously. I learned so much and adjusted to my vision loss through that experience as a rehab teacher. So I was with the Commission for the Blind for 8 years in various roles. I was a case manager, also did some employment assistance working with community employers and college bound and job ready clients over that 8 years. And then I left the state and went back to school to get my MBA. And I thought that I was, you know, closing the chapter on my serving people with vision loss and embracing this exciting new career in business. And when I finished my MBA program, one of my colleagues who was looking for internships came across the National Industries for the Blind Fellowship for Leadership Development Program, and he sent me the link. And I had heard about Ability One a little bit through the work that I did with the Lighthouse of Houston, but wasn't really familiar. And so I applied for the fellowship and I was hired. So for 2 years, I had three 8-month rotations during those 2 years. 1 8-month rotation in South Texas, in Corpus Christi at the South Texas Lighthouse, and the second 8 months at NIB headquarters in Alexandria, and then the last 8 months in Las Vegas at the Blind Center of Nevada. And during that 2 years, I was also involved with the business management training at University of Virginia, Darden School of Business. So like a mini MBA, kind of a refresher what I just learned during the MBA program. But it was unique because I had the opportunity to actually study a nonprofit agency as a project. So I got some application experience through that program, and it was really good for me because I wasn't working while I was in my MBA program. So it gave me some tangible experience of applying those skills. So when I finished the 2-year program, I went from like, what am I going to do with this degree to where do I want to go? I had a lot of agencies that were recruiting me to come to work for them. And my husband followed me around during these 2 years.
Were you married at the time?
Yes,
Okay.
all 20 years, I will say he's followed me around all 20 years. But so he was going to school while I was involved in the fellowship program, and he got recruited to go to work for Schlumberger out of Houston, which took us back to Houston. And I went to work for the Winston-Salem Industries for the Blind and worked remote for them for the first 4 years doing business development. And then we moved to Winston-Salem for the last 4 years that I worked for them. And during that time, I was recruited to serve on Kirk's AFB's national board, and got to know AFB, fell in love with their programs. And one of their long-term leaders retired, Judy Scott, who was running the Center on Vision Loss and Web programs. And so I was recruited to come back to Texas. There's a theme here in my journey.
Kind of that yo-yo back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so back to Texas we go. And so I was with AFB for about a year, and Kirk and I had just a small overlap. And then I was with the Dallas Lighthouse for a year. And then I was recruited to become the senior vice president at the Seattle Lighthouse for the Blind. And was there for 3.5 years, 2.5 years as the president and CEO. And then about a year ago, one of my many mentors, Mike Gillum, who was the CEO of San Antonio Lighthouse, announced that he was retiring. And it was a really hard decision for my family to make. My husband was settled again, started over again. He was at Blue Origin as an engineer and was loving it. My kids loved the Pacific Northwest. But to have the opportunity to come back to Texas and lead one of the best organizations, I think, in the Ability One program was an opportunity that I just could not pass up. And so I joined the San Antonio Lighthouse in August of last year. So we are settling into San Antonio, and it's great to be back in Texas.
And how, you mentioned your husband a couple of times. How did he deal with your journey? And what occupation does he have that apparently he has some flexibility to be able to relocate? And how did the kids handle it? Yeah.
I would say I would say that I say often that he must love me a lot, because he's an engineer by training, and he was in oil and gas out of Houston. When we moved to North Carolina, he was working internationally, so he just needed to be near an airport. So he had flexibility then. When we made the move to Seattle, he actually changed careers and went from oil and gas to aerospace. And now he's a stay-at-home dad, and he is shuttling the kids to golf and baseball and this and that and everything, and also remodeling a home that we just built. So yeah, he loves me. That's all I can say.
I will hear from Kirk, but I hear a reoccurring theme here, that to be a leader of an organization, it comes with a very supportive spouse, and I understand that completely. So Kirk, we'd love to hear your personal story a little bit.
Okay, well, it's going to sound a lot more linear and planned than it really was, but all's well that ends well. So I was born a sighted kid in Aberdeen, Washington. My parents were still in college. They were getting certified to become teachers. And then they had their first teaching jobs, had a little brother came along. And then my retinas both detached when I was in kindergarten. And I became totally blind at 48 hours, something like that.
Oh, wow.
So I had my first, first of many unsuccessful, painful retina surgeries at age 5. And, at that time, my parents were told that I couldn't come back to the neighborhood school. I had to go to the state school for blind kids. So We were living north of Seattle. They visited the Washington State School in Vancouver. They were not very impressed with what they saw there at that time. Now it's an awesome school, but my retinal surgeon was at University of Oregon Medical School in Portland, and someone in his office said, you know, the Oregon State School is great, and so we went and visited. I still have some memories of my first visit there, and they liked what they saw. They quit their jobs in Washington State, moved the family down to Oregon so I could go to the Oregon State School, and I did that for first, second, and third grade. And I'll tell you, as a research-based organization, I'm going to tie a little research in here from time to time. So if you look at success factors in regards to employment, so successful blind employment, one of the main success factors is blindness skills. So O&M skills, ability to read and write in whatever the chosen format is, use of technology. So I was there first, second, and third grade with another 100 other blind kids, and I was drilled in blindness skills. So just became a very strong Braille reader. The model was that you would get your skills to the point where you could go to public school. So starting in third grade, I went to the School for the Blind in the morning and then traveled independently I guess I was 8, about 12 or 14 blocks to a local public elementary, went there. And then in fourth grade, jumped right into sink or swim in public school in small town America. And it was it was very much sink or swim, and I learned to swim and rapidly. And another success factor is high expectations. My parents had very high expectations. They expected me to get good grades. My dad's a high school basketball coach, expected you're involved in sports, you're part of the community. They didn't necessarily know how to support me in doing those things as a blind person, but they certainly had those expectations. And like others who've gone before me, we had no connection with blind people at all. There was never another blind student in any school I attended. Again, living in small towns. We moved back to Washington State when I was in high school. And that's where I got another success factor, which is early employment experience. And it again had nothing to do with me. I was interested in sports. I became the sports editor for the high school paper in Snohomish, Washington. And along with that came a weekly column in the Snohomish paper, the Snohomish Tribune. So I got to write a high school sports column every week and interview coaches and players and fill out my timesheet and get paid and foolishly spend that money.
So Kirk, you got to do that. You got to do that. And I was working at Taco Bell and Pizza Hut in the summer.
I saw your Facebook page post today.
Yes.
Well, yeah. And then, I was in the college-bound track. There were about 30 of us. We'd have, senior year, I had physics first period, math analysis second period, chemistry third period. Walked into my chemistry class. The chemistry teacher said, it's not safe. You can't do chemistry. You can't take this class. And I didn't have advocacy skills. My parents really didn't have advocacy skills. So it was just, okay, I didn't take chemistry. I was told a blind person couldn't do it. Now, of course, I've met PhDs in chemistry who are blind, and chemistry professors who are blind. Successful chemists like Dan Berlin, who started and ran and sold his own company. So, lesson in hindsight. And again, we weren't connected to the council, we weren't connected to the federation, we didn't have any resources. So for young people today, there are many, many advocates who can help you on this stuff, and they're easy to find thanks to the internet. So colleges would come and make their presentations, and we'd always want to get out of class to go to the presentation. So a guy from Whitman College in Walla Walla came, and it's a small private liberal arts school with a good regional reputation. And he asked me to stay after class, after the session, and he said, we are affiliated with a foundation called the Jesse Ridley Foundation out of New York, and we are one of the schools that they will provide full ride scholarships to blind students and we've never had a blind student. And if you would like to apply, I think we can get you that scholarship. So that was my college decision-making process. So I applied for one school. I got a full ride scholarship. Again, mostly through no fault of my own, but I remember I'd have to write them a letter every semester, send my transcript. I had to maintain a 3.25. I'd have to tell them what I learned and what I planned to learn the next semester, and then how much tuition and room and board was, and then they would send me a check. So it was pretty cool as an 18-year-old to get a $22,000 check in the mail.
It's still pretty cool, Kirk.
So I would bank it. I would get a $100 bill, and I would go to the Fawcett Tavern, which was in the basement of the Marcus Whitman Hotel. They didn't card, so there you have it. So it's good student. Another thing, I didn't get a lot of support from the Commission for the Blind, but I got, I could hire readers. So again, as a 17, 18-year-old, I was interviewing readers, managing their time, firing some of them, tracking time, submitting invoices, and looking back on it, that's an experience that my other classmates weren't having. So that was I think another success factor is the opportunity to have those responsibilities. Graduated cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa, started applying for jobs. I think doors closing, or was said by a couple of people, lots of doors closed. I wasn't disclosing my blindness in my cover letter and resume. I'd get a phone interview. I'd be asked to come in for an in-person interview. I was clear I wanted to work and live in Seattle. Most public transportation was not available in the towns I grew up in. And I'd get the phone interview. I'd go in for the in-person. I'd have my cane. I'd have my little pad of Braille paper and my slate and stylus. I could take some notes, and confusion would set in on the room. I was applying mostly for financial analyst type positions, and as many of us have experienced, the person across the table could not imagine how a blind person could do the job that I was applying for. So then I started disclosing in my cover letter, I'm blind, this is how I do what I do, this is how I'll do the job. And then I wasn't even getting the phone interviews. And I started casting my net wider and wider. I applied for a position at a small family-owned brokerage firm in Seattle. The sales manager had also gone to Whitman College, was also an econ major, had some common professors. He called them. They said, yes, of course, he can sell tax-free municipal bonds over the phone. So that's what I did for 10 years, 50 cold calls a day, every day, straight commission. And
you learned how to do the asks, didn't you?
I learned how to do that.
Worked well for development later on in your career.
A no was just a 3/4 yes. Dan,
that's
what I was taught.
Yeah.
So, but was able to get married and buy a house and have our kids. And then when I turned 30, I really decided I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life. I got the What Color is Your Parachute book out of the Talking Book and Braille library. I followed all the exercises, and the conclusion was I should be in the nonprofit sector. I should be in a leadership role. And I should be working on behalf of creating opportunities for people who are blind. And it should be in Seattle. So that was pretty specific.
Luckily, they had
Wow.
they had a lighthouse there.
Yeah. Well, a couple more steps, and I'll try to be brief. But I followed the book's advice, and I identified some CEOs of nonprofits in Seattle that I respected, and I asked the CEOs for informational interviews, and asked, how did you get into the field? What would you suggest? And I had an interview with a woman. I honestly cannot remember her name, but she was the CEO of Planned Parenthood of Western Washington, and she'd also been a securities broker. And she just said, the best way for you to enter this field is become a professional fundraiser. There's such a crying demand for it, and you've just spent 10 years talking to wealthy people about financial matters, and it's a very transferable skill. So I started applying for fundraising jobs and was not getting them because I had no experience. and the newsletter came from the Washington Talking Book and Braille Library. Said we need to raise $200,000 or cancel our evergreen radio reading service. I contacted the librarian whom I'd known for years. I'm a heavy NLS user, and explained this to her and said, how about I volunteer 20 hours a week to raise the 200 grand? That'll give me something on my resume. And again, back to research, work experience as far as a predictor of successful employment. Volunteer work experience is just as valuable as paid work experience as far as being a predictor of success. So if you can't find a paid job, volunteer. So I did that. I wrote some grant proposals. Some checks came in, some beginner's luck, and they offered me a position. They created a job for me. My first nonprofit job was with the Seattle Public Library Foundation, raising money for the statewide Talking Book and Braille Library. Did that for about 3.5 years, went back to school, and, determined nonprofit was the life for me. So I went back and got a master's in not-for-profit leadership. Had a couple different fundraising jobs. I was development director for a large nonprofit childcare agency, and I got a call from someone from the Lighthouse for the Blind saying they wanted to start a fundraising program. They wanted to start a foundation. They'd heard there was a blind guy in town who knew how to do that. So my wife and I went in for a tour and an interview, and I, like others, really had no knowledge of Ability One or what it was all about. I knew it had something to do with employment. But at the Lighthouse in Seattle, they have a long-time contract with the Boeing company, and blind and deafblind machinists using computer numerically controlled machining equipment and making parts, and a large deafblind program, and a lot of tactile sign language interpreting going on. I thought it was cool. And we walked out the front door, and my wife said, "You have to come work here." So I was hired to start that fundraising program. And I think like Ken, the organization had a goal of having a blind leader, a blind person in that CEO role. Organization had been around since 1918. The leadership had always been cited. And my predecessor, a gentleman named George Jacobson, he was very determined there would be a blind person to succeed him after 25 years. So after I kind of proved my worth and my value, as I told my kids when they got their first jobs, make yourself indispensable. They created a position for me that hadn't existed before called General Manager of Administration. So I had HR reporting to me, and marketing and communications, and strategic planning, and support of the board, and things like that. So I did that for several years. George had announced his retirement. The company hired a search firm. They hired me, and I did not have CEO level experience. I had some management experience. I had never run a major P&L, but it was a $27 million a year company at that point. And they put a very deliberate plan in place where we did a gap analysis of what knowledge, skills, and abilities did I need to be successful, and where was I at on each of those, and then they hired someone to do this and put in a development plan for me. Again, so I could be qualified to apply. It was not a guaranteed deal, but they hired a search firm. I put my name forward. I was offered the fabulous opportunity to be president and CEO of the organization. I did that for 8 years, and we grew nicely. We did a strategic plan. We followed it. We increased employment, increased wages, and increased programs. So it was a very good experience. I'm almost done, Dan.
It's a very interesting story.
I've been working a long time.
Yeah.
When I was hired, the person who hired me said, if I didn't really know the blindness field, said, if you want to know the blindness field, you got to go to the American Foundation for the Blind conference. So I went to my first leadership conference in DC in 2001. It was called Telling Your Story with Statistics. University researchers presenting, program directors from around the country. I was so impressed, and I never missed an AFB leadership conference. I've been to every one since 2001. I think I went to 15 before I became staff. And the next one will be May 2nd and 3rd in Arlington, Virginia, for all of you out there who want to experience a great gathering of dedicated, passionate, smart people. Went to the conference, was asked to join a program committee, was asked to join the board. And then kind of similarly, in a way, my predecessor at AFB, Carl Augusto, had been there 20 plus years. He announced his retirement to the board. Board hired a search firm. I resigned from the board and put my name forward. And after a process, I was offered the opportunity to come to AFB. So speaking of spouses and love, dedication, in May of 2016, my wife and I left our lovely home and yard and garden here in Seattle and moved into a tiny apartment in Brooklyn where I took the F train to the A train to Penn Station every day and went up to the AFB offices. And we did a strategic plan and closed the New York offices, opened a small headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. We then moved to Virginia and lived in an apartment for 3 years. And then COVID, had me working at the dining room table in this apartment in Crystal City. And my wife said, I am going home to Seattle. If you would like to join me, please do.
Come on.
Come on with me.
There'll be a place waiting for you, honey.
Yeah. So I'm back in our house. We bought in 1990 here where we raised our kids. And I guess the other little, I believe leadership is the tool and is the lever that is going to move things in the right direction. So, I'm fortunate to be in a position like others on this call to lead an organization that can really make a difference. And I really felt that I should do whatever I need to do to maximize my ability to have impact as a leader. So I did start a PhD program in 2010. And I was originally on the 4-year plan. It ended up being an 8-year plan, but I did earn my doctorate in leadership and change in 2019. And, I learned a lot through that process, and so much is applicable to the job I have. So.
Fantastic. What a journey. That's
There you have it.
absolutely amazing. We're all learning new things about each other tonight. It's wonderful. Last year when we did the fireside chat, everybody said, Dan, you didn't ever say anything about yourself. And so I promised this year I'd at least tell a little bit of my story. So I'll try to do the abridged version like the rest of you. So, I was diagnosed with retinitis pigmentosus when I was 6 years old. And it's one of those things that, you're going to go blind someday, but when you're 6 years old and you still see pretty well and you're running around the neighborhood and playing with all the kids, I didn't really think all that much about it. When I went to school, I always got to sit on the front row. So didn't realize there was any other place to sit in a classroom my entire life except for the front row until I got to college. And my vision got so bad, it didn't matter whether I sat on the front row or the back row. And then I realized when I went to the back row, because I was defiant and dang-gummit, I was going to go sit on the back row, that you learned a lot more on the front row. But anyway, so I kind of, went through public school, same thing. I had light really bothered my eyes. So I had like 3 different pairs of sunglasses, depending on whether I was outside in the bright light or I was in a Publix grocery store with a fluorescent light, or, I was always changing sunglasses back and forth. And really didn't get much support or services from our Division of Blind Services here in Florida. And then went to the University of Florida and studied business. And at that point in time, kind of like you all are sharing, I was kind of getting by the best I could. And so finally it got to be my senior. Well, I'll tell you the other thing. While I was doing that, I went and got a job at the end of my high school career, degree, working at Disney as a part-time employee. So I would work in the summers and Christmases, spring vacations. So when you weren't going to college was the time that Disney really needed extra people. And I worked in the character department. And that was back in the late 70s. They were an America on Parade. And so the employees at Disney, not that the high school students came and did all the parade, but the employees were actually the ones that drove the floats in the parade. But I couldn't drive because I was legally blind. And so there was one job to be an employee in the character department and not drive a float. And that was to be a World War I fighting ace up on the top of a big transportation float with a big 4-foot head. So you would sit, they'd take a forklift and put me up there and seat belt me in this airplane. And I'd go down Main Street waving my arms feverishly back and forth. And I got so exuberant one night that when I shifted to the left, my head popped off and flash bulbs are just going off everywhere. And I'm like acting like a complete dork and waving back and forth. We got to Frontierland Bridge and they climbed up on the float and stuck the head back on my head. And so you never knew what was going to happen to you, in life. But it was, so then when I got my degree at the University of Florida, I had to decide, was I going to, I got offered a job. This was like a turning point in my life. I got offered a job to be the permanent Main Street Goofy. And my mom was like, take that job. You've been going to school forever. You need to go to, real work. And I was like, at the same time, I got accepted back into the MBA program at the University of Florida. So I said, wow, an opportunity to go to Gainesville for a couple more football seasons. So I turned down the job at Disney and went back to school at the University of Florida and just stayed as a temporary employee at Disney.
No Main Street Goofy for Dan?
No Main Street Goofy. Although I will say the coolest thing I got to do as Main Street Goofy is one day, oh God, I was a huge, fan of music. And so they invite me back behind the castle for a special guest. And it's Jimmy Buffett and his wife and his little 3-year-old daughter. And so I'm in Brer Bear that day. And so Jimmy Buffett comes up to me. You're not allowed to talk, when you're in these costumes. You got to be in character. Right. And so Jimmy Buffett comes up to me and he says, Brer Bear, can my daughter have your autograph? And I'm thinking, this is the strangest thing in life that I am giving Jimmy Buffett my autograph as Brer Bear. But Disney was kind of, yeah.
Dan, I'm a huge Buffett fan, so I appreciate that. We're actually going to go see him for the first time ever in August. So.
Oh, I have seen him countless times in concert. I'm an unofficial parrot head. I actually love Buffett, but yeah, you'll enjoy it. It'll be a great time. He's not getting any younger, but none of us are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I ended up getting my MBA, concentrating in accounting at the University of Florida. Back then, they didn't offer the CPA exam in large print or any accessible standards. It's before the ADA. And so I get an interview that Cindy will appreciate this. I get an interview with Exxon, and there's 8 of us out of the MBA program that they fly to Houston to do a 2-day interview, and you put it up in a big hotel and you get to see underground Houston. And we go to what that time was a Houston Oilers football game and all this stuff. So we get back. The other 7 individuals who flew there with me for the interviews all got offered jobs and I didn't. Shocking, right? As a blind person, they're like, "Oh, you can't see, you can't drive." I said, "No." And so then I said, "Well, I'll go back to Disney. I worked for them for 7 years. I've got my MBA. They'll offer me a job." They said, "Well, Dan, we can offer you a job in the accounting department." I said, "Fantastic. As an accounts payable clerk, we can start you at $2.40 an hour." And I'm like, "But I have my MBA." And they said, "Well, we just need you to, kind of make sure that you can prove that you can do work here at Disney." I'm like, "Well, I've been working for you for 7 years." They said, "Well, but that was different work. You were in the character department and now you're going to be in business." And I said, "Oh, okay." So being I don't know what you'd say, a little frustrated by the whole thing, my high school friend and I opened up a pizza restaurant. I had never made a pizza before in my life. But my college roommate, Lou Nostro, his family owned 3 pizza parlors and Italian restaurants in the Orlando area. So Kirk, what you're talking about, I spent the next 4 months volunteering every day in their restaurant for them to teach me the recipes and how to make the food and how to, you know, deal with customers and, you know, all of that interfacing. And then at the end of that time, we spent about, we found a location, borrowed money, built our own little pizza parlor next to our Cumberland Farms. And we opened up DG's Pizza. The D stood for Dan, the G stood for Jerry, and we put I's in it to make it look more Italian because we're both, you know, German descent. And we ran that pizza parlor for like the next 7 years. We built a second location. I learned so much. I learned how to deal with employees. I learned, how to do inventory, just how to deal with customers, irate customers, employees that didn't show up for work. Um, we had to continue to innovate. We created a whole wall of VHS videos at that point in time. So we were the first people in town to start delivering pizzas, and we deliver you a VHS movie with your pizza, and also go next door to the Cumberland Farms and bring you a gallon of milk if you wanted it. And so, of course, over time, my vision kept getting worse and worse and worse, and I was unable to, see to make the pizzas as well and do those type of jobs. And so, and Domino's came in and they really started disrupting our business. So at that point in time, I went back to the community college and took a class called High Tech Training for the Disabled, where we went for 9 months, 9 to 5. It was all disabled people. It was the 4th year of the program, but the first time they ever tried to let a blind person in, because they finally got a little bit of synthetic speech going that that they could do with the old apples. And so I took this program for 9 months. It was a mainframe computer programming class with COBOL and JCL. But what it did, it offered you, if you graduated from the 9-month program, you got an unpaid 3-month internship with one of the major companies that were part of the Business Advisory Council in the Orlando area. So at the end of those 3 months, I got offered an internship at Westinghouse Electric, and went and did that. And then at the end of the 3 months, they offered me the lowest paying job they could offer me, the minimum of the entry-level position to be in the IT department. And I was happy to take it. It was like $2,100, still remember to this day, $2,100 a month, $25,200 a year. And I was on probation for the first 3 months. It was so funny. There was like 7 or 8 of us that started at the same time. And they had me interview, it was like 4,000 people in this campus and, 100,000 people that worked for Westinghouse. And our business unit's chief financial officer, who was responsible for accounting and the IT department, actually interviewed me. His name was Art Vedner. And so one of the first days in the cafeteria, Mr. Vedner walked by and I said, "Hello, Mr. Vedner." And he said, "Hi, Dan." And all the people who started with me said, this is when I first learned this, that there's some real advantages to being blind because you stand out and people, you're visible, in a organization where you're the only blind person, you really, you don't hide, you really do stand out. And so my peers that started with said, the CEO of, power generation at Westinghouse? I said, yeah, I had an interview with him. You all didn't have interviews with him? They said, no. But he wanted to make sure that I was qualified to do the job. And so at the end of the day, I always felt like it was somewhat an advantage to be blind, and that every time I went into a meeting and I met people for the first time, they looked at me usually saying, why is the blind guy here? What's going on? And my goal always was within a month, I want them to be able to say, if we're going to have that meeting, we need to invite Dan Spoon to that meeting because he's adding value. What can I do to add value? And, had a wonderful career at Westinghouse. We got bought 9 years later by Siemens Energy, stayed for 25 years, after those first 5 to 7 years, when you're just learning, I had like 4 promotions in the next 5 years. And so it was really an interesting journey. As my vision did get worse, I finally got introduced to JAWS. I had to transition from the low vision, the CCTVs and that type of stuff. But what you learned as you went further and further along in your career, I always felt my vision had less of a role the higher I went up in the organization, because they at that point are so completely hiring you for your skills and your brain. There's many people on your team that can do the task of word processing or crunching spreadsheets or preparing presentations. It's your ideas and your thoughts that they're paying you for as you go further up in your career and your leadership skills and your project management skills. So I wanted to kind of give you all that kind of maybe as your next thought or story to share with us as you've gone up through your career. How have you seen your blindness play a role for you? And have you seen that you've had to adapt and create new skills as you've gone up the leadership ladder? And Ken, we'll start with you.
Yeah, and I would agree 100% with what you just described, Dan, that the more senior you become in an organization, the blindness just isn't an issue. Obviously, you need to be able to function on the day-to-day tasks, but that's become less and less of an issue. I think for me, and probably for organizations like ours, that having somebody in a leadership role, especially in a CEO role as a blind person, is just the best example that can be set for all of our stakeholders and employees, that you can achieve at this the highest level as somebody who's blind, and the fact that you can't see as well as somebody else or not see at all becomes a less and less of an impact as you become more senior. So that would be my thought on that part of it.
Yeah. And let me ask you, so because Kurt has had an opportunity to change jobs several times, and so has Cindy. It sounds like once you and Eric have gotten more established, you stayed in your same positions. Do you think, is it easier or harder to take that next step in your career, or look for other opportunities when you are blind or low vision? Or do you think that's not a barrier?
I think it's absolutely a barrier. And again, I've been with the same organization for 30 plus years, but taking the steps within my organization, that they're not given to you. I mean, you have to earn them. And it's regardless of being somebody who is visually impaired or blind within a blindness organization, you still have to bring value. As Kirk said, you have to make yourself indispensable, regardless of that. So, stepping into an organization outside of where my career has been, yeah, absolutely. I mean, prior to working where I am, I mean, I did have a handful of jobs as a young person, and it was always difficult making that transition into a new workplace and proving yourself. As blindness aside, you're faced with proving yourself already in a new organization, and then you throw the blindness or vision loss on top of that, and it just gives you one more level that you have to demonstrate that you can get past.
Yep. Cindy, what have been your experiences?
So I would agree with everything that's been said. For me, it's been interesting. Making the decision intentionally after the fellowship program to really pursue my career in serving people with vision loss within the Ability One program or the broader blindness industry, I would say. You know, I just really embraced taking on leadership roles and opportunities to serve nationally on committees, boards, any opportunity that I had above and beyond my day job really opened so many doors for me to develop mentors, both blind and sighted leaders that were mentors and sponsors to me. And so I've just been really blessed with opportunities come my way along the way. And oftentimes when I wasn't even looking at what was next just yet, and stretching my own imagination about you know, what my career aspirations were. I mean, if you'd asked me 15 years ago, you know, are you going to be a CEO one day? I would have probably laughed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, I think what I've learned is that, you know, my biggest barrier has been the self-limiting, you know, mindset, and overcoming that has really been tremendous and empowering for me, both personally and professionally. But, you know, it also has been unique experience, you know, going into a new role, going into a new organization. Like Ken said, you have to prove yourself. Just because you're in the blindness industry, it doesn't mean you get, you know, a nice little paved way.
Right.
You still have to prove yourself. And there's sometimes people that question whether or not you can do the job as a person who's blind, even in our field, which is maddening, but it's true.
Yep.
And having the opportunity that I had to, you know, follow in Kirk's footsteps at the Lighthouse for the Blind, headquartered in Seattle. I mean, you know, he really paved the way for me in terms of having systems and processes and mindset about having a leader who's blind in the CEO role. Now I'm at the San Antonio Lighthouse, and I'm the first female and the first blind CEO. And that's a really unique situation for me. And I'm finding that there's a lot of things that I need to change, both to create a working environment where I can thrive, but also to eliminate barriers to create more opportunities for the next generation leaders that I hope to have the opportunity to develop. So yeah, that's my comment.
And you mentioned getting that self-confidence. So did you have like an aha moment with, man, I can do this stuff as good as anybody else? Did you have that, like, you know, that epiphany to like, wait a minute, I can do this?
Oh, you know, it's interesting. I think it was evolution over the years. I can recall multiple times throughout my career going, okay, you have this. Like you could do this, you know. Everyone else believes in you. Why don't you believe in yourself? And so I think the more you have experience, the more you have success, and the more you know, have failures and learn from them, the stronger you become professionally, and the more confidence that you build over time. I mean, it comes with experience. It comes with, you know, both successes and failures.
And I think you learn more from your failures. I
Oh,
truly
gosh,
do.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh
yes.
yeah. You can get kind of full of yourself when things are going good, you know? And
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So Eric, what you know, what are your thoughts in this area?
Yeah. So the role that I had when I was hired by ACB is a very visible role to ACB, to its membership, but also to the rest of the blind community and disability community, overseeing governmental affairs and advocacy, and was fortunate to have the opportunity to work with a team of people from the disability community to pass a bill into law called the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act in 2010. And what dawned on me through that negotiation, we were negotiating with much of the rest of the technology sector at the time, because this law would impact companies like Google and Apple and Comcast, and at the time, Time Warner and AOL and all these large multinational corporations. And we were meeting with them and negotiating the language, and we got the bill signed into law, and it was outstanding. And then it came time to begin to implement that through the regulatory process. And what I came to a pretty quick understanding about was that if we were going to get these companies to actually not just comply with the letter of the law, but to actually make their products more accessible to us, we needed to form relationships with them and not just do the kind of classic advocacy type route where we, yell at them or show up with a lawyer or what have you, which the disability community has traditionally done with corporate America, and at times with very good reason, right? But rather to offer a hand in collaboration to figure out how we could work with them to make their product or service more accessible to us, given that it was already going to be required. And so we forged really excellent relationships with some of the largest companies in the world, starting in, through the course of that negotiation, and then into 2012, 2013, 2014. And lo and behold, what happened was the arc of the advocacy that ACB was doing was evolving to better meet the needs, at least in this area of our advocacy, of our community. And so being able to have really good and frank discussions with these companies who had become our partners, had seen the value in the relationship that had been built, had begun to attend our conventions, had begun to sponsor our events, had sought us out to provide focus groups for products or services that they were looking to launch at some point in the future. These were all things that were now happening. And as that was evolving, the job became quite a lot larger than when I had come initially in 2007. And but a lot of it was necessary because we had this law and we had these requirements, and we could have just sat back and let the letter of the regulations sort of rule the day, but that would have meant a pretty low compliance bar, and a lot of folks probably would not have been all that thrilled with the level of accessibility that they would have experienced. And I'm not saying everything is perfect today. It's far from it. But what I would argue is that us taking that sort of deploying that strategy to engage actively and partner and collaborate where possible with portions of corporate America has brought greater accessibility in employment and in education, as well as entertainment, than we've had at any time in recent history. And so, it continued on when I was interviewed by the search committee for the board, and had the opportunity to talk with them about what I had been up to. And it sort of didn't, I understood what I was doing, but it sort of hit me at that point that my job had never gone away from advocacy and governmental affairs, but it had sort of transformed itself necessarily. And now there was a relationship management, even you could argue through the advocacy work we were doing, there was a development component that had grown out of it, where we had started to raise significant amounts of money for our convention, our annual convention. And so while I didn't have budget responsibility and I didn't have experience with that or with other aspects of being a CEO or executive director, I had grown the job that I had into something that was different than what I had come with, and I had provided real value to the organization. And I was offered the position, and I gladly accepted.
Fantastic. We're glad you did.
Continued to learn since.
Always. You never stop learning, right?
No.
So Kirk, how about you? What are your thoughts in this area?
Boy, so many. First off, let's give a shout out to Lighthouse for the Blind Inc. in Seattle, Washington. They gave me an opportunity to be a CEO for the first time. They gave Cindy an opportunity. And now George Abbott, also a former AFB staff person, is in his first CEO position here in Seattle. So organizations who lead, who have a commitment to develop blind leadership and create opportunities for blind people to be in leadership roles, there aren't enough. Ken said his organization was intentional about that. AFB obviously has always had a blind chief executive, as had ACB. So there aren't that many.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at our field, you see a very small percentage of agencies being led by people who are blind, very small percentage of board members being people who are blind. And then when you look outside of our field, it's been kind of a non-starter. So we know 35% of working age blind adults are in the workforce. Half the workforce participation rate of the general population. And again, we're research folks at AFB. So over half the blind people who are employed work for government or nonprofit. So which is a beautiful thing.
Yep.
But when you look at the corporate side of things and you look at the C-suite, I'd say there's statistically zero blind individuals, and the Fortune 100 anyway. And then when I did my dissertation, I interviewed blind adults who self-identified as being successfully employed at major corporations, and all of them had their stories, but there were themes, and one of the main themes was disappointment. People were disappointed that they weren't able to move up the org chart more briskly. They were disappointed that people who they felt added less value to their organization were being promoted and given opportunities for more responsibility that they weren't. So I have the utmost respect for everyone on this call, what you've done, what you're doing. I would say we're a pretty small subset here, and I really my guess my soapbox would be, within our field, more organizations need to do what they did in Binghamton and what they did in Seattle, and that's be intentional about helping people who are blind build the capacity and the capability to be in the positions to be considered for these leadership roles, and then to take some risks. There were risks taken that have furthered the careers of people in this chat, and a handful of others out there. But we certainly need more organizations to step up. We know who the organizations are in the field. We also know how old the CEOs are. So
there's opportunity.
There's going to be a
opportunity.
Nice wave of open opportunities here. So from whatever position of influence we're in, I think it's incumbent upon us as leaders in the blindness field to help support other organizations in creating these opportunities.
Fantastic. I'm going to try and keep you all not just a couple extra minutes, but I want to end this on kind of a funny note. So I'll go first, but I want everybody to kind of think of a good blind story that kind of might have been embarrassing, might have been a little different, but you had to kind of roll with in a leadership position. And I'll go first while you guys think. And I was managing several projects towards the end of my career at Siemens, and one of them was a global project. And so we were implementing a solution that to really help manage what we called our long-term program fleet, which was about a $12 billion fleet worldwide, and liquidated damages could be $100,000 a day if you didn't get these power plants serviced on time. So it became really mission critical for us to develop a process and a system to be able to easily estimate at any point in time how we were doing on our outages, we were staying on budget, do we have the resources we needed. So I was running a project team to kind of create the solution, the IT solution for for this long-term program package and packages. And so we had a team that we had put together of both folks from America and folks from Germany, and we were meeting at the top of the the C-suite over in Erlangen, Germany, which was the world headquarters for the Siemens Power Generation business unit. And so the team had already assembled. We had, typically you'd have the Americans on one side and the Germans on the other side. And in Germany, it was always a very nice custom that you started every meeting by walking around and shaking each other's hands, kind of clockwise, counterclockwise as you, kind of sat down to run the meeting. Well, I was detained in another meeting, so I was late getting to the project review. And so they had saved me a seat at the end of the table, and the meeting was already underway. And one of our other leads was kind of going through the list, the checklist of critical items and where we were on the different items. So I sat down at the end of the table, and we, typical fashion, everything is done, at least at that point in time, 10 years ago in corporate America, was done with PowerPoint slides on a projector on a wall, and everybody is sitting around and following on the PowerPoint presentation. So I walk into the meeting, I'm sitting at the end of the table, and we're going down, they're on my item 2 or 3. And of course, item 4, I had a question on, when will we get those resources? How sure are we that the resources will be provided? So I always had this thing in my head, even though I couldn't see the PowerPoint slide, I could see the square of light, and so I would, point to the PowerPoint and say, all right, item number 4, what are we going to do? Joe, when are those resources going to get done? Winfred, where do we think we're at here? And, so we went down, and I don't know, we were on about line 7 or 8. And one of the guys who I'd known for a long time, he actually was on our team, but he had actually hired me at Westinghouse, my original mentor when I started at Westinghouse. And John all of a sudden yells out in the meeting, "Dan, stop!" And I'm like, boy, John, you're kind of being insubordinate here. I'm thinking to myself, we're in the middle of a meeting. He said, "Stop, you got to stop now." And I said, "Why do I have to stop now, John?" He says, "Because you keep pointing to that open window on the right side of the room, and everybody looks over there every time you point. The PowerPoint is on the other wall." And I said, "Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Thanks." And everybody broke out laughing, and we had the best meeting. He said, "Every time you point to that window, everybody turns around and looks over there." So anyway, you never know what's going to happen to you when you can't see. So, who wants to go next? I know everybody's had one of those moments.
Well, I was at a meeting at Google with the guy that oversaw Google search. He's not there anymore. His name is Alan Eustace, and he was one of the senior leaders of Google. And he came in, and it was myself and somebody else from ACB and like 4 or 5 Google employees. And we were having this great meeting, and he got up to say goodbye, and he shook my hand, and my guide dog got up and proceeded to puke on the floor on his foot. So yeah, good times.
Oh, Eric,
Nice
I
to
don't know
meet
if I ever shared this with you, but I went to high school with Alan Eustace. We graduated together. He's like the most famous alumni from my high school.
No way.
Yeah. Maynard Evans High
goodness.
School in Orlando, Florida. He was a very quiet guy in high school. He, wasn't really.
He's a nice man. I
Very
met with
nice
him a few times. He oversaw all the engineering for a period of time at Google, and then oversaw search. And
he kind of helped develop their search engine back
absolutely.
in the day, I think. Yeah.
He
got
left a
acquired.
very wealthy man.
I'm
Yeah.
sure he did. Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'll go next.
Okay,
Next is
Cindy.
Cindy. So just a quick aside. So one of the major development opportunities for me as I was progressing in my leadership roles was public speaking. I had this absolute terror fear of speaking in front of large groups. And so I got involved in the Toastmasters organization in Winston-Salem, got really involved. I got involved in leadership, went to state competition. I mean, I just like really leaned in because I knew that I needed to overcome and develop skill to work through this paralyzing fear that I had of speaking in public. And so, so I did that, and I built some confidence, although I was still terrified whenever I got in front of groups. And I was asked to present, and I knew that this was a development opportunity to present to the board. I didn't have board-facing relationship at that point in my career. So being asked to participate in a board meeting and to present to the board was a big deal for me at that time. And so I was asked to give an overview of a couple of the projects that I was working on. And so one of the projects that I was working on was the U.S. Coast Guard T-shirt, which it was a navy blue T-shirt. It had some embroidery that's the U.S. Coast Guard. And so I'm describing the T-shirt, and I said, the embroidery on their left breast. And I didn't even realize what I had said. I was probably just so nervous. I was taught anyway. So there was a little bit of a chuckle in the room, but I just didn't register until after the meeting when someone had given me let me know what I had actually said and instead of what I meant to say. So not necessarily blindness specific, but definitely embarrassing.
Well, yeah, exactly so. Yeah. Oh. All right, Ken or Kurt, you got something for us?
Well,
Yeah,
it's not as high level as some of these other examples, but I was at the Lighthouse. I was the development director, and we were in Washington, D.C., visiting our legislators to talk about an earmark for our deafblind program. Some of you remember earmarks. And our dear Senator Patty Murray helped initiate a several $1 million earmark for our deafblind program. But it was the first time I was there, I think, and it's very confusing. Every building has a different numbering system, and all those long marble hallways. And between meetings, I needed to visit the men's room. So we had some sighted folks with us, sighted guys. So hey, we had 15 minutes for our next meeting. I need a men's room. So I walk into the men's room. It's huge. You could throw a dance in there, and looking for the right place. So I find the sinks and paper towels, and I'm using my cane doing some structured discovery. I find a stall door. I say that'll work. I step in, and then I hear 2 sets of high heels marching briskly into the restroom. 2 stall doors shut, zippers, and I bolted out of the ladies' room in the Russell building.
Russell building. Welcome to advocacy in Washington, D.C., right? Yeah.
So Dan, on that note, I have nothing to follow Kirk with. So
I think we've all walked into the wrong
colleagues have
restroom
a lot.
a time or two.
Yes, we have. Yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
But not with sighted guide. Typically that doesn't happen with sighted guide.
Oh my goodness. So nothing to share, kid?
can't come up. Must be because it's Sunday evening and I'm just tired now.
Well, hey,
Oh,
thank you all. This has truly been delightful. I hope that our membership has enjoyed it. I know I have. And, I now feel like I know you all so much better. So the next time I see you in, at the Vision Rehab conference, or I mean, Vision Serve Alliance conference, or at a policy forum, I'll have a smile on my face. So, and thank you all for coming, and we really appreciate it from our bottom of our heart. With the American Council of Blind. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me,
thank
Dan.
you, Dan.
Thanks,
All right.
ACB.
Thanks, Dan.
All right. Have a good evening. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, were we going to do a wrap up? What did happen out of that? Did we need to do a?
I did talk